the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve
but
internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
but don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
but don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
but don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
but don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
but don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this
10,
president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
it's
Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
Welcome back to MTS. It's Monday again. Happy Monday. We say happy Monday instead of happy Friday because we get to monitor the situation live with you guys for the next 5 days, which is pretty awesome. So
Yeah. We're very contrarian here.
yeah,
We're anti-Friday, pro-Monday.
we're glad to have you back. I've just been I'm receiving a package here. There we go.
Yeah. This is like in the
Thank
Hunger
you, sir.
Games when they like drop you a package from the sky.
That's so good. You might notice we're wearing some merch. I'm wearing one of my favorite fits from Costco. This was like $15, one of my favorite sweaters. And Sophia's wearing a very interesting hat.
One of my favorite corporations of all time, Enron.
Some rare Theo Jaffe lore is that my mom was an auditor at Arthur Andersen, which was the firm that went bankrupt for like committing accounting fraud for Enron. She had left before then.
I've met a few people because like I grew up in Houston and they always say, yeah, like my mom got out just before the Enron scandal happened. And
Yeah.
This is like always what they say. It could be true, but you know.
It is actually true in my case, Just.
Yeah.
Have you listened to any music lately? Yeah.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't listen to music. I've never played a song before in my life.
I was listening to this album this morning that was pretty good in the gym. It's called Sophia Dies Backwards by Sophie Pucci.
Nice try on the pronunciation. It should just be Sophie Pucci, I think.
Yeah, carrying
didn't
on
really
the
think it
family
through.
legacy.
Holy plug.
Yeah, you know when I was on a stream with Casey Hanmer, can we pull this up on screen share? When I was on stream with Casey Hanmer, the other day, he was like, "Is your co-host related to the composer?"
It's true, I am.
Yeah, Giacomo Puccini.
So I literally have no free will. I was just sort of like pigeonholed into becoming what is the closest to being a modern day composer, which is an electronic music producer.
Are you like a direct descendant?
He's my great grandfather's brother or cousin, one of the two.
Nice.
So almost direct descendant.
Yeah, I think my closest sort of like uncle type figure, like, you know, cousin once removed or whatever, is William Shatner, the Star Trek actor.
Oh, fire.
He was like I don't even know. My grandfather's first cousins or something like that. I don't know. But it was pretty good. I like the song titles. My favorite song title is Apophenia, which, if you don't know, means like finding patterns that don't really exist in random data.
Yeah.
One of my favorite bands, They Might Be Giants, has a song called Apophenia. So it popped out to me right away.
Yeah, I think the thought behind that was that I just started spamming lyrics without knowing what I was talking about. Like the lyrics just kind of came to me and they had absolutely no rationale.
It's very kind of dreamlike. It sounds a lot like Grimes. The
Shout out
album cover is
Grimes.
really cool. Is there a backstory there? There's like Sword on the Beach is cool.
Yeah, I think that I just sort of like I have like this aesthetic obsession with like Final Fantasy-esque like video game characters. And so I was like, oh, I kind of want to do that. And yeah, and then I also wanted it to be like really aura farmy and cool, but then also have some sort of like digital BS all over it.
Nice. Where was it shot?
It was shot on what's the beach called? It's like the big beach.
Ocean Beach?
Yeah, Ocean Beach.
Yeah, so if you go to Ocean Beach, you can be in the same spot where
Exactly.
this album cover
And in
was shot.
fact, a wave bombarded me and took my jacket.
Nice. It's like going to Abbey Road.
Sure, yeah. Sure.
It's just like that.
It's the same significance for sure.
So this is a cool album. We have some interesting stories for today. Some very interesting stories in the tech world, as always. Starting with, we've all been waiting for this for a very long time. It's finally out. My Twitter mutual, Leopold Aschenbrenner, finally dropped his 13F for the first quarter of 2026. And we have a drop on this. drops.mts.now/Leopold. While we're plugging, yeah, be sure to join the chat at discord.gg/mtslive and sign in on Discord, and then you can talk in live chat, and we will actually be able to see what you're saying, and we might react to it. So,
You're not a real monitor unless you're in the Discord chat.
You're not a real monitor unless you're in the Discord chat at discord.gg/mtslive. But here's our drop for the day. Drops on mts.now/Leopold. So Situational Awareness LP is now worth almost $14 billion. That's a lot of money.
It's a little bit of money for
That's
sure.
up 148%. So like 2.5x compared to the quarter before. And I don't think they've raised any new capital. So this is like insane. We can take a look at their other filings. In Q4 of 2024, they had $250 million. Paltry, $250 million. And now it's all the way up to $14 billion. So it's in the first quarter, he quadrupled the fund and then doubled it and then doubled it again and then added like 25%, and then 2.5x'd it. This is quarter over quarter, by the way. This isn't year over year.
Insane work.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So let's take a look at some of these changes. He added a bunch of puts on VanEck, ETF Trust. What is VanEck? VanEck. Oh, it's just a fund manager. NVIDIA, Oracle, Broadcom, AMD, Micron, TSMC, and ASML. So a lot of people are speculating, oh, does Leopold think the entire tech industry is going to collapse? Seems quite unlikely that Leopold would think that. More likely this is some sort of hedging, some sort of risk management. Not something we should be concerned about. What else did we add? Oh, we can't click into it. What did we double down on? Bitfarms, CleanSpark, Riot Platforms. So what are these companies? Bitfarms.
Riot. Oh, what is
Not
it?
Riot like Valorant.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. This
Yeah.
is this specializes in the development of large-scale data centers and Bitcoin mining operations, not to be confused with Riot Games.
So Bitfarms has rebranded as Keel Infrastructure, KEEL, a digital infrastructure and energy company that builds and operates vertically integrated state-of-the-art data centers. So it's a data center company. What is CleanSpark? It's a data center company.
Mm-hmm.
What is Riot? Riot Platforms. It is a data center company. What is IREN? IREN is a software company that Yeah, they do data centers, hyperscale contracts and stuff. So yeah, it's just like these are all like mid-sized data center companies.
Yeah.
Applied Digital.
They design, build, and operate data centers.
Yeah, so it's just like, data center companies that operate data centers or the software within them.
Yes.
BitDeer. What is BitDeer? Cryptocurrency company and mining platform. So yeah, I think Leopold is betting that a lot of the companies that currently do Bitcoin are going to, if you're in crypto, pivot to AI. They're going to do that. And then, of course, CoreWeave, which we've talked about, Intel, and SanDisk, which are much more famous. And oh, cool. When you click into each stock, you can see the performance since it was first disclosed. So that's pretty good.
Nice.
He's exited his entire position in Intel calls, which makes sense since Intel has run up so much. Lumentum Holdings, telecom equipment, optical and photonic products, Cipher mining.
Cipher mining.
It's probably Bitcoin mining.
Yep, it's Bitcoin mining.
EQT Corp, which does pipeline transport for natural gas. Coherent makes optical materials, semiconductors, and laser equipment. Tower Semiconductor, a lot of these ones. And trimmed his position in CoreWeave calls, Bloom Energy, Core Scientific, and Solaris Energy Infras. So Leopold remains very bullish. Semiconductors. I don't know if that many people actually know Leopold's backstory. Like, all they know is that he's this like very young guy who is, kind of a whiz kid in the finance industry and has made himself a lot of money. He is very young. He's like 24.
25?
No, he's like 23 or 24.
I thought he was 25, Leopold.
No.
Age. Oh, wait, no, he is 24.
Yeah. So, incredible. Basically, what happened was Leopold has always been this like extremely agentic kind of live player, power-seeking guy. He grew up in Germany. He was born and grew up in Germany. I think he's just like a German guy. He speaks perfect English, so must have learned young. He went to Columbia young, like as a teenager, and then graduated at the age of 19 as the valedictorian, which is like insane, by the way, to be like the valedictorian of like an Ivy.
Yeah, insane.
So he was 19. While at Columbia, he got really into effective altruism and economics. He wrote an econ paper while at Columbia called I think it was called Existential Risk and Growth. Yeah, Existential Risk and Growth, which was written by Leopold and Phil Trammell, who was another economist in like 2020-ish. And Tyler Cowen actually discovered this paper and was so blown away by it that he was like, who is this? This is like a, good PhD dissertation at MIT. But it wasn't a PhD dissertation. It was like a paper written by an undergrad who was like 17, 18, 19 years old at the time at Columbia. So Tyler Cowen scouted this guy, got him in Emergent Ventures, got him on Twitter, got him connected with all of the other people in the Tyler Cowen verse. And from there, he started out doing research for the Global Priorities Institute, which was an effective altruism organization. And then from that, he made his way into finance at FTX. And he became like one of the top guys working on the FTX Future Fund. He made like a huge amount of grants while at the FTX Future Fund, which was basically like a philanthropic organization run by FTX that focused on like long-term effective altruist type plays, like basically donations and grants that will improve humanity's long-term future the most. And it was run by Leopold along with Will McCaskill, who was a founder of Effective Altruism, who was previously married to Amanda Askell of Anthropic. It was also co-run by Avital Balwit. Avital Balwit is the chief of staff to Dario Almodee at Anthropic now. So she's at Anthropic, and Leopold and Avital are engaged now.
Invite us to the wedding.
Yeah, invite us to the wedding. So the Future Fund made a bunch of grants. Leopold is doing all this stuff at the age of like 20, which is crazy. And FTX blew up, and Leopold failed upwards in that he started writing about AI alignment in 2022-23, and then joined OpenAI's super alignment team in 2023. So he worked on the weak to strong generalization paper, which was like a big deal, which showed that like you could have alignment behavior that generalizes from weaker systems to stronger ones. Like you could have weaker AI systems supervise stronger AI systems and can keep having aligned behavior, which is a big deal. Then he started to get sort of national security pilled. He wrote like a memo about possible industrial espionage by China, and he like shared the memo for external review to a couple of people, and OpenAI considered that to be leaking, and they fired him. And then super alignment blew up a little bit later. So Leopold then failed up again. So going from Columbia Valedictorian to like the Oxford Global Priorities Institute to FTX Future Fund to OpenAI. And then after he left OpenAI, he spent like a month or two writing this piece called Situational Awareness, which was a kind of forecasting document predicting the following decade. This is written in June 2024, so almost 2 years ago now. The idea behind this doc was like if you just extrapolate AI progress naively a few years in the future, AI will be extremely powerful. It will have huge national security implications, and it will be the most important thing to ever happen. And then he founded this hedge fund, Situational Awareness LP, that was backed by the Collison brothers, by Nat Friedman and Daniel Gross. I think they have like a list of anchor investors about who funded Situational Awareness LP. Yeah, that's it. Patrick Collison, John Collison, Nat Friedman, Daniel Gross. Those are the publicly disclosed investors of Situational Awareness LP. So Situational Awareness LP raised hundreds of millions of dollars in 2024 and is now worth many billions. It's actually worth a lot more than this. Remember, these are only the publicly disclosed holdings. So Leopold has about 14 billion in publicly disclosed holdings. He also has a big stake in Anthropic, presumably. There are a lot of other AI startups out there. Situational Awareness has been involved in funding rounds of companies that have done really well. So the real holdings of Situational Awareness are probably something more like 20 or 25 billion.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah, so insane. That's Leopold's backstory. We also have an explainer video from one of our favorite guys here, friend of the show, Pleometric. Pulling that up.
This is just the best way to learn.
Leopold Aschenbrenner's hedge fund just filed its 13F. Here's a summary of how it varies the situation. Let's start with the ads. He's piling into semiconductor picks and shovels. New puts on ASML, he added to Intel, he added to AMD, added to SanDisk, which was already one of his biggest longs. He started the semiconductor ETF, SMH, Taiwan Semiconductor, Micron. He added Corning, plus new puts on Corning and ASML long, NVIDIA, memory fabs, lithography. Basically, if you're building AGI, you need silicon, and he's buying every link in that chain. But here's what's interesting. He opened a brand new put on Infosys, and that means he thinks AI eats Indian IT outsourcing. Coding agents replace the offshore dev shop. Yeah, and Aschenbrenner is shorting the labor side of the AI trade. On top of that, he didn't touch his energy core. He's holding his Bloom Energy calls for Petro, PSI, Industrial Solutions, Babcock, and Wilcox. He's holding all of these as they are the energy backbone of the AI trade. And on top of it, he's rotating into silicon. Now let's see the cuts. He dumped CoreWeave calls, sold down Bloom Energy, Common Core, Scientific, and EQT, Killer to Pillar Realty, Lumentum, Hut 8, Solaris Energy, Tower Semiconductor, EQT calls, Liberty Energy, and Coherent, all the way to zero or near it. He's taking profits on the Bitcoin miner to AI data center trade. These names ran, and now he's rotating. Yeah, he is also consolidating his energy bets into fewer names. So in short, he's done with the Bitcoin miner pivot trade. The energy backbone stays, some names cut, others held, and now he's stacking semiconductors. Phase 2, the silicon and death of services labor part, is just starting. Let's see if he keeps being aware of the situation. Yeah, Leopold Aschenbrenner's hedge fund.
To data center pipeline.
He seems to be very bullish on a lot of things.
Yeah, just very, very bull in general. Great place to be when you have $13 billion in your fund.
Pleo says this was a test. I'm somewhat happy with the result. Babes,
We are too.
wake up.
We are too, Pleo.
New Leopold update dropped. Which buttons do I need to press in the Robinhood app to escape the permanent underclass? Let me say, guys, where's the undo button on Robinhood? So that's our story on Leopold. I hope you enjoyed hearing about Leopold's backstory, which is, in my opinion, super interesting.
Yeah.
He's a friend of the show. Friend of friends of the show. We also have stories about, as usual, AI is unpopular, right? This is like theme of 2026 is like AI is a big deal. AI is getting to become a real big deal in the real world, as opposed to the last few years when it was sort of like an abstract, almost academic thing. That's another theme. And then another theme is AI is unpopular. People hate AI, broadly speaking. Like 70% of the American public really doesn't like it. It's very bipartisan. It happens on the left slightly more than the right, but it's not a very politically polarized issue.
It's not even like an age issue. It's like pretty segmented, like across all demographic lines.
Yeah. So Eric Schmidt used to be the CEO of Google from 2001 to 2011, and then he was the executive chairman of Google and of Alphabet. He's the CEO of Relativity Space, which is an aero company. He's got like $50 billion. He also co-wrote a book along with Henry Kissinger called The Age of AI in 2021. It was him, Henry Kissinger, and Daniel Huttenlocher, who was the dean of the College of Computing at MIT. Kissinger is another incredibly impressive live player.
That was one of the livest players.
Incredibly live
Truly.
player. Our friend Young Macro, friend of the show, his profile picture is young Henry Kissinger.
I thought that was him.
No. It's young Henry Kissinger.
Yeah. It's like when people joke about growing Daniel and they're like, wait, why does young Steve Jobs look like growing Daniel?
Yeah. So Kissinger is an unbelievably live guy. I think like a lot of politicians, people in politics and diplomacy get super boomered out and they have sort of the same idea their entire life. But not Kissinger. Kissinger was always changing and evolving and updating with the evidence all the way until the very end of his life. I think the last meeting Kissinger ever took was with like Chinese diplomats in 2023. That's right. He met with Xi Jinping personally in Beijing in July 2023 at the age of 100 to talk about mostly AI in July 2023, like 2 or 3 months after GPT-4 came out. Like the prescience that this guy had at this age is a combo that you like never ever see.
Being into AI, like being AGI filled at the age of 100.
I know.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, Kissinger is one of those guys who is like old forever.
Yeah, from old like Bernie.
Yeah, some like Bernie Sanders. Yeah, like some guys just become old at like 50 and then just stay the same age for like 50 years. Like Larry David.
It's just their brand. Their
It
brand is being like old guy.
Yeah, look at this. This is Larry David in probably like the 80s, and he's already an old guy.
Yeah, Noam Chomsky as well. It's just like, yeah, these are old guys, man.
Yeah, I mean, do you know the one photo of like Noam Chomsky looking extremely old? Yeah, that. And it's like, this is what it feels like to be 30. This is actually what it feels like to be 21 years old, by the way.
No, not 21. 21 is like young. 22 is washed.
No, 21 is old. When you like go back to like college and hang out with your friends from college and you're like, oh my God, I'm like senior age. I'm like grad age. Holy crap. I'm onk. It's over for me. Holy digression. So Power to the People at Proud Socialist says, the kids are all right. Former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, gets booed every time he mentions AI during his commencement speech at University of Arizona. This generation just may save humanity after all. So let's take a look at the video.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence.
The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. He keeps saying artificial intelligence out loud.
We need a woke way to say AI. Like, we need like I don't know what it would be. It's like supplemental intelligence. What could we do that would be like non-scary?
Just generally speaking, you need a way to sell AI that appeals to the broad public. Like, I think Spencer Pratt, for example, is really good at this. He is like a Republican who's running for office in an incredibly deep blue city and is doing quite well. He's not the front runner projected to win, but he is second most likely behind incumbent mayor Karen Bass. And his whole thing is just like pointing at very obvious problems and saying like, it doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to live like this. Like, he never ever talks about national political issues or being a Republican or whatever. It's just very unwise to polarize things when you can avoid it.
Yep. We were discussing prior to the stream the concept of a hypothetical green GPT that would be like an ecologically friendly AI. I don't know what would make it feasible. Like, you know, the search engine that would plant a tree whenever you would ask a question.
Ecosia.
Something like that. Yeah. But it's also like, what if, I don't know, it's like unionized trades, data centers or whatever. I don't know what you could add to make it more woke, if you have any ideas for woke GPT.
I think woke GPT is just like Gemini. No, I mean, I think like woke GPT would have to be like, you know, our data centers are powered like exclusively by like renewable energy, and they're built in like communities that approve to them and are getting paid like a dividend, and all that.
I actually had a tweet about woke data centers. Like, if you could make them like net zero, which I'm not sure if is possible.
It is possible.
But also,
just
I
nuclear.
think that if woke was truly woke, if woke locked in, they would be so pro-orbital data centers because they are like they're not on the ground. They're not going to cause ecological harm in the way we understand.
I think they just have sort of poor understanding of concepts related to ecological harm. Like, you see these like think piece articles written about like, you know, disturbing the biosphere of the moon or whatever. Like, why would we mess with the moon? The moon is like nature.
The
no, it
biosphere?
Isn't.
Hold on.
No
what does bio mean?
Yeah, exactly. There's no life on the moon. It's a bunch of rocks, right? Like, we don't have to keep everything in the world, in the universe, exactly the same forever. And in fact, we shouldn't keep everything in the universe exactly the same forever. But let's see what else Eric Schmidt said.
Oh. Aw.
What?
Wait, that's kind of a crazy analogy.
Was he, though? He says choose the perspective of various people, including the immigrant who came to this country to make it better. Did he even mention AI?
Is he likening the arrival of AI to the arrival of immigrants?
I think it is kind of a profound comparison, like high skill immigration and AI. Like, it displaces jobs. It is net good for the economy in the long run. The populace can't see that. They see sort of the immediate effects of change and things looking different from the way they did before, and displacement of certain jobs, and they conclude that it's bad and needs to be stopped. When in the long run, it is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think like.
But it's a very silly point to make too. Like,
it's a silly point considering there's probably immigrants and sons and daughters of immigrants on like in this room.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
So a little crazy, but I get that he's just trying to find something positive for the crowd, but don't know how that's going to be done.
Yeah. I don't know. As the great grandson of immigrants, as a fourth generation immigrant myself,
as part of the most oppressed group in this nation, gingers.
Yeah, as a first generation immigrant to the state of California, I actually do think that like this comparison has some weight, but like it's not a very PR friendly thing to do. I wouldn't have said this.
Nope.
This is so funny. This is a screenshot of Google's AI overview. This is a screenshot of like the Gemma AI overview. Do you see it? Do you see the font?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh my God. Clocked your ass.
Yeah.
I don't think like he even in the Epstein files? No, he was in the Epstein files because like Epstein invited him to dinner once in 2013 and he declined. And that was it.
Interesting.
Yeah. You can just like this is sort of one of those like PR weapons that you can do. I think in like 2020 it was like calling someone racist, and it was like there's just nothing you can do about that. And now in 2026 it's you're in the Epstein files. When
L plus ratio plus you were in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
Plus
like,
log off.
Exactly.
You know who has moved the needle more on techno optimism than any of these people could is just the Pope.
We'll cover that in a bit.
Yeah. That was supposed to be a smooth transition, but...
Well, I want to see the rest of this.
Okay.
This is also Google's AI overview. That is a terrible line.
Bro.
That's so bad.
He's
sounds
like negative clip farming.
That must be taken out of context, right? You are surrendering your, or maybe he's saying you're surrendering your agency if you don't use AI.
Like possibly.
Yeah, which would be like defensible, but still a little too adversarial. I think like AI people need to work on messaging. You've seen maybe 1% of what is to come. Look, I just think that past generations of young people were much more in favor of change in general than current generations of young people. I think like Gen Z today is kind of generally afraid of change, broadly speaking.
Well, I don't think so. I think on social issues, they're very pro-change. It's
like
just
which
that,
social
like,
issues?
Everything, right? Like general like activism for minority groups, etc. Or like
well, a lot of this stuff is like status quo. Like gay marriage, for example, is status quo and has been for 10 years.
That's fair, yeah. So I think it's like perceived change. Like they perceive they are very willing to dedicate time to thinking about like these social issues that they think are not status quo. But when it comes to like industry and economic reform,
exactly, technological change.
Yeah.
If you don't care about science, that's okay.
Okay, bro. If you don't care about science, that's okay.
Dude, why is he
way too condescending?
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh my God. If you don't care about science, that's okay. AI is going to touch everything else.
Well,
as well.
why is he getting rage baited? It's your job as somebody who's giving a commencement speech to not get rage baited by the audience.
Well, in fairness, I think like most receptions to most commencement speeches are more positive than this.
Fair. Yeah, but he is. Yeah.
Whatever path you choose, AI will be a part of how work is done.
You know, like if I'm giving this speech and I start hearing the first boo, I just am pulling out a note card and going with my like second, you know, my backup speech.
Yeah.
That's just about like, oh, you know,
you're going out
follow
into the
your
world.
dreams or something. Like,
yeah.
If you want to learn something entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can.
Yeah, that's actually like entirely true and correct.
Yeah.
Now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish.
Oh God. Oh God. What
I don't
college
like that
was this?
phrase.
What college was this?
University of Arizona. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts you could never accomplish on your own.
Yeah, you see, this is just not what they want to hear.
That's condescending. It's not the parts you could never accomplish on your own. Like, you can do busy work if you want to. It's the parts that you don't want to accomplish on your own. It's like exactly that, like, your job in the future will be easier because of AI. You will be able to focus more on the parts of your job that you like.
Let's see, University of Arizona enrollment by...
Oh, this is my least favorite part. If someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat, you just get on. Like, I think this... People like to feel as though they have agency over their future. And people don't like it when you make it sound like there's this big, scary change happening, it's inevitable, and it will change everything about your life.
Yeah,
Even when the big, inevitable, scary change is probably going to be a good thing.
He's basically making the argument that you will have agency over your life, but the prerequisite is that you join the, the AI hype, the AGI pill, like, hype train. And then he's basically saying, like, if you don't do that, then L. Yeah. But if you do, then your future, like, a good future is promised for you, which I think is the wrong way to go about things.
Certainly. So, like, if we were actually, like, if I was Eric Schmidt, if you were Eric Schmidt giving a commencement speech to grads at University of Arizona who you know are going to be, by default, anti-AI, like, what do you say to them?
Yeah.
Without scaring them?
You know what I think is interesting as well? Like, at least at my school, I feel like it probably began to be, like, segmented by the pro-AI versus anti-AI crowds in some way. Like, I think the CS kids and maybe some of the business majors were all in their own sort of group, and then everyone else was sort of more on the anti-AI side. And I think that this, like, segmentation by major is probably really interesting. Like, I doubt the CS kids sitting in this stadium were booing. Or do you think they were?
Probably not, because for CS kids, like, you kind of have to use AI. Well,
right.
I do know some CS kids at UF who I knew who were anti-AI, but they don't hate technology. Like, you can't hate technology and be a CS major.
Exactly.
At most, you'll be sort of like a retro technologist where you might not like AI, but you are still, like, using computers all the time because you have to as a computer scientist. And you have to be using technology that didn't exist 20 or 30 years ago. Like, you have to be using Git. You have to be using Linux. You have to be using Python and C. Yeah, I know C existed more than 30 years ago, but the others did not. And so, like, there's sort of a maximum limit of how anti-tech you can be as a CS major, but not so if you are an education major, what would another example be? I think education major seems like the canonical, like, very anti-AI major.
Yeah.
Humanities.
I think probably
arts.
most liberal, I mean, definitely, like, writing. Writing in English.
I think the models are not that good at writing yet. They are good at coding, like, by any reasonable standard.
Like, what I imagine is that writing in English is kind of a pipeline into journalism, usually. Like, just purely practically, what are your job opportunities? Usually that. And that is definitely getting, like, majorly slashed.
Yeah.
So.
But then again, there's, independent media outlets that are that benefit from AI. Can you think of any?
Dramatic irony.
Yeah. I don't get the whole, like, power to the people, proud socialist. If I was a proud socialist, like, I would be, like, extremely bullish on AI because it's, like, the only thing that can make socialism work.
So true.
Yeah.
Shout out my left accelerationists.
Yeah. Fully automated luxury gay space communism is the only kind of communism that I would be okay with. That most people would benefit from. I don't understand. Like, the leftists used to be so pro-tech. They used to be so optimistic about it. They used to talk about saving labor, for example. They used to encourage advances in industry that save time for the working man, or that allowed more productivity in agriculture so that people could benefit more from inputs to the technology that they depend on. And now they are sort of focused on like preserving jobs rather than increasing living standards, which seems like a very poorly optimized goal, right? Like the typical leftist organization is much more focused on like keeping dock workers in place in like the port of Los Angeles to get paid $300,000 a year in like the most inefficient port in the world, rather than just ensuring that these people have a high standard of living wherever they go and making the port more efficient so that everyone else can benefit from it.
Yeah. Like social safety nets, public wealth fund. There's like so many, I don't know, there's so much that we could do creatively. And not just be mad at autonomous vehicles, you know?
So this is, I guess, Jason Calacanis tweets the longer version of Eric Schmidt's commencement speech. I know what many of you are feeling about that. I can hear you. There's a fear. Machines are coming, the jobs are evaporating, climate is breaking, politics is fractured.
This just feels so like the wrong direction for a commencement speech, because he's basically like, this is like an ad for AI, basically.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is an important topic, and he is correct about it, but it's just so poorly
But why are you
executed.
shilling? Like, at least be like, you know, oh, you guys are going into the workforce. Like, have you seen Steve Jobs' commencement speech?
Yeah.
It was Stanford, right?
Yes. I mean, it was the greatest commencement speech of all time.
Yeah, like, because he was like, what you do during a commencement speech is you make people aware of how their opportunities are just going to, you know, skyrocket from here, or you give them hope. It's hope core, but like, you don't just shill AI.
You don't just shill AI. I think he did try to be hope core, but it wasn't executed well.
Yeah.
Consider science. AI is accelerating scientific research, designing new molecules, running simulations. AI solved the protein folding problem and will do antibiotics and cancer treatments.
Why isn't he saying Demis Hassabis and his very, you know, talented team used AI
That's right.
to solve the protein folding? Why is he saying AI solved protein folding? My brother, where are your
that's
optics?
a good point. That's a good
Where
point.
are your optics?
It is good optics to talk about humans using AI to be more productive and do more, rather than saying AI has replaced humans in doing this.
Yeah.
That's great. But you know who else has talked about AI recently? I'm stealing your segue. It's the Pope.
Okay.
Pope Leo the 14th is publishing an encyclical. If you are not a Catholic, an encyclical is a letter written by the Pope to the bishops of the Catholic Church and to all people of goodwill concerning the Church's doctrine. So the Pope is, of course, the leader of the Catholic Church and sets the tone of the Church's doctrine for the duration of his papacy. So his encyclical is Magnifica Humanitas, which in Latin means magnificent humanity. It is the 135th anniversary of Rerum Novarum, which was Pope Leo XIII's encyclical on labor and capital, written during the First Industrial Revolution. So popes have always been sort of on top of the technological changes of their day. I mean, like in history, like in the Middle Ages, popes were actually setting some of these changes because they were actively involved in like the politics of Europe. They ran the papal states. They would like fight with kings, but that's a different story. The Pope has actually not ruled any territory since the 1870s. When was the end of the papal states? 1870, yeah. So Pope Leo XIV, when you become the Pope, you get to choose a papal name. You can choose an original name that hasn't been chosen before, like Francis, or you can choose a name that has been chosen before by popes. So Cardinal Robert Prevost, when he became the Pope, chose the papal name Leo XIV after Leo XIII, specifically because of this encyclical written by him on labor and capital. The idea being that we are once again going through a time of tremendous technological change, and this will be one of the themes of Leo's papacy.
Yeah. He was a former math major. I didn't know that.
Oh, that's right. He went to Villanova.
My technical goat.
Yep. He was born in Chicago and grew up in a suburb. He's got a bunch. Yeah, he's of French, Italian, Spanish, and Louisiana Creole descent. His father was a World War II vet. Yeah, so he grew up, working class in Illinois. He was a missionary in Peru for a long time. He became a bishop of Chiclayo in Peru. And then he was chosen as the Pope. And nobody expected this to happen. He was a total dark horse.
Yeah.
He wasn't even in the top 10 or 20 on Polymarket.
I think his odds were at 3%. But there were a few people, a few super forecasters that were able to get it.
How were they possibly able to do that?
It
must just be of all of the zillions of forecasters out there, some of them must have got it by chance.
Yeah.
So one of the people speaking at the ceremony where they present the document is Chris Olah, who is the co-founder of Anthropic and the head of interpretability at Anthropic and an interpretability pioneer in general, which is interesting. Anthropic is, of course, very concerned with the societal impacts of AI and very concerned with their messaging around AI. I guess more so than Eric Schmidt. I do notice that, I think the anti-AI people seem to hate AI, or the anti-AI people seem to hate Anthropic less. You never hear them talking about Dario Amodei as an evil billionaire.
They might not know who he is.
No, I think they know. Well,
you think so?
I think if you do any amount of research, you'll see, what are the AI tools that people are using? Is ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. Oh, what's Claude? It's made by a company named Anthropic. Who's the CEO of Anthropic? Dario.
Sure. I don't see it against Gemini that much either.
Well, you see anti-Google stuff because Google's a big company. It's a big target. So Pope Leo, the Pope has warned priests not to use chatbots to write their homilies and expressed concern for AI's potential effect on children's intellectual and neurological development. So we will see how pro or anti-AI this encyclical is. Usually they're pretty nuanced. These are also really long documents. This one's supposed to be 30,000 words.
Wow.
Which is 100 pages. So it's a whole dissertation, basically.
Wow. It is the Pope is kind of EA pilled, it seems. Him choosing Anthropic for this is kind of a big deal. Or choosing to speak with an Anthropic representative.
I mean, did he choose Anthropic or did Anthropic choose this? Do you think DeepMind and OpenAI were thinking about sending people to speak with the Pope about AI?
They may not have been, but that's bearish. This is I think truly an interesting moment and honestly will be a win.
I hope so. Well, I really hope he doesn't scare the entire, global faithful Catholic population into hating AI. I think hopefully it will be more nuanced.
I wonder if
than this.
there's some sort of religious demographic data on different religions' support for AI.
I don't know about religions. Actually, let's take a look at that.
Let's see if there's anything.
Is there any research on support for AI / feelings on AI split by religion, either globally or in the US? Prioritize very recent data if possible. So there are about 1.4 billion Catholics in the world. That's the entire population of China or India.
Catholics or Christians?
Catholics. There are 2 billion Christians.
Okay.
So the Catholic population of the world includes much of Europe, Spain, Italy, Poland, Ireland. It includes almost all of Latin America. So that's like
Shout
these
out.
huge countries. Shout out, yeah. All these huge countries: Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia. Shout out. It includes vast swaths of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, are Catholic. It includes the Philippines, and then of course there are Catholics spread out all over the world. So like there are actually a lot of Catholics in like Syria, in Lebanon, in South Korea,
Yeah, Korea.
in Canada, in the United States, of course. Okay, so Ben Unglu surveyed adults and Protestant pastors. 1 in 3 U.S. adults say AI spiritual advice is as trustworthy as advice from a pastor.
What? That's surprising.
Roughly 4 in 10 practicing Christians say AIs help with prayer, Bible study, or spiritual growth. Actually, I've been getting kind of into like Hinduism recently, like Hindu lore.
Oh, Hinduism is great.
Not in a religious way, like not in like a faithful devotional way, but just like it's an interesting
Theological studies way.
I like theological
in
studies.
in like an autism way.
In an autism way, yeah.
Yeah.
So Claude has been really helpful with explaining various concepts of Hinduism to me, and in addition to YouTube and Wikipedia and sort of traditional organic human-made sources. But it's not like I have access to like a Hindu religious leader or tutor at all times to help me out with this stuff.
Yep. So
Claude is very helpful. Okay, practicing Christians are more positive than the general public on AI's upside. 62% say AI is making the world better, and 66% say AI is improving their lives. This is actually not surprising to me. I think like most Christians are generally like optimistic people, which includes being more pro-technology.
I think it's like there's nothing in Christian religious texts that particularly bars against something like AI.
Yeah, and I mean some denominations of Christianity are like extremely pro-AI, like for example Mormons.
Are they?
Yeah.
Why?
I think Mormonism might be like I think Mormonism has like a doctrine about humans. How do I say this? Mormon doctrine includes like human empowerment and godhood in a way that like other Christian denominations don't. So like if you are, if you live well, you will become something like a god and have like planets to rule in the afterlife.
Yeah. So a survey of 514 U.S. Latter-day Saints found Mormons generally are more optimistic about AI than the American baseline. And it's true what you said. The doctrine teaches that humans are literal spirit children of God, who through eternal progression can become like God. Wait, kind of like based Mormon W.
I know. I think Mormonism is one of my favorite branches of Christianity for this reason. It's very interesting. I actually tweeted about Mormons yesterday and it got a bunch of likes. This is actually I'll bring it up for a banger review because it was really interesting. I had no idea. I was wondering why the Mormons decided to settle in Utah rather than California, which was still mostly uninhabited and is obviously a better place than Utah. And it turns out they actually did do this. There was a Mormon pioneer named Sam Brannan who led 238 Mormons to the small town of Yerba Buena. They actually arrived, I think 2 days after the U.S. Navy captured it from Mexico during the Mexican-American War. So SF from 1846 to 1848 was a Mormon majority city. And they arrived in California before the first Mormons arrived in Utah. So this guy, Sam Brannan, tried to convince the Mormon church leader, Brigham Young, to get him to bring the Mormons to California, but Young refused because California was too good, and he wanted to create a Mormon state. So you can't create your own Mormon theological state if you have people who are not Mormon moving in all the time.
Yep.
And Brigham Young was right. Yeah, Utah remained majority Mormon until only 20 years ago and is still about 40% Mormon today. California is only 2% Mormon today, so they would not have been able to maintain a majority there. So Sam Brannan became enormously wealthy. He owned the first newspaper in San Francisco called the California Star. He was the first to popularize the gold rush. He owned a store in Sutter's Fort, which is now Sacramento, which was near Sutter's Mill, which is where gold was discovered during the gold rush. So when gold was discovered, there were a bunch of Mormons around already. This guy, Sam Brennan, bought out the state's entire supply of picks, shovels, and pans for like 15 cents each, 20 cents each. And then he literally ran through the streets of San Francisco shouting, "Gold, gold on the American River." And so all of these speculators went to go buy all of these picks and shovels. And guess who owned literally the only store in the California Valley in 1848 that sold picks and shovels? It was Sam Brannan. So he was able to sell these for, he bought them for like 20 cents. He sold them for $15. So like 100x markup almost. Incredible. And he became enormously wealthy from this. He created SF's first private vigilante group called the Committee of Vigilance, I think. Committee of Vigilance, yeah. Which is a vigilante group. There was a bunch of crime in San Francisco in the 1850s because you had all of these like miners coming in, all of these like rough pioneer men. So of course they were committing crimes. And this guy Sam Brannan like organized the local militia to like hang people who they accused of committing crimes. And it did work. Like the crime rate went way down. But it was kind of like a moral panic thing, and it got a little bit out of hand. They did kill a bunch of people. He also founded the town of Calistoga in Napa Valley and built the first big resort in Napa, and Brannan Street in Soma was named after him. So I thought this was really interesting.
That is very interesting.
I didn't know any of this stuff until yesterday. I posted it. It got a few likes.
Apparently, AI will not be used to generate images of Jesus Christ or the Heavenly Father is like a line that's drawn in Mormonism, or I guess just in general.
Well, a lot of religions have rules about generating depictions of things, right?
Yeah.
Like, you shall not make graven idols in Judaism and Christianity.
Yep.
And Islam takes us even farther, where in most denominations of Islam, you are not allowed to depict the Prophet Muhammad or other major religious figures visually at all, because it's considered idolatry. Mm-hmm. But if you want to depict actionable insights from your data, then you need to take a look at our sponsors. That's right. We have an ad read.
Hell yeah. Ad nuke.
Ad
pull up the picture.
nuke.
Pull up the picture.
Ad nuke. We have to switch to just me. To just me. Yeah. You're in back-to-back meetings all day. You're trying to monitor the situation. You're nodding like you're following along. That's where Granola comes in. Granola is an AI-powered notepad for meetings. You jot down whatever messy notes you take anyway, and in the background, Granola is quietly turning it all into something a real adult would write. No bots crashing your calls, just a clean little notepad that does the heavy lifting so you can focus. During or after the call, you can actually chat with your notes. Ask Granola to pull out action items, help you negotiate your next raise, draft a follow-up email, or coach you. Try it once and going back to your old system feels deranged. Head to granola.ai/MTS and get 3 months free with the code granola.ai/MTS. That's granola.ai/MTS. At every founder dinner in SF, everyone's talking about models and data. Nobody's talking about the real bottleneck in AI adoption. It's the connective tissue, the layer between your models, agents, APIs, and context. Kong gives you the platform to power and govern that connectivity. The control tower that governs your traffic, cuts your costs, and sets guardrails for agent-to-agent interactions. Without it, you're not monitoring the situation. The situation is monitoring you. The infra decisions you make in the next 12 months determine whether you're shipping in the agentic era or posting through it from the sidelines. Because when AI traffic scales 100x, the companies without proper connectivity and governance don't just slow down, they break. Kong manages all of your AI traffic in motion, giving you the full picture regardless of traffic type and adding a governance layer regardless of model, agent, or architecture. Fortune 500s run on it, AI native startups ship on it. If you're serious about AI, visit konghq.com. If you're monitoring the situation in enterprise engineering, here's the question worth asking. Want to accelerate enterprise software development velocity by 5x? You need Blitzy, the only autonomous software development platform built for enterprise code bases. Your engineers declare their intent and define the project a new feature, refactor, or greenfield build. Blitzy agents first ingest and map your entire code base, then the platform generates a bespoke agent action plan for your team to review and approve. Once approved, Blitzy gets to work, autonomously generating hundreds of thousands of lines of validated end-to-end tested code. More than 80% of the work completed in a single run. Blitzy is not generating code, it is developing software at the speed of compute. Your engineers review, refine, and ship. This is how Fortune 500 companies are compressing multi-month projects into a single sprint, accelerating engineering velocity by 5x. Experience Blitzy firsthand at blitzy.com. That's blitzy.com. This episode is brought to you by Merge, the connective layer for production AI. Look, I DoorDash Chipotle probably more than I should, and the thing I've come to appreciate is that I never think about what's happening behind the scenes. I tap a few buttons and a burrito shows up. That's the bar. That's exactly the problem with building AI agents right now. The hardest part isn't the agent itself, it's everything around it. Connecting to the tools your team and customers rely on, letting agents take action with the right permissions, and keeping everything reliable and cost efficient once you're in production. Merge handles all of that for you. It connects agents to thousands of tools, handles permissions and LLM routing, and lets teams move faster without building it all themselves. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to move fast and build AI right. Visit merge.dev/MTS to start building for free. Quick word from our friends at AdQuick. I'm just trying to monitor the situation online as much as I can. Between the pop-ups, the autoplay video ads, and the sponsored posts, it's a miracle any of us see anything at all. That's why marketers are turning back to out-of-home. AdQuick unlocks the benefits of out-of-home advertising in a way no one else has. It's built for marketers with the engineering excellence you've come to expect from the internet. Out-of-home is one of the best ways to build brand awareness, reach new customers, and reinforce your brand message. It's just been hard to scale. With AdQuick, you can plan, deploy, and measure campaigns as easily as digital ads. Buy from 1,700 plus media owners in one place. Modernize your marketing at adquick.com. That's adquick.com. And we'll be right back with Greg Zathalis to talk about the Clarity Act. Yeah, I need to put my headphones on.
Oh yeah, headphones.
And so all right, we are live right now with Greg Zathalis, who leads legal and policy work at Multicoin. And we have some interesting crypto news to talk about today, which is the progression of the Clarity Act through Congress. So we're more AI and less crypto here. So we don't know a ton about what the Clarity Act is. And so for our audience, what is the Clarity Act?
Hey, Theo. Hey, Sophia. Thank you for having me on. So the Clarity Act is a bill that really draws its origins from about 12 years ago, work done in the New York Department of Financial Services to start to create frameworks for crypto intermediaries. We've seen a couple of iterations of bills that have been introduced in either the House of Representatives or the Senate, but the Clarity Act is the one that has gotten further than any other prior effort. It is a robust regulatory framework for what's called market structure. And at its base level, you can think about the Clarity Act as doing four core things. One is it actually creates a robust regulatory framework for intermediaries. Think trading platforms, brokers, dealers, custodians that touch digital assets. And it seats that regulatory authority principle at the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, the CFTC. To date, there have been 54 US states, the District of Columbia, and territories that have independently regulated digital asset intermediaries through a money transmission framework, which is somewhat poorly suited. So this brings that up to the federal level, and that's the first and most important thing that the Clarity Act does. Secondarily, it creates a disclosure framework for people who are launching tokens, and that improves information available in the market and general market quality. And then it also creates a token taxonomy. What is a security? What is a commodity? That helps people launch tokens and allows tokens to actually become more useful. And finally, it protects open source developers of non-custodial projects to be able to exercise their rights in developing software without fear of government overreach or enforcement actions. And we're pretty far along in the Clarity Act's process now.
So Polymarket thinks that it has a 64% chance of being signed into law in 2026. This seems kind of low. I thought the crypto people were very optimistic about its prospects. So do you think this probability is roughly correct? And what could derail it at this point?
Yeah, I think we're closer than ever to getting a bill. And it's important to note in the last Congress, the 118th Congress, the House did pass a bill, FIT 21. It was never taken up in the Senate. The House passed their version of the Clarity Act last July. And we saw in January the Agriculture Committee. In the Senate, it's separated into two bills. The Digital Commodity Intermediaries Act, which was in the Senate Agriculture Committee, and then the Digital Markets Clarity Act, which is in the Banking Committee. The ag portion of the bill got through committee in January, and then the banking portion of the bill got through committee just this past Thursday with a 15-9 vote, with Ruben Gallego of Arizona and Angela Alsobrooks of Maryland as two Democrats joining the 13 Republicans on the committee to advance that on a bipartisan basis out of the committee. There still are some possible road bumps or hiccups or hurdles that we've got to get through, and they're sort of denominated in four different areas. One is language around DeFi, those important protections of developers and non-custodial, non-controlled systems. We've seen in the last few weeks some law enforcement associations working with a handful of opponents to try and tighten up and peel back some of those important protections. So that's one area where a little more work has to be done. In addition, we've seen the banks coming out and opposing a very bank favorable deal on stablecoin yield, which was brokered by Tom Tillis, a Republican of North Carolina, and Senator Alsobrooks of Maryland on the Democrat side. And in addition, we still have some provisions in the agriculture portion of the bill, which was voted out of committee on a partisan basis, that have got to be folded back in, and there may be some additional negotiation there. But I think the principal area where the highest hurdle, if you will, that we've got to get across is conflicts of interest and ethics language, which are a priority for a number of Democrat senators that they want to see before we get to cloture and a floor vote. Those would principally relate to the ability of government officials and their direct families to be involved in crypto-based projects. And that has been a clear priority from the Democrat side for a while. It would apply to all government officials, or at least certainly elected government officials, were that to be adopted.
What kind of restrictions are they pursuing?
The idea that an elected official or their immediate family cannot, for example, launch a crypto project. And I think the examples that might come to mind are relatively obvious, although the two that are perhaps at the forefront, which would be the Trump and Melania tokens, were launched before they actually took office. But that type of thing or other projects have been targeted from the ire of those looking to advance the ethics provisions.
Right.
And I would note that supposedly last week there were rather robust negotiations going on around the ethics provisions. They were not jurisdictionally appropriate to appear in either the agriculture or the banking side. They sit within, I think, the Judiciary Committee, so those would be introduced on the floor, and they have not been publicly released as of yet. But I would say the poly market odds, 64%, 70%, what have you, that sounds about right. We won't coalesce or resolve to 100% until this hits the president's desk and gets hit with some wet ink. But I think that's probably around right. But I would note it's never been a higher likelihood of getting passed before now.
Right. So if this bill is regulating DeFi, at what point does it become a regulation of open source software, or even worse, a regulation of free speech?
So that's an important point is the bill actually carves out space for DeFi. Now, when we're talking about DeFi, something actually has to be decentralized in reality to be DeFi. But if you are a protocol that is decentralized, you are not regulated. And a truly decentralized protocol has never been regulated. The first government agency guidance around crypto came out in May 2013. And it looked directly at Bitcoin as an example of a convertible virtual currency network that wasn't administered and wasn't subject to regulation. And so that is carrying through by and large to what we're looking at in the bill, where it creates protections, particularly in Section 604, which is the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, as well as some other provisions in the ag and elsewhere in the banking bill, to try and protect the developers of systems that are decentralized. It also carves out space that's important for things like security councils and emergency measures and certain administrative controls, so long as those controls are either designed to respond specifically to imminent threats or are a component of decentralized governance. So these bills, what's important about them, again, is it regulates the intermediaries themselves. It doesn't seek to regulate protocols. Protocols, no. Intermediaries or administrators, yes. And that's an important distinction. It's also one where the industry needs to stay true to its cypherpunk roots and promote actual decentralization.
Great. So this will benefit like Coinbase, I assume, all these other like big players in the crypto industry.
Sophia, I couldn't quite hear you there. I think you might be on mute.
Oh, am I? I might have been. Sorry about that. Okay, curious if there's any other important legislations that in the crypto space that you're watching, or maybe any predecessors to this that were important.
Yeah, so the Genius Act, which was signed by the president last July, is the regulation of stablecoins. And I would argue the Market Structure Act is much more of a bear of a bill. It'll chalk in somewhere around 400 pages of text. if it's finalized on the Senate floor. But the Genius Act, in many ways, is a lot more important, particularly also if we think about the agentic AI community. Stablecoin legislation enables for the first time a solution to the old, everyone thinks of the 404 error, web page not found. Well, 402 is payment not found. We've never had a truly internet native form of payment. And while, yes, Bitcoin satisfies that, it's not particularly good for high velocity payments. Stable coins, although not really fully decentralized, because there's a central issuer, whether it's a Tether or Circle or what have you, stable coins are the greatest product market fit we've seen in crypto, and they will peel over into ordinary commerce, ordinary finance, and the new agentic world of AI, because they are quite simply the best form of payment for low latency, high speed, quick settlement, any dollar denomination you want, and low cost transactions. We've seen that peel in with companies like Visa and MasterCard employing stablecoin payments to settle back-end transactions. We're seeing it largely in the AI community right now, the agentic community, with a lot of foresight towards what AI agents are going to need to use to compensate each other. And I think the strong belief is that will settle onto stablecoin rails. And the Genius Act, which is currently being implemented, won't be fully implemented until next year. There's a lot of rulemaking that's going on. Treasury, OCC, Federal Reserve, FDIC are all pushing out rulemaking that's going on right now. But stablecoins really are one might say it's the Trojan horse of the crypto economy, forcing its introduction to the broader economy, whether that is the AI native one, the TradFi one, or the global commercial one. So that's really important. In addition, we're expecting the House Ways and Means Committee to introduce tax legislation, or at least a draft of it, at some point, or at least socializing it rather than introducing it sometime in the coming weeks, which is the other big legislative piece that's on the table after Genius and after Clarity's market structure bill.
Right. Well, hopefully Clarity is able to pass and preserve the U.S. dominance in crypto. Greg, thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Sophia.
And we'll be right back with Ethan Strauss and Adam Harday.
Hey Ethan, good to jump on.
Happy to be on.
Where are you calling in from? Where's home?
I'm in the suburbs of the Bay Area. I don't want to give too much away. I mean, you never know. People are crazy these days, but I'm in what they call the La Miranda area, which is right next to Oakland and Berkeley, but a world away.
I feel like that's interesting. Where it's like there's two types of writers. I feel like you have to be really careful with that sort of thing. One is like geopolitical writing, I would guess, right? That sort of political writing, and then sports. I don't think
Yeah.
tech
Well,
people really worry about it too much nowadays. I guess maybe with the AI boom and stuff.
yeah, look, I'm not any kind of famous celebrity that people are threatening, but I just always think about superstitiously how John Lennon said that he was living in the Dakota and he thought it was totally fine to say that in a publication. And as we all know, it was not fine to tell people about that. So I'm just superstitious. I don't want the specificity, even if I'm not a big shot who necessarily needs protection.
Lesson learned. Yeah, yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I know we only have a little bit here, so I want to get right into it. Do you want to, whatever, give a little background on yourself and what you focus on, and then we can jump into the silver article.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not great at doing any sort of elevator pitch for myself, but I can do it. I used to be a beat writer covering the Golden State Warriors. That meant I followed this great championship team around from city to city, covering sports in a very sportsy way. I stopped in 2021 because I wanted to talk about whatever the hell was on my mind, explore some of these cultural cross currents between sports and politics, the business world, and it's led to a, if I do say so myself, successful Substack on the topic.
Nice, awesome. Yeah, and I was my first time reading it. I definitely am not as deep in the NBA scene as like someone like Eric Tornberg. I know is a big NBA guy.
Oh yeah.
But excited to get into this because I think it is sort of a small point in the NBA or a big point in the NBA, but also connects to a lot of broader stuff. So do you want to break down maybe some of the high level points from the article, and then we can sort of get into it from there?
Sure, sure. I wrote effectively that the libs have turned on Adam Silver. Now, some of you don't follow sports out there. What I mean by that is this: the NBA has become politically coded, whereas you wouldn't think it would be, but somehow it has. We have this strange thing happening in our culture ever since the rise of social media where everything is a proxy war. And the NBA almost became a proxy for the Democratic Party. And so while it lost a lot of popularity over the last 10 years, the NBA finals are watched by about half the people who used to watch it. There was this defensive-ness on behalf of the NBA. Conservatives saw it as the archetypal woke league. There are reasons for that we could get into. And finally, because there are liberal NBA fans out there who have, let's say, grievances or are disgruntled about certain aspects of the sport for the sake of the sport, there's just been this long period where they didn't want to admit it because it was conservatively coded to make these complaints. And now we see in the Atlantic, Tim Alberta, who's not necessarily liberal, but not necessarily conservative, he is raising some of these points. And now people in prestige journalism, after celebrating the commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, as the great, wonderful, best commissioner, progressive commissioner, they're starting to turn on him. They're starting to hammer him, and they're starting to do so in many ways from the left.
And so do you, I guess, in that situation, and you're right about, the proxy war stuff, and pros and cons of being involved on the proxy side, right? Where things are going well and you lean into that and lean into the support from it. And then as we're talking about here, people turn on you when it's in their, no longer in their interest. What do you see sort of, what are maybe some top of mind examples of a decision or decisions that got made by Silver that you think are exemplary of sort of proxy lean? And
yeah.
what do you think? And then we can talk about the future a little bit, where you think you see things headed.
Yeah, I think the example to me that's the strongest example, it's not brought up often, but I thought it was a sea change. 2017, there was the bathroom bill in North Carolina, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA pulled out of the All-Star game in Charlotte due to that bill. They eventually returned after they changed the bill. I'm not sure. State bills, they're a little particular. But you think about that's an interesting move. It's an interesting move because it's a signal that we are the progressive league. We are the NBA that's on the right side of history, but we're also doing so in a way that exposes us, because does anybody want to ask the players what they think about the bathroom bill? I mean, it's an interesting topic to me because it's one where the NBA is acting as a proxy for liberalism, progressivism, the Democratic Party, but it's actually on one of these issues where the actual culture of the league, the players, they're not so revved up about that. But the league was going in that direction in part because I believe it was getting a lot of praise. And when you look back at publications like The Atlantic and those prestige tier publications, there was a lot of applause for that. And some of that's because the way Adam Silver arrived on the scene as commissioner is there was this owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, Donald Sterling, who was famously crazy, famously a racist. Audio leaked out of him talking to his mistress and using whether it was ethnic slurs or racially pejorative language about Magic Johnson. And at that point, Adam Silver announced, just as he had arrived to be commissioner, that he was banning Donald Sterling and kicking him out of the league. So there was a lot of applause at the beginning about how the NBA was taking up the mantle as the progressive league. And this was put in contrast with the evil NFL, with all their concussions and brain damage and conservatism. And so you could read in a lot of these publications that the NBA was on the rise because it was embracing progressivism, whereas the NFL, their future was a little bit in doubt, and they were of the past and they were regressive. And it sounds absurd now because the NFL is predominant and it survived all of that. But that's what a lot of the conversation was. And it came to a head, or I should say it came to a crescendo in 2020 during COVID in the bubble, where the NBA really cemented a certain status of being the progressive of major leagues because they had all sorts of BLM sloganeering all over the courts, and the players had slogans on their jerseys like "How many more?" I'm trying to remember some of the others. It was all sort of absurd and funny, but you weren't supposed to laugh at it because you'd get fired back then. But that's how it became the archetypal woke league. The result is that they lost a lot of their audience, and it's just been an awkward climb back. And they've, in many ways, disavowed politics and moved away from politics because of the pain they felt. And now a lot of the people who cheered on the NBA for getting political, I think, are having other issues with the league.
And in a lot of ways, it feels like a classic sort of pendulum swinging moment for any sort of big organization where Adam Silver probably took some steps, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. The first example that you gave seems something like, most of the US would support, or that would be generally seen as the right move. But then obviously that's the beginning of the pendulum swinging aggressively to one end. And then maybe we're in this moment today where it has swung too far, and now we'll come back. Is that how you would exemplify it? Or do you think that it was a less of a pendulum and more of a step change right off the bat with Silver?
Well, I think your question, what comes before it's a great observation, which is that initial move of banning the racist owner was approved of and would have been approved of by most people. And so I think what happened is that Adam Silver learned the wrong lesson from that act. What he learned from it is, I need to be social justice guy. That's what everybody is applauding. I did a social justice thing. I was pro player against racism. This is what we need to lean into as a league. This is our value proposition among the leagues. When I think some of the praise was about people hating racism, but a lot of it was that people hate chaos. Donald Sterling is a chaotic character. He was a bad owner. He was cheap. He was creepy. You don't want that involved in your league. And so Adam Silver arriving as a sort of refined strongman and kicking out Donald Sterling, I think, was an indicator of what people like. But instead, he learned the opposite lesson and became a pushover who never ruled on matters of controversy, or rarely did, when players skipped games or did things outside the rules. When there was a player, Ben Simmons, who wasn't showing up to practice, or was showing up to practice wearing a phone and not even participating and still getting his salary, he was not strong in ruling against that. And I think that's one of the lessons I take from his reign. It's less about trying to mirror the political fashions of the age. People just want order, and they want it to be organized, and they want somebody to be in control at the top. These leagues aren't democracies, they're dictatorships, so you should be a good dictator.
And it seems like the article points out, and you point out in your article as well, that maybe he lost track of what he was really there to do, which is to, steward the NBA. You mentioned some of the that really high scoring, the lack of viewership. You mentioned that crazy stat of, about half of the NBA Finals watchers today. Do you think that that's a eye off the ball, focusing on the wrong issue thing, or is it something that was, part of the larger, actually brought about by his more sort of liberal leaning proxy benefits.
Yeah, I think what I say about it after we've been through this period of about a decade of NBA decline, and there's some good things happening with the NBA, and the irony of it all is they signed a $76 billion TV rights deal, so it's like half the audience, double the money. Everybody has a theory on the NBA's decline, and they're all correct. And that's a boring answer. Everybody wants the one explanation. Yes, politics was part of it. I am amused at how reluctant people are to admit that politics adversely impacts a business if they agree with those politics. We see that from both sides, but come on. It's harder to sell a Tesla given what Elon has been doing out there and given what the Tesla fan base is. That's just how it goes. People have attachments to brands. The NBA, their fans, most of them lean Democrat, but there's a substantial conservative population. And it might be 1 in 3, but 1 in 3 is a lot. That's a lot. That's a significant amount. To use a sports analogy, a great hitter in baseball will get a hit 1 out of 3 times. So I think politics was part of it, but more so perhaps structurally was the loosey-goosey thing you're talking about, where it's almost like they didn't understand the game on a fundamental level, or Adam Silver didn't understand the game on a fundamental level. He knew that people liked three-pointers and they liked scoring. So the NBA had rules in place to encourage offense. And there's a more nuanced understanding of humanity. It's almost like they had a very rudimentary AI service tell them this is good, so max out on this.
Based
it's
on the data, we're
problem.
getting more. We're getting bigger applause when they hit 3-pointers versus when someone, they don't get a shot off. Great defense isn't as flashy.
And so it led to scoring inflation. It dilutes the amazement people have when Bam Adebayo scores 83 points against a tanking Wizards team. It does not hit people the same as when Kobe Bryant scores 81 points in an NBA where points are a lot harder to come by. So the game changed. It got faster. There were more possessions, more scoring. And this didn't result in people just being amazed by the statistical uptick. No, human beings are smarter than that. And instead, the reaction was, this isn't like the game I'm used to. It suggests something's wrong with the game. I'm less into the game because of it. And that was, I think, the main structural problem the NBA had, in addition to a lot of other things that we could get into, but I'm trying to convey this to your very smart audience that has a broad range of opinions, and I have no idea how into basketball they are. So I'm giving them the short version.
No, and I think it makes, obviously there's a whole conversation to be had about how this is an example of an institution acting a certain way, leaning into politics, maybe and having a negative impact on the actual, service that they provide or the show that they give or whatever it might be. I think we're coming up on time, but one of the last questions I wanted to ask you is about, what do you see happening from here? As the Atlantic piece being this sort of moment of, oh wow, he doesn't have the supporters that he did. If you can just give me sort of a quick, what do you think is going to happen from here, over the course of the next year or two?
Okay, well, I'm going to take that question. I'm going to quickly wonder if I should pivot it or just answer it with a prediction, because I can't necessarily predict what's going to happen. I know that's disappointing. I know I should be able to. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this because this is more in the realm of what you guys are interested in. The main argument of what led Adam Silver astray is that he's obsessed with NBA Twitter. And that was said in the article that he mainlines it. And since your program subscribes to the idea of we're just going to be on the TL, we're going to mainline Twitter. And I think it works out well for you guys. But is it perhaps so that whether it's liberal version of Twitter or it's Elon version of Twitter, that no executive should make Twitter his main input when trying to run their business? I would love to know what you guys all think of that and what discussion that would lead to, because that was the meta conclusion I came to, is that the main error, perhaps when we get into the specific, is this, it's that, it's the other thing. But the general error is that Adam Silver, commissioner of the NBA, got addicted to and is still addicted to Twitter and is highly reactive on the basis of what's popping in the algorithm.
Yeah, no, super interesting, and I think that they'll, hopefully we'll have maybe some discussion in the comments, or we put something out. I think we're getting the curtain call here, but I appreciate you jumping on. I enjoyed the article, and I'll be interested to see how long Silver lasts.
Thank you so much. Love being here.
See you then. Bye.
Bye.
You might. I think the judge is speaking to the jury right now. I'm listening to the trial live audio in my AirPods. We're not allowed to rebroadcast it on stream. I don't know what they would do. Like, it's not like illegal, is it? I guess it's somehow copyrighted.
Is it just copyrighted?
I don't even know, probably, but we're not going to do it.
Sure.
But we have some live updates from the New York Times from Cade Metz and Mike Isaac. Only 90 minutes of deliberation. The jury has decided that the breach of charitable trust claim is barred by the statute of limitations, which means the jury will not provide a decision. Aiding and abetting breach of charitable trust claim against Microsoft is barred. Yep, the lawsuit was rejected. It wasn't so much that they ruled in favor of Altman as much as they ruled that Musk didn't have standing to bring the lawsuit. Right. Because I think the statute of limitations claim was like 3 years. So they had to somehow prove that any offenses committed by OpenAI, by Sam Altman, by Greg Brockman, by Microsoft had to have happened within a specific time window, and the jury found that they did not. So there were 2 other claims that were dismissed by the judge based on the same thing. The judge has given her thanks to the jury and has instructed them that they can talk to anyone about anything. Those discussions must only occur at a reasonable time and place and only with your consent. Right. Meaning jurors are allowed to talk to the media after the trial. I don't know why you'd want to. I think like being a juror on a very high profile trial is like kind of scary.
Yeah. And then you could get a lot of backlash if you say what your decision was.
Yep. The jury's decision means Microsoft is not liable for the claim Musk brought against the tech giant. Right? Microsoft was a co-defendant along with OpenAI. Lawyers on Musk's team look sunken in their chairs. The case has been years in the making, and the past month of the trial has been grueling.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, now that that's over, Elon, come on MDS.
When was this original lawsuit filed? Holy. August 5th, 2024. No. It was originally filed on February 29th, 2024.
Wow.
That's crazy.
He's been plotting this for a while.
So this trial has been underway for 2 years and 3 months. That is a while. So Musk filed this lawsuit, and then in November filed a motion for a preliminary injunction to block OpenAI from changing from a nonprofit to a for-profit. And then the same judge, District Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers, said that Musk's claim of irreparable harm was a stretch.
My question right now is like, what does this mean for, like, what is Elon going to do as a revenge plot now?
I'm not sure. Let's see if any of the figures in question have tweeted yet. Has Elon Musk tweeted? Nope.
It would be funny if Elon Musk tweeted, "Don't HMU."
Don't HMU. Let's see if Sam Altman tweeted. Probably not. These guys aren't going to like gloat about winning a lawsuit. Probably they're going to say nothing.
Yeah, definitely.
It's possible Elon will say like,
I feel like Elon is going to flip out. Like, there's going to be a generational crash out.
Yeah. But remember, the judge or the jury did not rule that OpenAI did not steal a charity. They ruled that Musk didn't have standing to bring the lawsuit, which is different. Right. They did not find Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, or OpenAI innocent. They found them not liable, which is different.
Yep.
Chat says plaintiffs should have added "make no mistakes" to the prompt. Yeah. New York Times is calling it a $730 billion artificial intelligence startup. It's a lot more than that, New York Times.
Yeah.
Yep. Altman, Brockman, and Musk were all not present for the verdict. That's funny. Judge Rogers have left the jurors with a poetic comment on the jury system.
Yeah, is Elon back from China?
I think so.
That'd be funny.
A jury reflects the attitudes and mores of the community from which it is drawn. It lives only for the day and does justice according to its limits. The group of jurors who are drawn to hear a case make a decision and then melt away. It is not present the next day to be criticized. It is the one governmental agency that has no ambition. It is as human as the people who make it up. So a jury is kind of like an LLM, right? It's very ethereal. It's instantiated and then fades away. And it's sort of a collection of the human spirit.
Right.
It would be really
Mini
funny
hive
if
mind.
we just start using Claude as judge. I think it would be fine.
There's a movie. Mercy speaks of this.
Who speaks of this?
Mercy, the movie.
I don't
Incredibly slop movie. Do you know the premise of it? It came out earlier this year.
Mercy.
It's basically. Oh my god, the poster is hilarious.
If he fails to prove his innocence within 90 minutes, he'll be executed on the spot. Okay, that's not how courts work. 25% on Rotten Tomatoes. Let's take a look at the synopsis. The Mercy Capital Court responds to a surge in crime by using AI to try defendants for violent offenses.
This was entirely like this.
The idea that like Los Angeles in 3 years could go from like totally like unchecked disorder today to like we're gonna arrest you and have an AI make you prove that you're innocent in an hour and a half, or you get executed via sonic blast.
AI assisted murder.
AI assisted. Oh my god.
Yeah. So this movie came out earlier this year, and did all of the writers leave Hollywood or something? Because this was entirely GPT generated, like plot wise.
Jacques, incredible character name.
Yeah. But what I did like about it is that it was a movie that reveled in being a slop movie.
Yeah.
It couldn't be more excited about being a slop movie.
Wow, she does look like an AI.
Right? Yeah,
Rebecca
and the
Ferguson.
casting was pretty good too, so,
Yeah, I mean, the casting is like Chris Pratt and a bunch of people I've never heard of.
yeah. Absolutely trash movie. But also, like, I think there will be a lot of these kind of movies coming out, and it's still something that is so enjoyable to watch with friends. Like, what we don't talk about enough about slop is that co-watching slop is actually really fun.
It's great. I remember watching The Room with
the
my
slop
friends.
industry, like it has PMF in a lot of regards.
Do you know the movie The Room?
The Room?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
From 2003. It's like 2003. It's like the canonical bad movie.
Telling my kids this was Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah, it does kind of look like Curtis Yarvin. Independent romantic drama film written, directed, and produced by this mysterious guy, Tommy Wiseau. Set in San Francisco, by the way, and Tommy Wiseau still owns a building in Fisherman's Wharf that still has a The Room poster 23 years after the movie came out. Let's see, the Room poster, San Francisco. Yep. So this billboard has been up in Fisherman's Wharf for 23 years. And it's still there. It's faded, but it's still there.
Yeah.
The poster is literally just this guy's face, plus this horrendous text effect. Awful. Any new trial updates? The judge has accepted the jury's decision. She dismissed Musk's claim on the spot, as she just told the many lawyers in the case. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Wow. So there was, I guess, a possibility, like, she could have overridden the jury, but...
Yes, the jury's decision was advisory, or verdict, rather, was advisory. So the judge could have overruled it,
But she was, like, exactly.
The funniest outcome would be the jury unanimously ruling in favor of Musk, and then the judge overruling it. And
That would have been the corruption outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
The judge is the final decider of fact, law, and damages.
So now we have our remedies phase, right?
Apparently this is unusual. The jury can say whatever they want, and the judge in no way has to adhere to what the jury decides, which is incredibly bizarre and unusual. We have a situation analysis tweet from the MTS team. Let's take a look.
Let's see what they got.
The statute of limitations ruling means the jury found Musk waited too long to bring his claims, a favorable outcome for OpenAI. The court never ruled on the merits of whether OpenAI breached its charitable mission. Yep, that is correct. Remember, the court didn't rule that OpenAI is innocent. They ruled that Musk waited too long to bring his claims. Remember, the nonprofit was stolen, allegedly, in 2018, and Musk didn't sue until 2024. Oh, crap. Really? This is like an incredibly important lawsuit, and Wikipedia gives it like a stub article.
Well, we have Grokpedia, but I think that...
I wonder if... Do you think
Grokpedia would probably have a slightly editorialized position?
Well, they have Musk v. OpenAI. I guess that's it.
Yeah, probably.
Outcome ongoing. I think this might have been... Huh. Okay, this is just an article about the case before it went to trial. I'm going to suggest an article.
Yeah.
Topic Musk v. Altman. Details a very important lawsuit in the tech industry concerning two of the pioneers of AI on whether OpenAI could convert a nonprofit to a for-profit company. So this will be submitted. Grok will review your suggestion and add the article if it sees fit. It's interesting that it hasn't already. So that's it. That's our ending, finally. The jury has reached its verdict. Musk was found not able to bring the thing to trial because he had exceeded the statute of limitations. And so, once again,
retrospect,
nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. You think the judge is going to rule to give like $300 billion worth of equity to the nonprofit? It's a nothing burger. Nothing ever happened. The status quo remains the same.
I just don't see a situation in which the jurors, who are all people, like the jurors are just like, bro, Elon doesn't need this. Or like I don't think a single juror would be sympathetic to Elon even without any of the details. They're just kind of like, what is bro doing?
Well, it wasn't Elon enriching himself. Elon wasn't seeking personal damages. I think if he had, like, if the outcome of the trial was if OpenAI is guilty, then Elon gets like a $300 billion equity payout, I think the jurors would have been much more unsympathetic to that. But it was, if Elon wins the trial, then the OpenAI nonprofit gets a huge equity payout.
Yeah. I don't know. I still don't see them, like, I don't see why they would side with Elon in the issue. I think these are just like random, people.
Yeah. Well, that's our trial for the day. So we will wrap, and we'll be right back in 10 minutes with Avi Patel and Adam Hardage.
We've got Avi here, and I'm excited to get into some of the drama. If you are just basically on Twitter at all, you definitely have seen the videos and all of it, for better or for worse. And I think that the stuff that I'll want to talk about, one is, to sort of lay out what happened from your perspective. I do think that we'll look to get. I do think it'll be interesting eventually to get the other side of the table's perspective and see what they have to say for themselves. But then I think
Yeah.
some of the more interesting aspects of this are less the specifics of what is happening right here, and more about the cultural sort of like uh background of whether or not it's right, the general catalyst backing, that sort of strategy on the backing side, which is definitely not the first time that that's happened. So anyway, with all of that, I'd like to, give the floor to you to sort of, one, introduce yourself, introduce your company for people who don't know, and then, introduce sort of the drama that we're getting into.
Yeah. Hey guys, my name's Avi. I'm the founder and CEO of Cled. We are the first human data marketplace. We let anyone upload their personal data and get paid for it. We launched it around a year ago now. I think it's actually almost the exact 1 year anniversary in like 5 days. Yeah, we've been building for a while. We raised close to $10 million from some really cool investors from the Valley and also just content creators and celebrities. And we are one of the biggest apps on the App Store in a bunch of countries. But yeah, that's the background on us. Uh, like TLDR on the drama, I guess, is we couple of days ago, I was scrolling Twitter and I saw a post from General Catalyst, Yuri from General Catalyst, saying that they backed Luel AI. And then I clicked the website and I think I don't think I've been that angry at something in my entire life. I started immediately crashing out. My knee-jerk reaction was to message them, so I shot a message to Yuri and the team that was very harshly worded, let's say, and was very confused. I also called up a ton of them, and no one responded or picked up or answered, which made me even more angry. So I called up a couple of my investors and asked them, like, what should I do? And one of them thankfully told me to just make a video and just talk about it and see what happens. And I did. It wasn't scripted. It was very candid, and I think that's pretty apparent because I was livid when filming it. Yeah, I posted it showcasing almost an exact one-to-one on our website. And then the day after, I actually found out and posted another video that they were just, I mean, misleading their compliance practices. Their user count on their website was all like completely fraudulent, basically. The data they're collecting is all coming from Nigeria. They have 113 people on their website in organic traffic. The rest of it is all paid. It's pretty egregious stuff, and yeah, I'm just very happy the internet rallied to my side. It felt pretty good, but yeah, now I have to go build a really big company to beat these guys. Yeah.
So I think that's the sort of stuff I want to get into a little bit is
Yeah.
one, first the decision to make a video, right? Where I totally understand being pissed about it. Like I think everyone would. But then when you made the video, what's the sort of desired outcome there? Like what's when you're going into, or was there one? Was it just like fuck these guys? Like I want to let everyone know that they're dicks.
I have dealt with bullies for a large chunk of my life, and I think early on when I was very novice, the way I solved that was with violence, and I quickly realized that the way you actually beat bullies is by telling the truth on the largest stage possible, very publicly, and then two, just being a better person than them. And this is step one of exposing bullies, and it's just something I can't tolerate. Look, I love competition. And if you're competing against me, I welcome it. I've talked to plenty of our competitors. I'm friends with them. I work with most of them. I'm very close with Mercor, with Turing, with Scale, a lot of these companies, and we work with them very closely for the most part. But if you are one-to-one ripping off our company shamelessly like that, and proceeding to get backed by someone that I was offering the same exact terms to. GC was getting the same terms. They could have given us the same allocation and gotten the same allocation our company. And that is behavior that is being rewarded in the Valley. It's just not something I'm going to stand for. And I'll speak up on it every single time, even in the future. Yeah.
When you and I definitely hear that. When you go to the other side, right? And I think that my read on it, having
Yeah.
seen it, was that for sure aggressive tactic, aggressive tactic.
Yeah.
But can you? But isn't there a part of it that is actually they sat around in IC and they said this is a good idea. We
So
should do
man,
that. We should be
I'll tell you
backing
this.
someone that does this. And then the negative part is that they were like,
Yeah.
we don't really believe in Avi. Like we believe in these other kids. We believe in these other guys. Let's throw them at it. And I'd be interested to hear what their backgrounds were because I didn't really look
So
into.
I'll tell you their background. One of them is was an intern at a Michelin star restaurant, otherwise known as a server boy. He has nothing else prior to that. The other one was a
You sound a little bully. You're talking a lot of shit about these guys. Have they said anything publicly?
I mean, I don't think they're too embarrassed to. I pray they come on a podcast. I hope they come on MTS. I wish to God they come on MTS and get absolutely destroyed by me in every single thread and reply. And I hope the whole internet does the same thing. I actually welcome them to go public and talk about this because there's not a single defensible thing in any of the claims they've made or the things they've done. It's all incredibly immoral behavior across the board. And I'll tell you, the other guy's background, he's an 18-year-old. He's the founder of the company. He is a various angel investor in companies is his background. In the article where they talked about their fundraising announcement, they decided to say that they declined 3 acquisition offers from companies. I asked every single lab, including OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and all of them, and none of them have even heard of them until I made that post. So I just think, again, the behavior that is being rewarded at Y Combinator is aggressive and it is focused on just like delivering results in a 6 week period that can go raise you a huge round. And that is behavior that is causing this like insane outbreak of just lies and LARPing and fraud amongst a large span of Gen Z founders that are just pressured into these situations. And it's not okay. It's stuff that's just like not going to build real companies in the future. And it's going to waste $30 million now. Like that's down the drain.
Well, I think that I would assume that the GC position here is that, well, so I think that there's a lot of like fraud allegations sort of that you're throwing out there, and I think that they should have to speak to that.
Yes.
I would assume or hope that GC sort of my position, and maybe this is me being too optimistic about these guys and what happened, is that they like which I think is a note and a positive thing from your side, right? They thought what you were doing is worth doing. Obviously, they backed someone doing the exact same thing. That the guys who made the website, like, well, this website obviously converts well. Like this, this is, why would I reinvent the wheel sort of a situation? And then that they must have either the thesis then on the back end being they're either doing something differently on the back end or they're just planning to go just head to head for you straight up on execution.
The only
And
thing
they
you can
think
do
that you're not
different
going
on
to
the
make
back
it.
end, the only thing different you can do on the back end is be better at fraud detection. This is the biggest problem with these data marketplaces. It's that when you're getting data at scale, it's quality enforcement. So if the quality of data that's coming in isn't good, you're just paying out bad data to users, right? And quality enforcement is a problem that is incredibly hard to solve. This is something we've been working on for 8 months straight. You have to do fraud detection, detect internet plagiarized images, AI generated images at scale, altered XF metadata or anything else. And the hardest part is, let's say the task is take a video of you taking out the trash and upload it to this marketplace and get paid for it. And the requirements for that video is there needs to be 2 hands in the video at all times. It has to be head down angle. It has to be this time of day. If any of those things don't fall in the requirement, that data is not going to be accepted by the lab that wants to buy it. And that means the data that you're giving to a lab is just bad. These guys have not had the time in the market. It's not physically possible to have the time in the market to have a better differentiated fraud detection problem in any way, shape, or form. It's not possible.
Do you suspect then that if you had to try to put yourself in their shoes or on the GC side, right? And
Sure.
and do you think that would have been the part of the pitch? Maybe that would have had to be something that they believed in, where they would have had to pitch like, hey, here's a company.
I pitched that. I pitched that. I pitched that word for word. I literally
you
said
pitched a fraud detection as like the underneath core like special sauce.
Yes. Yes, that is the only special sauce. So again, you have to take my word for it, but I'm very close to the researchers at OpenAI, very close to the researchers at Anthropic, very close with Turing, with Scale, with Mercor. And the only thing that matters is fraud at scale with these platforms. If you're not getting good data, it's just not possible to sell to the lab. You will ruin a relationship with the lab in 1 week and never be able to work with them again if you give them bad data. It's just not allowed, right? So the underlying thing is fraud detection. The second thing I'll add, if you go on to SEMrush or any of these platforms, search their website, 55% of their traffic is coming from Nigeria. Okay. Now, you may ask why this is bad. As of last week, we had to ban the entire country of Nigeria from using the CLED app and ban it off the App Store because of a 95% reported fraud rate that was covered in Business Insider Africa and every other news outlet out there. The data that's coming from these regions is just not good. It's just not good across the board. So if they're saying that, oh, their backend's better, why are they still available in Nigeria and why are they marketing to there? The reason why they are is because when you market to Africa, you'll get tons of people gaming the system to bolster their user numbers up and pretend like you have more users on the app. And that way you can go raise money from people that don't do due diligence like General Catalyst, and that's it.
But so you feel, and so this is maybe an interesting twist in the story because that's not what the first video was about, though, right? The first video was
about copycatting, and then the next
this
day
is
I'm like,
copycat
all right.
bullshit,
Yeah.
and then you went deeper down.
Then I went
and
deeper
found
because I
that
was like,
maybe
yeah,
it's actually like the Nigerian.
The second video got 2 million views. So if anyone wants to, they can check it out. But I break down step by step exactly what they're doing, exactly how bad it is. It is. I mean, I guess they're lying about their compliance practices. So, I mean, I don't know if that's fraud, but that seems like fraud. But you can ask a lawyer that. But yeah, they were using Delve for their compliance. They were messing with their user count on their website. It was all manually going up. They Claude coded their website. So if you inspect Element it,
I bet they Claude coded. I thought about Claude coding your website. I thought about I wonder how quick Claude can spin this out. And I'm sure that's exactly. I'm sure that's exactly what happened, right? Where they were like, because how long has the website been live for?
I think 6 months, maybe more, for 7 months, maybe. Yeah.
Their website's been live for 6 months.
Oh no, ours have been live for 7 months. Theirs has been live for 3. Yeah, I think 3, but it was changed even before that, so maybe like 2 months or something. Yeah.
And so, what was the catalyst then? If it's been live for 3 months, then how did it come up? You just happened to see the announcement, and you're like, "Wait, what the fuck?"
I just saw the announcement. That was it. I saw the announcement,
and that turned into.
Yeah.
Well, so what do you want to what do you want to happen? So, because the other thing that I see, and I think there's a lot of like sort of old school Silicon Valley stories where it gets fucking heavy. Like if it's really worth, because the thing about the thing that I really didn't like about your original argument was the moral part of it, because that's not really consumer, like to the benefit of the consumer that like, oh, Avi did it, so I can't try. So better just stay away.
I think you're completely misconstruing my argument. I think you're allowed.
That's just what I saw. That was my high level view.
That's fair. I think the general view from everyone else was not like that, to be completely honest. But look, I want you to compete with me. I have Resemble competes with me, Numo competes with me, Poseidon competes with me. I love these guys. These are like literally some of my closest friends. Like Mercor competes with me. Shit, they do data labeling and all of that stuff, and we want to get into that in the future. And so does Turing. Like these are some of my customers. Like I sell to these people, right? And I work with them closely. I invite competition. But ripping someone's site off one-to-one, doing the exact same thing as them, and then doing the exact same thing in a worse way and having worse stats across the board is fine. Go do it. Go be part of YC. But that is
pissed about the GC. So you're more pissed about the GC. You're less pissed about them.
Bro. Yeah, I would have never
pissed about the GC money, because if they hadn't taken the GC money, then they would just be teenagers trying to do something to copy your website.
I wouldn't have cared. But General Catalyst rewarded these guys with $31 million, and so did Lightspeed. That's disgusting. I talked to both of these two funds when I was fundraising. They had the exact opportunity with a way better product to invest into us, and it's not like these two founders are any better than me. In fact, I've had more experience than them, both of them combined, in entrepreneurship. You can literally go to their LinkedIns right now. I'm not trying to bully them or be hyperbole. The only 2 things on their LinkedIn is Michelin star intern at a restaurant, and the other one is a various angel investor, which is otherwise known as a LARP. Like no one actually at 18 is an angel investor in various companies. That's terrible.
So I definitely understand, because I do want to direct. I'm tentative to be pissed at the like an 18-year-old kid who's trying to build a company for the first time. Who copied a website, because that website works well and we do the same thing, and maybe on the back end we whatever, there's some sort of technical thing that's different or
There
whatever.
isn't, but yeah.
But you see what I'm saying, right? Where it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
it's hard
I
to
see.
hate that kid.
Sure.
Like I
Yeah,
bet
it's not. It's perfectly fine. I would probably be that kid if I was like, it's hard to build startup nowadays, man. Like, fuck, you can cloud code anyone's stuff and just get the same thing. It's awesome. Look, go do it. Fucking try and be different and figure it out, right? But General Catalyst is not supposed to be rewarding that behavior. It's not a mature founder. The character of a mature founder is someone that expresses creativity at scale and problem solves at scale. And if you aren't doing that, that means you are not mature enough to take on serious institutional capital. And they're very well aware of that. So the fact that they rewarded this behavior with that institutional capital is what's unacceptable. That's the part I have a problem with.
that's the part where we're really the thing that you want to highlight is that GC and Lightspeed in this case, you feel like
Yes.
used their cash and obviously their brand to reward
Just
a
unacceptable.
founder that you don't think they should have rewarded, even if it was out,
Yeah.
even if like
Yeah.
even, like obviously you feel very strongly about it because you're very close to it, whatever. They're a competitor. They ripped off your website, but would you say that it's a part of the larger feeling of basically just founders that you perceive to be not deserving of cash, getting lots of cash? Because that's sort of the thing, right? Like obviously you're
Yeah,
connected to this specifically.
I think there's a Yeah, I think there's a lot of founders that don't deserve cash, to be fair. And it's mainly just like there's this archetype where you drop out of Stanford and you walk into a VC office with a Stanford hoodie and flip-flops, and you walk out with $1 million check with no product. And that is a very true thing in the Valley that people are very well aware of. And I think that all of that is undeserving, but that's fine. Look, if you don't have a product and all of that, and you do that, maybe you'll figure it out and work on it. I'm glad someone bet on you, and hopefully shit works out, and that's fine, right? But immoral behavior shouldn't be rewarded. And immoral behavior is an exact showcase of immaturity, and immaturity is definitely not deserving of $31 million. It's just not acceptable, right? So
Where do you think it goes?
I hope I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Where do you think it goes? So I think that the sort of ironic parts of this too, because you're young as well, right? You're 22.
Yeah.
So like it's I think that I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of perspective, because I think that there's a whole generation of founders, maybe they're in their 40s or whatever, who are looking at the current time and they're looking at current valuations.
Yeah,
anything. I'm sure
Yeah,
like whatever
no,
it is, and they're like, this is just a joke, right? So
No, I'm sure. Look, I hope people can get mad at me for that if they're older. That's fine. It's a completely acceptable thing to be mad at young people for. Young people are raising ridiculous amounts of money nowadays, right? But I think what generally everyone can agree on, which even old people will be mad at, is if you rip off someone's website one-to-one and rip off their entire business, and then just copy paste it. That is a clear showcase of immaturity that shouldn't be rewarded with $31 million. Well, I think this is a generally very agreeable point across the board. Yeah.
Well, I think I think that there's two responses to it that I think would be super interesting. I think that there's an immature answer from their side that would be something like, oh, we didn't think about it that hard, which is sort of just
So
like
they replied actually, by the way, to the post.
They did.
Yeah.
What
They
was their
replied.
commentary?
So they replied with, "We're focused on building. We don't care about competition. We're focused on building." That was the reply. Their account got suspended after that, by the way, because I think I ratioed them too hard.
You got suspended.
Yeah.
For
So
what?
I have no idea. They have multiple accounts. So there was this account called @TryLuel, which is in like a bunch of their old tweets and was in their bio. And that account replied to or made a tweet with quoting mine saying, "We embrace competition or something. We're focused on building," in one reply. And then the whole of Twitter just like got enraged, and the account got suspended. So if you go to my tweet and scroll down, it's like the second thing in the thread. Like the post is from a suspended account now. Like you can't even view the account. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing that's tough is like I agree with the being frustrated with a firm like GC or Lightspeed putting dollars towards something that doesn't seem that differentiated, or maybe even as sort of a lazy copycat. And especially in a situation, I do think that it's very negative and should be blasted. A situation where a VC is taking in insights from a pitch and then use it, because it's basically like, it's almost like, VC founder confidentiality, right? It
Yeah,
happens. You
yeah.
pick stuff
I'm
up,
sure they
but
used a ton of the stuff that we told them as like fuel
as
for
a
these guys.
as a means of
Correct. And the reason
diligencing.
I know that is because they gave them the same terms we were asking for from them. The same terms. That is not a coincidence. That doesn't make sense. We asked for 30 at 300. I think they got 30 at 300. It was the same exact thing. Yeah.
Where you don't, I would have suspected there's something better there. There's got to be something that they got in place of it. It doesn't make a ton of logical sense to me that they would do 30 at 300 on a company that has less of it, unless there's an angle, obviously, where they can make money, where it's
Man,
like
I
they
think it's
have
just
more,
now.
they have more control.
By the way, I messaged GC, okay? I messaged them deeply, and I can't say from who, but one of the partners, a couple of the partners actually, told me that 90% of the fund had no idea this deal was going through, and they had no
Well,
they had no idea
it's a big
it
fund.
was. Okay, sure, that's one, but two, all of them have currently been asked not to comment on it publicly or talk about it because they're afraid of getting destroyed on Twitter. They've just like removed all their comments everywhere. You can't even comment on their posts, I'm pretty sure. Same with the Lightspeed partners. You don't do that if you're in the moral correct here. It's not something you do. You defend yourself and talk publicly.
Yeah, and again though, because I really want to, I struggle to see the moral correct part on the founder side. Because again, like, so let's say that your website, like you thought hard about your website. Let's talk about the website really specifically. I'm sure that you thought hard about your website. You designed your website in a very specific way. I bet you're proud of, you think your website is exactly how a website should be for your service, should be organized.
Adam, you're looking at one thing, and I think we need to zoom out and look at everything.
But that's where the moral backlash was. That's from my tweet. The stuff that I've seen in there has been a lot less, because I agree with your points about GC and Lightspeed. I think that that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
I think that that should be talked about. I think that founders should be weary of a VC that
I would have never ever made a single video or cared about any of this if they didn't get 30, even if they raised 10 million or 5
even
million.
if it wasn't, well, how about if it wasn't GC? What if it was some random, it's just totally random firm?
I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have even known or cared at all. If I wasn't like this close. They wasted 5 meetings with me, I think. Like literally 5. I was flying from SF to New York to meet all their partners, bro. I was supposed to meet the owner of the fund. That's how close this investment was to going through. And they didn't do it for some reason. And then they saw our video go super viral and us still being super successful in the market. And then a couple months later, they go back. They could have just given me the same terms. I wanted them. I really liked Max Rimple from the fund. I still think that guy's a really good guy, okay? But
really, how is that possible?
Because Max wasn't a part of the deal at all. Max had nothing to do with this deal. Max didn't even know it existed. All right. So again, I think some of these people from these funds are still awesome, but like this is just it's everything culminated together is what makes this unacceptable. I would have never made a big deal of it. I've gotten into one drama ever in my life, and that was against a guy on Twitter that robbed people for millions of dollars that I called out, right? And that was it. And I was one of the affected victims in that, okay? It's the only time I've ever gotten into shit. I've been in the startup space for 4 years. I've gone through hell and back through so many iterations of people fucking me over. And I've never ever made it once public, okay? But bullying at this level, at this egregious, unacceptable level, has to be called out. And it wouldn't have gotten 13,000 likes and 10 million views on Twitter if I didn't have some cadence or merit to the claims I was making. It doesn't make sense.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I agree with, I don't think necessarily Twitter being, thinking that things are right or wrong, whatever. But I very much do agree with the GC and Lightspeed thing. And
Yeah.
so, but I guess, so looking back on all of that, because ultimately, right, and I think I saw the quote recently of the good no, he quotes somebody else, but it's like, just win, like shut up, just win. Like ultimately, if you win, you win, right? Like, and if you like, this will be a blip.
Look, I said my piece. I said my piece. I got 5,000 followers out of it. All of the labs reach out to me, and these guys are way far behind now, and probably got squashed in the valley because of it. And now that's my function of winning. I've done my part in the competition front, and that's the last thing I'll do on it. And now I can go build a company the same way I've been doing that's going to outclass them in any way possible because I've already been doing that. So I have to go back to building, and something I'll never forget ever. No matter how many people forget about this, I will never forget it for the rest of time. The second they open their mouths, the second they do anything publicly, I promise you, I will just mog you on every front of the business: revenue, lab contracts, fraud detection, product. You will be 20 steps behind me every second of the day. You'll be thinking constantly about me. There's no world where you ever beat me, okay? That is the reality of the situation. That is what I'm focused on now. I do not care about any of the stuff I've already done. So what has been said has been said. It's over with. I plan on building a real business now that just outclasses them in every way possible. That's what I'm focused on.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's awesome to hear. And I thought, that was moving. I thought that was good. I thought that was actually good. That was well done. But so I guess when you look back on, so now you feel like you're looking to move on, right? Like you did what you needed to do. You feel like you called it out. When you look back on it, or I guess two things, when you look back on things, are there things that you would have done differently, or do you feel very confident in all the things you've done up to this point? And then when you look to the future, how are you thinking
I'm
about?
very confident in the things that I've said and done. I was pretty careful in the claims I've made. I was very careful in how I delivered everything. I did do both the videos in one take, and I'm sure I could have done some things better and probably done a couple other takes and been better with my language or whatever. But I think the fact that I was very raw in the video and it just went out there and said it the way it is probably the reason that that post did so well. So yeah, I'm glad I did it the way I did. I have no regrets.
And then, so I guess from here, do you think, well, if you had to guess what happens, what do you think happens from here? Like, you think that they get,
My guess is that they realize really quickly how far behind they are because they start conversations with the lab that General Catalyst nepos them into, and they start delivering data. And the lab really quickly realizes that this data is all from Nigeria, one, and two, all bad. And in 1 week, you will ruin an entire relationship with that entire lab. And I know for a fact this will happen to them over and over again because it is a pitfall and a mine I have almost fallen into several times while building this company. Okay. It's stuff that I've experienced live because I've actually been building this from the frontier, going and stepping into these pit holes constantly. And this is one of the biggest things that they will have to deal with. Okay. And sure, they might sit down and do only fraud detection work for a couple of months and they can go try do that. But I am doing the same exact thing. All right. So again, I think that is the biggest thing they'll face and the problem they face, and it's actually probably advice for them. Like go.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is actually maybe pretty helpful for them.
Pretty helpful advice. Yeah, like go focus on that. It'll make me want to compete and be better than you. But yeah, that is the biggest issue they're gonna have. And it's not like they have a good reputation as it stands with the labs at this point after that post. So they're gonna have to fight a really hard fight to make sure that they get data sold to them. Yeah.
So yes, you had labs reach out to you. You haven't talked to GC and Lightspeed haven't reached out, but you've talked to the labs.
Well, GC did reach out, a couple partners. Lightspeed did not reach out, and every single frontier lab in Silicon Valley reached out to me. A lot of them messaged me and called me and told me that they've never heard of this company until I mentioned them. So yeah.
If as a closer here, because I think that we're at time. Let's say, let's fast forward. It's a year from now. You've done really well.
Yeah.
And Lightspeed and GC knock on your door. They say, Avi, we're sorry for what we did. We'd love to give you, whatever.
Hey, I want to say this. General Catalyst and Lightspeed, unless you do the following: revoke their money, completely revoke their money, publicly apologize to me, and then proceed to give me the same exact term sheet in the next 2 weeks, you will be banned from our cap table for the rest of time until our Series Z round, until IPO. Okay. There's infinite investors that have reached out to me after that video that want to invest in this company. And I've been offered very similar terms from most of them. Okay. And I will not be taking that cash because I will wait for the 2 weeks for you to give me that offer. And if it doesn't happen, I will show you just how bad you will lose this race. Okay. That's it.
I would love that'd be a great turn. I mean, I feel bad for the kids, I guess, but that's what happens. Avi, thanks for jumping on. I appreciate you sparring a little bit. Excited to see sort of as it continues, and ultimately, may the best product win here. So it seems like you're back in that space, and things are good. All right, well, awesome. Thanks for jumping on. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, man. Talk to you guys. Bye.
All right, we are back. We're live in the Situation Room today with Matt Dratch, who is a macro equity PM at Multistrat and Dartmouth football '08. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You're a football player?
I was many years ago. I might be just as big now, but not as fat as I was in college.
Mm. I don't
It was
think
tough times. It was tough times.
I used to play shot put and discus back in the day in high school with footballers who were a lot bigger than I was. Yeah.
Yeah, we were some big dudes back in the day.
Well, we're here to talk about one of the big news stories of the day, which is Leopold Aschenbrenner's fund, Situational Awareness LP, finally dropped its 13F. And we have it up here. We're getting up on screen share. We actually made a drop around it at drops.mts.now/Leopold. So let's dive into this. Let's talk about this a little bit. Starting with what's with all these puts on these tech companies?
Well, before I get my thoughts, I have to read the traditional disclaimer, which, while I'm a PM at Exodus Point, all these views are my own and not the firm's or any of its affiliates. And we may or may not have positions in any of the names I discuss. And nothing I say should be considered investment advice or a recommendation, consent solicitation, etc. So, the boring stuff said. I don't really pay much mind to Leopold's positioning at the end of March. I think people are seemingly very focused on it, but I sort of think that looking at anyone's 13F for a snapshot at the depths of the sell-off is probably not that informative, other than trying to see like who held on to what. But most of his puts, I think, look like hedges to me, since he's a pretty concentrated portfolio. The bet that he's making is fairly obvious. It's been the right one. It may continue to be the right one, but during that period of time, anyone who was in similar trades, I think, was feeling the pain. I know I was, and I probably had similar protection at the low. And so, like, I don't know that I see anything there. And I think the other thing too is, when you see puts, you don't really know they're reported as the notional exposure, but you don't know the delta on the puts. And so, short 2 billion Nvidia. Well, if there are like 5 delta calls, it's like no premium to him. It's basically like it's irrelevant almost, right?
Pausing on that for a second. For our audience who might not be as finance minded, what does this mean? What is delta?
Delta basically is how much an option, the sort of synthetic relationship between the stock and a related put. So if you have an Nvidia put and it's 50 delta, and you have enough notional contracts in your options that you're short 1 billion of Nvidia. If it's a 50 delta put at the current spot price, you're short 500 million of Nvidia. And if it's a 5 delta put, you're short 5% of that number. So without knowing, because you're not required to disclose the actual contracts. So without knowing the contracts specifically, you have no idea like what they were. So in other words, if he bought a 1 cent Nvidia put and he bought 30,000 contracts for like no money, for like 30K, it would show up as him like being short whatever 10 billion of Nvidia, even though that would be not really a position at all in his book.
Sure, but why would he do that in the first place?
Because he's long a lot of AI stocks, and in March things puked, and we had no clue whether things were going to stop at the end of March and do a complete U-turn. I don't think anyone really knew that, and so down at the low when things were pretty painful, if you're in heavily concentrated positions that you may not want to sell, it's different for Leopold. He's got a pretty big portfolio. And some of the names are big, and so he doesn't have the benefit of sort of being a home gamer and saying, I'm selling my Nvidia today. Like that can be a fairly heavy lift for him across those names in his portfolio. Maybe Nvidia he could move it around pretty quickly, but like Bloom he probably couldn't. And so I think when you're in the hole and you're a third year in your hedge fund, and just like many of us who were experiencing pain at the time, you look for ways to get convex protection to a further sell-off without having to give up your positioning in the event of a bounce. So depending on when Leopold bought those puts, my guess is he was trying to stay in his trades, and that was obviously the right call. So I look at it as more of a portfolio tactical choice for him trying to stay in the things that he liked in the depths of a sell-off than an expression of a view about those names. And if it was an expression of a view, like, well, a lot has changed, including the positioning. So like, as an example, Leopold had a great call on Intel. He's one of the earliest guys in Intel. He sold his calls and between the two filings, right? And the large bulk of the Intel return that people had been focused on was in March, was in April. And so in theory, he maybe did not have that anymore, right? We know for a fact he sold it, but we don't know whether he bought it back on April 2nd, right? So it's hard to really know exactly from the filing, what its stale positioning, and it was certainly at a unique time. So I'm not sure how much there is to read into it. I think there's more to read into the things that he's kept and added to than there is any of his options.
Yeah, for sure. So this is, to be clear, just a snapshot of what situational awareness owned on March 31st.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And this is only positions that are required to be disclosed, like public market positions. So he could and probably does have billions of dollars in private positions like Anthropic, presumably.
Totally possible. And you also don't know he doesn't have to show his shorts. If he's short things, he may or may not be. I have no idea what his overall long-term business model is, and whether he's doing long short or he's more deep value long only. You wouldn't see that in the 13F. And so I think a lot of times it's interesting to see when when really big guys like a Chris Hone exits Microsoft. I think that can be really interesting because he's a long-term holder and it's a big position for him. But like looking at sort of, I think all the more interesting things to me in Leopold's filing are the things that he added to and the concentration that he probably still has conviction in, given that he was willing to hold them through that volatility, and then considering where a lot of those positions are today, right? So Bloom has done exceptionally well. SanDisk has done exceptionally well, and some of the miners have done really well. CoreWeave's up from the low, but has sort of been not so great in the last 2 weeks.
Bloom is down like 10% today.
Yeah. So
is it people copy trading Leopold?
It's a volatile stock. No, I think ultimately what happens is we've had a really strong run in the AI names, and positioning can get long and overbought. And when you have things go up really, really fast, it's sort of natural to have a give back to sort of create some health in the market. And I think you're seeing that a little bit today. And what I'm seeing is more sort of what you call degross action, which is like maybe because it's a holiday week or maybe it's ahead of NVIDIA, but there's been a very popular trade to be sort of long AI and short software. Software is up like crazy today. And a lot of the AI stocks, pretty much most of them are down a lot. So that to me rings like a lot of people taking their books off. And then you look through and you can see like, well, what's down the most? Well, it's generally things that have been up the most, right? So NBIS, for example, is a neo cloud. Leopold doesn't own it, but it's one of the bigger performers. Bloom has had similar performance since the low, and both those guys are down double digits today. So I think it's a little bit of a breather, less about anything sort of market related or Leopold related, but I think he's done. I think he's got some interesting positions, and I like his concentration.
I mean, yeah, like the thesis of the fund is, of course, like AGI is going to be real in a couple of years, and this will have enormous impacts on markets. Like if we go to situationalawarenesslp.com, situational awareness believes that AI will be the dominant driver of global market returns over the next decade. Situational awareness seeks to capture the gains expected from the global growth and broad adoption of AI. So like the entire idea behind the fund is just AI will be a big deal, which makes it seem almost strange that they would do any puts rather than just being sort of long in the long run. Why do you
I
think?
mean, you don't. Well, I think he is. I think it's just it's smart risk management, right? So he's got these big positions that he wants to stay in. He doesn't, when he could get in theory, he would probably like to be able to buy that dip. And so if you have puts that protect you on the way down that you can offset some of your longs, that's the sort of a synthetic equivalent of buying the dip. So, I don't know what his trading strategy is. I think that he's clearly, given that he's hedging and using puts, that he's being a little bit more active than maybe people have been giving him credit for. And I think that's probably pretty good risk management into March. I don't think, I think if you spoke to him, I don't think he's like negative Nvidia. He doesn't own it. But a lot of people haven't owned it. You saw like Cotu sold it in the filings. Gerstner increased it. It's been a tough name to hold, and the better trade has been to sort of move down the risk curve from the biggest and the best into things that are a little bit smaller in market cap, where you can make a similar thematic bet but get paid a bit more. And I think he's done that pretty well. I mean, Bloom has been a phenomenal trade. I think what I see in his stuff is more like he's very focused on the build out, right? So he's got different flavors of the Bitcoin miners, which are the um, BTC to data center conversions. And they're all like, each one has a sort of a little bit of nuance, but in reality, they sort of all trade on like a dollar per megawatt type thing, i.e., like how much power do you in theory have? What's your power pipeline? What is it worth? And then they you can back into the stock value. And I think there's cases for the ones he owns versus some of the others, but I think they're largely all the same across the higher quality larger ones. So whether it's Hut 8 or Wolf or Cypher or Core, Scientific, or even Keel, um, I look at them as different flavors of the same power trade, and he's very clearly, along with Bloom, making the bet that the push for towards AGI is really a push in the near term towards securing enough power to be able to generate tokens. And I think he's going after things that have a faster time to power under the assumption that, as things get even more competitive, a lot of the capital will flow there and some of the bigger guys will look to take those companies out, would be my assumption, or at least do big deals with them.
Power positions like Bloom Energy. He trimmed 3.59 million shares. Solaris Energy, he sold 760,000 shares. Liberty Energy, he sold $10 million worth. So why do you think he's selling these energy stocks then?
He's taking profit. That's the point, right? He takes some profit. I mean, I think he bought Bloom at 40. I don't know, maybe something like that. I forget where he got in, but I know it was probably it was at least around when the stock was 80. It might have been prior to that. And so he's up a fair amount on the position. And I think you can make a case that like Bloom's run, it's a little bit more expensive. There's a lot priced into the stock. It's obviously extremely interesting what they're doing. They're behind, for those who don't know, they're doing behind the meter power in the form of fuel cells, which allow you to circumvent the grid and sort of have a modular power source next to the data center without having to deal with like all the local approvals and all that stuff. And in theory, it's got its environmental benefits and all that stuff. The problem, I think, as Bloom has sort of run, is then now you price in a lot, and then the question becomes like execution, and it's possible that Leopold thinks, it's the asymmetry of the risks have shifted a little bit, so he adjusts his position, right? So I don't look at him trimming a huge winner as anything. He still owns a lot of stock.
Yeah, but I mean, is AGI priced into Bloom Energy? Do you think AGI is priced into any stock so far?
No, I think he's sort of, well, that depends on what AGI looks like. We don't know. I tend to be a pretty big. I have my views on what that might look like. I think the probabilities sort of shift around. I don't think he or anyone else is fully sure, but I think he's making a smart infrastructure bet that the path to AGI goes through the infrastructure at first, and then we sort of see where the chips fall. And I think from a priced in perspective, no, but at the same time, like if he sells a little bit of Bloom here, he can buy it back now. So I think he doesn't have infinite capital. So I think he's managing his risk, right? People pay him to be a long-term investor, but also manage risks. And if he thinks Bloom is, let's say, worth 320, let's say he thinks Bloom is worth $400 and he bought it at, I don't know, 60. At 250, he might not own. He might not. If you asked him why doesn't own as much as he did before, he might say, well, this, it can go back here versus only go up to 400, so that it's not as good of an investment as it was a year ago, but he still likes it, etc. So I don't think it's an sort of, you could say that about his portfolio if he sold anything ever, like there's no AGI price. Like, well, he runs a book and manages people's money. He's got to take some profit as the risk shift.
That is true. Do you have any indication that he has raised any more since the initial fund in 2024?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I think Leopold is like, I think it's really interesting what he's done. I'm a big fan. I don't know him. I've never interacted with him, but I think it's sort of really cool that he was able to be a young guy and see this opportunity where like the playing field was leveled in the tech world, right? And so if you were a tech portfolio manager for 15 years and then AI comes around, that prior knowledge became a lot less powerful because things are entirely shifting. Suddenly, like nobody really knew anything. So it allowed some guys, myself included, to start trading a space that otherwise we hadn't really been involved in. And it's because things were changing, and actually you could make the case that not having those priors might have allowed you to see the forest from the trees in a better way. And so I think it's a really cool story that he was able to come out of nowhere and raise money and do really well, and sort of like I think it's for a lot of young people, it's like pretty inspirational that you can go out and do this even though you weren't 20 years in the game, right? I think it's really
Yeah.
cool. I think it's one of the benefits of like the new sort of the new world of AI, right? It allowed him to get in and use his expertise and sort of bypass what otherwise would have taken a really long time to do.
He
So
didn't
I think it's really
exactly come
cool.
out of nowhere.
Well, I mean,
He was at
it
OpenAI
depends
and
from yeah, it depends from whose perspective, right? In the finance world, he came out of nowhere, right? He worked at great places, and that's why he knew a lot about AI. And obviously, he's very tech savvy because of what he was doing in those years working at the lab, right? But from a Wall Street perspective, to be whatever he was, 24 years old, raising $1 billion fund, like for a lot of managers probably never heard of him
I think
before
he was
until he wrote his piece.
22 at the time, and now he's 24.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so is there any precedent for this in the hedge fund industry of like 20 somethings raising enormous funds?
Maybe later in maybe like a 90s type deal. I don't know of anything. I mean, the scales have totally changed. Obviously like $1 billion in 1997 or something would have been like way bigger in comparison, right? The scale of all these funds has just grown massively with the amount of capital in the market. I don't really know of anybody who's done it that young. I mean, he had a great view. He had really good timing, and he dove right in, and he placed the bet that he told everyone he would, and it's worked out. And I think it's really cool.
Griffin founded Citadel when he was 22, but it didn't become like an enormous thing immediately like this.
No, no. I mean, he started with a lot of capital, right? I mean, a $1 billion launch is not a small launch by any means.
Yeah, was this like what are like the largest initial hedge fund raises in history? Is this up there?
I think for a single manager, yes. The fund that I work out, I think, is still the largest launch ever. 12 billion or something. Something
Yeah,
in that
that's-
range. Maybe it was 8 billion.
I see. Exodus Point.
Mhm.
I just looked it up. 8.5 billion in assets upon its debut. Yeah, pretty huge.
Yeah, at the time it was. At the time it was. I don't know if they've since been eclipsed. I don't think so.
Solid, solid. So do you think that the Oracle and Broadcom puts are meaningfully different from NVIDIA and AMD ones?
No, I think he looked at certain names, like for example, let's say you wanted to hedge Bloom Energy and you're super long Bloom Energy. If you could buy triple Q puts, which may or may not work, right? So if you look at something today,
He bought SMH
triple
puts.
Q, yeah, he bought some SMH. Like you can try. What he did was he went to things that had more liquidity, right? So he needs to buy a lot of them if he wants to hedge. and because he's got pretty big positions, otherwise it doesn't make a difference. And so Bloom is pretty expensive in options because the stock has been really volatile. So when a stock is really volatile, like even intraday or just over time, options tend to be more expensive because the price is a derivative of volatility. So if you're long some of these higher vol stock, let's say like a SanDisk options don't really pay that well unless you think they're, you can time it and it's going to go down 50% in a week. And so I think what he did was he looked at his AI portfolio and he had some of these big positions that were in higher vol stocks. And he went to sort of hedge them backdoor in other securities that provided correlated and synthetic exposure, right? And so easy one to do. NVIDIA puts in March were actually fairly cheap, probably comparatively to like a Bloom. And so I think it could have easily just been like, hey, what are if I want to protect the risk of ruin, right? In finance line, we call it the risk of ruin, which is like you go down too much, it's over, right? People pull, you don't come back. Takes a long time to get out of the hole if you're forced to sell or you have redemptions or things like that. And so he's protecting the risk of ruin like a good manager. And he probably went through and said, hey, if I want to hedge my AI exposure, what are the cheapest volatility instruments I can find that are related? And so he went to things like NVIDIA and SMH, which I think were at least cheaper than the exact names that he owned, which are pretty high vol. Like I don't think you could have protected much in Bloom puts or SanDisk puts. They're too expensive. And so he may have some experience with that. For all I know, is he's probably smartly using AI. I think that's an interesting thing you can do if you've plugged in the data. You can connect it to Bloomberg and you get all the historical options data, and it'll scrape for you and tell you exactly what vol is the cheapest versus history. And he's a pretty smart guy, so I'm sure he's tool savvy. So I think he was doing those scrapes and making decisions that way. If I had to bet.
Right, absolutely. Well, Leopold has just been on a generational run, a term that I don't say lightly. This is probably like the greatest hedge fund rally of the last few decades, probably, right? Is this a fair statement?
Yeah, I think. Look, I think when judging funds, you have to, like with anyone, you have to judge sort of a longer term through the cycle kind of track record, right? And so he's done really great. It's nothing to say negative about what he's done. I think it's super impressive. I think when we'll see over time how things evolve. He could be a great one. Who knows? We don't know yet. It's too early to tell, and that's not a knock. Those are just facts, right? You look at somebody like Chris Hone, who's compounded like 30% for 20 plus years. Like, that's a much different type of feat than being long, Nasdaq during AI, right? So,
yeah, for sure. Well, it's been really interesting to see. And Matt, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. MTS is brought to you by Macroscope. Here's a fun thought experiment. If I asked your CTO right now what every engineer on the team is working on this week, could they tell me? Probably not. Could they tell me what the agents on the team are shipping? Definitely not. Turns out most engineering leaders aren't actually monitoring the situation on their own team. Macroscope is the AI codebase understanding company built to fix that. 3 core products. 1, status. The best way to understand what's happening at your company and what all your engineers and agents are shipping. Delete all the meetings and just get real-time visibility from the ground truth, the code. 2, code review. All this extra code being shipped needs a robust defense layer. Macroscope is the highest signal code reviewer with the least noise. 3, agent. A single layer of intelligence that synthesizes all the tools in your stack, issue management systems, code, docs, logs, and more to answer questions, take actions, and automate workflows for your team. Like an omniscient, always-on, uber-capable senior engineer plus PM plus TPM plus ops person that helps your team be 10x more productive. Start monitoring the situation in your code base. Head to macroscope.com to get started. That's macroscope.com/MTS. You're in back-to-back meetings all day. You're trying to monitor the situation. You're nodding like you're following along. That's where Granola comes in. Granola is an AI-powered notepad for meetings. You jot down whatever messy notes you take anyway, and in the background, Granola is quietly turning it all into something a real adult would write. No bots crashing your calls, just a clean little notepad that does the heavy lifting so you can focus. During or after the call, you can actually chat with your notes. Ask Granola to pull out action items, help you negotiate your next raise, draft a follow-up email, or coach you. Try it once and going back to your old system feels deranged. Head to granola.ai/MTS and get 3 months free with the code granola.ai/MTS. That's granola.ai/MTS. At every founder dinner in SF, everyone's talking about models and data. Nobody's talking about the real bottleneck in AI adoption. It's the connective tissue, the layer between your models, agents, APIs, and context. Kong gives you the platform to power and govern that connectivity. The control tower that governs your traffic, cuts your costs, and sets guardrails for agent-to-agent interactions. Without it, you're not monitoring the situation is monitoring you. The infra decisions you make in the next 12 months decide whether you're shipping in the agentic era or posting through it from the sidelines. Because when AI traffic scales 100x, the companies without proper connectivity and governance don't just slow down, they break. Kong manages all of your AI traffic in motion, giving you the full picture regardless of traffic type and adding a governance layer regardless of model, agent, or architecture. Fortune 500s run on it, AI native startups ship on it. If you're serious about AI, visit konghq.com. If you're monitoring the situation in enterprise engineering, here's the question worth asking. Want to accelerate enterprise software development velocity by 5x? You need Blitzy, the only autonomous software development platform built for enterprise code bases. Your engineers declare their intent and define the project, a new feature, refactor, or greenfield build. Blitzy agents first ingest and map your entire code base, then the platform generates a bespoke agent action plan for your team to review and approve. Once approved, Blitzy gets to work, autonomously generating hundreds of thousands of lines of validated end-to-end tested code, more than 80% of the work completed in a single run. Blitzy is not generating code, it is developing software at the speed of compute. Your engineers review, refine, and ship. This is how Fortune 500 companies are compressing multi-month projects into a single sprint, accelerating engineering velocity by 5x. Experience Blitzy firsthand at blitzy.com. That's blitzy.com. And now, back to MTS. All right. We are live in the Situation Room here with Justin, mysterious anonymous account, at somewheresy on Twitter. So, at somewheresy, welcome to MTS.
Hey, Theo. Thank you for having me. Happy to get into it with you today.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've all been thinking a lot recently about AI culture, AI messaging. And we've seen in the last few days, couple weeks, a couple of different commencement speakers. This one real estate executive in Orlando who spoke at the Arts and Humanities ceremony at the University of Central Florida, UCF. And then on the other side of the country, Eric Schmidt, who was the CEO of Google for a long time, who spoke at the commencement ceremony for the University of Arizona. Both of them talked about AI in a very positive, sort of optimistic, future-focused way. And they were both kind of shot down by the audience. So why is this, and how do we fix it?
Well, I have a pretty broad theory on this, and I'll try not to take an hour to explain kind of my reasoning for it. Number one, the reason why we're seeing all of a sudden backlash at university commencements is because in the past year, the discussion landscape around data centers has kind of reached a fever pitch, right? Last year, there wasn't nearly as much, I think, public awareness of the potentiality for there to be like a vertical intelligence explosion as there is now. I recall like a tweet from Rune all the way back in 2023 that said, if you're exhausted by how much of the discourse
I retweeted at the time, yeah.
Yeah, is already dependent on AI. Just wait for it, to hit that in the future. We're kind of at this point where, at least on social media like X, Instagram Reels, TikTok, Facebook, the anti-data center stuff on social media is like very clearly incentivized to like get a lot of engagement. And as we know, like Generation Z, millennials are spending like a disproportionately high amount of time online, doom scrolling and whatnot. And information, which typically is meant to be energized, right? To get people activated and to be emotional about a topic, generally tends to travel well. So we have this big, like, sort of like social media feedback loop where, there's a ton of compounded onto, I guess, sort of what people would call, like the disinformation problem. We have all of this like technically inaccurate information condensed down into like 1 to 3 minute long sound bites about the construction of technology, which the majority of Americans are not very understanding of like how actually it works and like sort of the considerations that go into it. And before I go further into that, I'm very, I would say, like data center agnostic. My line of business doesn't really rely on centralized compute. So it does not matter to me personally whether or not these data centers get built out. So I'm not incentivized to defend data centers on the premise that like I have a ton of exposure to these build outs actually happening and coming online and producing tokens, right? But my bigger theory, and I think that this sort of explains why you have a lot of people across all demographic groups in America very concerned about this data center build out, is that for the past like decade or more, the digitization of a lot of the information economy of the United States has been hidden from physicality. The move to cloud that sort of like took over corporate speak between like, let's say, the end of like the 2008, 2010 subprime mortgage crisis through like zero interest rate phenomenon, like up until now, has been abstracted. People have mostly interfaced with this changing world through a screen. They have not seen this world change their backyard. So data centers have physicality. And the US, from a variety of reasons, has a lack of energy. A lot of these new builds, especially when they're created by companies that say specialize in things like commercial real estate or building out endless suburban like single family housing units, aren't particularly concerned with, let's say, putting up the capital expense to hook up all of these things to like new sources of clean energy, things like geothermal energy. Like there's a massive amount of capex compared to just plopping provisional natural gas generators and powering the thing until the grid is able to support it, right? So what does this mean? It means that you have these things popping up in areas that are previously completely removed from the technological expanse happening. You have these things popping up in areas that may be historically, let's say, like low economic activity, or like perhaps like like densely populated by like marginalized groups in the U.S., right? And then you put a bunch of generators in their backyard pumping data centers that social media is convincing them are strictly for replacing the essential roles of the highest paying jobs in those community. So it's kind of like a perfect storm for like, why don't people like this? And exacerbated by the spread of disinformation, which folks like Andy Masley spend a nearly full-time amount of hours a week trying to dispel, whether it be about water use or the effects of these things on the electrical grid. And then you also have firms, which out of respect and neutrality, I won't name, which don't particularly care about the community impacts of building like hyperscale massive facilities in areas that have absolutely no way to support it via the infrastructure. But the bigger issue to me and to people that work in the industry and to the folks doing these installs and to anybody whose business is to get tokens out of electricity is that there is not enough electricity. And this is something that is affecting every sort of build out. not just data centers, but like any sort of commercial build out in like a smaller city is like also deadlocked by this sort of limitation.
Well, the people writ large don't want new electricity generation either, right? In fact, they oppose new electricity generation for many of the same reasons that they oppose data centers, because it's this like big, scary, new foreign thing that they feel is opposed to the environment, it's opposed to humanity, and they don't like it.
Well, I think that there's sort of two sides of this, which is that, yes, to a lesser but existent degree, the general public is not very warm towards building out electrical capacity. This stems both from, let's say, like the abandonment of, subsidized clean energy by the current federal administration, to general misunderstandings about solutions like nuclear, as well as just regulatory hurdles that make it very, very difficult to produce electricity at the scale at which we actually need it. I think that this kind of leads into the second part of my theory, which is that we're kind of in a state right now where the United States is changing. It is changing in ways which for a lot of people are unpredictable or confusing, to which I'm incredibly sympathetic. I think that ideologies that have previously been sequestered, I think, to very small margins of like the political discourse, like climate degrowth and less so kind of anti-imperialism, are for young people becoming a sort of like new meta-religion in America. And you can't really logically debate ideology because ideological motivations are inherently irrational. They're things which people commit to on the premise that they would commit to a sports team, but way deeper. So what does this mean? The majority of intellectual capital in AI, at least, is centered in places like San Francisco, right? And a lot of the culture of these places is downstream of rationalist and post-rationalism, right? So you have a group of people who are used to, let's say, debating things on an object level and trying to use factual assumptions to be able to supplant ideology and produce like a more coherent ideology, right? But this isn't working. And then combined with, I'm going to switch into layman's terms here, and I say this as one, nerds have the tendency when they're cornered to give up on trying to engage to convince people of something because they feel like they have an intellectual advantage over what they would consider the gentry or normies, right? So again, perfect storm dynamics. You have a bunch of people that don't understand something that dislike it. You have a bunch of viable alternatives that could very well reduce the sort of strain on the infrastructure. Things like decentralizing inference, decentralizing compute, replacing the entirety of the user base that is using the free tier of ChatGPT with inferring private local models on their own devices, right? Like this is possible today. Like models like Qwen 3.6 27B can be run on relatively inexpensive MacBooks and produce.
People don't do this.
People, well, not only do people not do this, but these are very new things, right? Like this is like a totally nascent technological core. And I think that as all AI practitioners, like whether they work at the app level, the infrastructure level, or the model level, are kind of fumbling the ball on responsibility of trying to engage in like the civic responsibility of getting people to understand more fully where exactly we are without trying to sell them on like the eschatology of like AI waking up and like nobody having a job anymore and everybody has $1 trillion in their bank account, which may or may not happen.
It seems to me that a lot of these problems are downstream from like this overly like preservationist attitude in the US. Like all of these things, like the data center build out, the like NIMBYism in general. How do we correct from that? Because a lot of these concerns are coming from things like, okay, it degrades the environment, it degrades art, right? Like
it degrades human labor.
Yeah, but what is the synthesis of this? Like, how do we ensure the preservation of these like cultural artifacts and ecological artifacts and still move forward.
In a very real materialist way, the Bay Area could start throwing more events in Oakland and like talking to the community. And even if they get yelled at for 6 months by people that are genuinely afraid that they're going to get priced out of their own homes, I think they have a responsibility to talk to people and hear them out and try and listen to them on what sort of solutions in the middle that we could pursue to prevent both those outcomes from happening and the alternative, which is that we don't build any electrical capacity. Things continue to get more expensive. Everybody has disemployment and an inability to make ends meet anyway, and we're all left off in a worse situation than we are currently. I think that in a bigger sense, it is drastically important, and I am like totally a hypocrite about this, at least if you read my timeline. It's incredibly important for us to go to these spaces where they're dealing with like these very tangible effects of these build outs and try and figure out how exactly we can retool resources into these communities to where at least the delta of their quality of life is not net negative. And at best, they're positively affected by these build outs, that we have, hyperscalers funding re-education and reskilling programs, that we have local universities and let's say like state colleges that don't have a lot of resources showered in free compute for their students to use, that we seek to try and create more win cases in terms of like public good over the sort of like uncontrolled private expansion that we're used to as part of the inevitability of what we're going through right now. Like America's in a position where it's changing. We are drifting away from, I think, like sort of the MMT-derived economic theory of the past 5 to 6 years, and more into a sort of space where, like Hayek's economic views on economics, power law scaling are becoming the rule of law. And on the other side of things, now we're starting to sort of see this idea of inevitability of like an increase in inequality. I think, again, as AI practitioners, we have to be more conscious of the realities of what happens if the divide between everybody who is not understanding this stuff and everybody who is continues to grow. Because personally, I like taking the subway, and I don't want to have to pay for Uber Blacks to make sure that I like get to work safe without being mugged for working on inference, even though it's not the kind that uses data centers. So, in general, there's a lot of alpha in just getting out into your community and talking to people and understanding how these things affect people and their real daily lives and what sort of problems that they approach. One thing that I have encountered when doing a lot of outreach to different groups of people about AI in general is that still, just because of the fact that these tools are mainly marketed towards people working on software, a lot of people don't understand what exactly the benefits of AI tooling is. I was in a state with pretty poor healthcare access, and tools like GPT-4, along with feeding it diagnostics from Quest, allowed me to be able to gut check if there were problems when I couldn't see a specialist for 3 to 6 months. If more people in the United States knew not only the benefits, but the drawbacks of this stuff, and more people knew that there's a growing sort of wave of open source practitioners, companies like Noose Research that are primarily giving out state-of-the-art tools for free, maybe it would make them a little bit more positive towards the whole of this stuff, and they wouldn't just see it as like this unstoppable Borg that's going to ruin their lives.
Yep, totally. Well, unfortunately, we do have to wrap. Thanks so much, Samwerasi, for coming on. Hopefully we can figure this stuff out and have the public be a little bit more pro AI. That would be great.
If I could just say one ending line, I think that the only inevitability that I see is that any computer in the future that cannot think just won't be seen as an actual computer. More people should start to think about what this means. And thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for joining.
Yep.
And we'll be right back. All right, we are back with Garrett DeVink, who is a tech reporter at the Washington Post. He covered the Musk v. Altman trial, which just wrapped in Oakland. So Garrett, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, of course. Good to be here.
So my first question would be, At what point did the outcome start to feel likely or obvious for the jurors?
I don't know if I'm like too dumb or too smart here, but like I never was like, oh, obviously this is going to happen. Like I definitely felt that OpenAI had a stronger case. I mean, a lot of what Musk kind of opened up with had been sort of whittled away with different documents that were presented, evidence, witness testimony. I mean, what I'm referring to there is, Musk came in and said, look, like I had no idea that they did this. They stole this charity from, behind my back. And then OpenAI was kind of presenting documents being like, here's an email from Sam to you saying, hey, Elon, do you want to invest in the equity round that Microsoft is participating in? And so essentially Musk claimed that this all kind of happened. He had no idea what was going on, was sort of whittled away throughout the trial. But I still think that there was this kind of, common sense take, which is like, well, how can you have a nonprofit one day and then three years later it's one of the most powerful tech companies in the world? There's a certain logical elegance to that argument, which is essentially what Musk was making. And so I think the question of how the jury would respond to all of this was still completely open. And yeah, people were saying, oh, maybe this should never have gone to trial, but it went to trial, and there was an open question about, whether Musk missed the statute of limitations or not. The judge felt that was an open enough question to let this go to trial, and the jury came back and said, no, he clearly missed it.
Interesting. So the verdict, which was advisory but adopted by the judge immediately, is this correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
like immediately, like. Yeah.
So the verdict didn't actually rule on any of the questions regarding the trial itself. It was mostly just Musk didn't have standing to bring the trial to court because the statute of limitations had expired.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the jury, there's no way they would have had time to consider all of that. I mean, we had 3 weeks of testimony. I think Musk himself was on the stand for 6 or 7 hours. Sam Altman was up there for 2 or 3, 4 hours. Greg Brockman for a couple days. I mean, there was a lot here. There was hundreds of pages of documents that come out in discovery, a few hundred more that were added during the trial itself. And so the jury would have had to take 2 or 3 days to actually get through all of it and, if they were going to assess those questions. But really what they limited themselves to was to say there was kind of the sub question of like, regardless of whether Elon is correct or not, did he bring this in time? And that's really what they focus on. And they said, no, he didn't. He knew, like, if he really believes that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman corrupted OpenAI for their own personal enrichment, he should have known that years ago. And if he cared so much, he would have brought a lawsuit back then. Since he didn't bring a lawsuit, he only brought it when he himself was a direct competitor of OpenAI's. The jury said, look, it's too late, and we essentially don't trust you that you're bringing this legitimately.
So how did it make it to trial in the first place if it was past the statute of limitations?
I think that there was sort of a question of what Elon knew and when. I mean, the way he described it was that he had 3 phases of his understanding of OpenAI. The first one was when he was totally involved, totally on board. He felt that this was, they were doing it for all the right reasons. They were doing it to benefit humanity. They wanted to be open about the research, publish things open source. Then he left the company, and he said he started to suspect that maybe things weren't going the way that he wanted them to or that he thought they should go, but he didn't know for sure. He didn't feel like he had enough evidence to say, oh yeah, these guys 100%, stole a charity. And then it wasn't until 2023, after several rounds of investment from Microsoft, when OpenAI clearly had this very large and growing for-profit business. But when the blip happened, or when Sam Altman was kicked off the as CEO for 5 days before he came back, that was really the moment where Elon says, okay, he shifted from being kind of suspicious to feeling in his gut that no, this was wrong. The commitment they made at the beginning has been broken, and I need to sue them. And that's kind of what was up for debate. When did Elon have enough information for a reasonable person to kind of make that shift from being suspicious to being convinced that what OpenAI was doing was wrong? And essentially, the jury just didn't buy his argument that it took him a while to get to that point. They said, look, if I were in your shoes, I would have known that earlier based on the information that you had in front of you. And so therefore this is how we're deciding.
Got it. Do you think Musk is likely to appeal? And if he is, do you think the case has any chance of being overturned?
I mean, he'll appeal. Like why wouldn't he? I mean, everything we know about him indicates that he likes to keep these fights going. I mean, I don't think he's just gonna go on Twitter and say, actually, I was wrong, and I love Sam Altman and everything they're doing is fine. I mean, he's obviously gonna keep fighting this fight. He's gone so far. He said all the things that there are to say. He's probably gonna keep going. I don't know whether the next judge will actually hear this appeal if it does formally materialize because it seemed pretty open and shut. I mean, it's a statute of limitations decision. We had a federal jury who made this decision. We had a judge that affirmed it. And so it seems pretty strong. But again, I don't know whether legally there's going to be any kind of sliver of a case to actually get this to appeal, even if Musk tries.
Right. What did this trial reveal about the level of control that the nonprofit board has over OpenAI?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of one of the great positives of this trial, which is that we got a lot of information that, maybe had been kind of reported here and there, had been talked about a little bit, but a lot of the blanks in OpenAI's history were really filled in. And, I wouldn't say that there was some kind of major shocker about, how OpenAI itself is run, but a lot of the statements are kind of like out there now, right? I mean, OpenAI is still technically a nonprofit. It has a nonprofit board that officially and in its writing has control over the for-profit company. That nonprofit board doesn't own a majority of the equity anymore, but it still kind of has that sort of, in its, I guess, the way it's set up, it still has official control over the company. And the other thing here is that the attorneys general of California and Delaware, which are, the two states that are relevant for OpenAI legally, it's where it operates and where it's technically based. They've said they've signed off on the OpenAI nonprofit for-profit structure. And so I really don't think that this is going to be a question that continues to sort of substantially hound OpenAI. I think this is now that we have the AG's ruling, we have this court case, OpenAI can kind of go forward and say, look, like, stop talking about our nonprofit structure, stop complaining, everything is fine, we're going to go public, you're going to be able to own part of this company, even though it's technically controlled by a nonprofit. I think that's maybe the biggest win here for OpenAI because these questions really have not gone away. Anytime anyone wants to criticize them, they say, well, wait, aren't you a nonprofit that's supposed to be for the benefit of all humanity? Why are you building this product? Why are you building all these data centers, doing these deals? Like, why is Greg Brockman a billionaire? All these kinds of questions are kind of, have been, I don't think they're going to go away, but I think OpenAI just has a much stronger answer to say, look, like, how many judges do you want to say that this is okay before you guys shut up?
Do you think that the judge, jury, lawyers, and the rest of the court were AGI pilled at all, or did they see it as more of sort of a normal kind of corporate litigation trial?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, at least for the AI industry, one of the more interesting kind of aspects of what happened here. I mean, the judge very clearly did not want this to become like AGI pilled versus not AGI pilled. She very specifically blocked everyone from talking about, essentially the big time consequences of AI safety, right? Elon Musk really wanted to make this a case about how, AI is the most important thing in the world. And it has existential consequences for us, including you, the 9 members of the jury. And OpenAI, said it was going to do this for the benefit of humanity, but now they've sort of been corrupted. And it really matters not just for the wealth and power of a few men, but it matters for all of us. If OpenAI really betrayed their mission to benefit humanity, that could really turn out poorly if they're the ones who come up with AGI. If it's Sam Altman who decides the future of AGI, rather than some kind of more democratic approach to it. And so the judge didn't want that to happen because she didn't want this to be a trial about whether that's true or not, whether, sort of a doomer versus accelerationist, or whatever trial. She didn't want that to happen. And I think that's probably pretty wise. I think she realized that if suddenly we had to sort of explain, okay, this is what this means, this is what existential risk is, yada, 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 it would have kind of become bigger than the questions, the legal questions that she wanted to keep the trial focused on. So it was kind of interesting to sort of see people talking about AI safety, but having to do it in kind of this roundabout, more vague way rather than kind of going there. I mean, during his testimony, Elon Musk did say a few times that like the consequences of AI, AI could kill us all. He kind of kept bringing this up, turning to the jury and saying it directly to them. And eventually the judge had to tell him, like, look, we've heard what you had to say. Like, you can't keep saying this. I don't want it to go in that direction. And so I don't know if any of the jury members were AGI pilled. I don't know if any of them knew like what OpenAI was before they showed up for, jury duty that on that day. They were kind of allowed to limit their understanding of this to a pretty traditional conflict over control over a business.
Right. Well, it's been an interesting trial over the last 3 weeks. We'll see how it progresses from here on appeal. Maybe we'll have you back on to talk about that. But thanks so much for coming on today.
Yeah, of course, anytime.
All right, we're live. We're back for some timeline review, for some banger review.
Yeah, because we're just better at scrolling.
This
than
is
you.
very topical. Wow. First post on my feed. The CEO of Goldman Sachs and aspiring DJ, David Solomon, plays a Suno-generated EDM song.
Wow.
The grads are not moving at all.
Wait, do they know that it's Zuno at this point?
Yeah, he told them.
Oh, wow.
Here's the abridged version of his message. Fuck art, make money. Art is a hobby. Art can be made in 10 seconds with the graduates here doing real work. I'm going to bet that that is not a sort of fair paraphrase of his point there. I think, probably.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Difference is the Wharton kids aren't as pissed as, say, Glendale Community College or University of Arizona. That is interesting. You know, like, the Wharton kids aren't booing. They're just not, like, that into it.
Yeah, they're just kind of like blank stare.
So I wonder if there's some correlation between, like, more elite schools being more pro-AI, which I doubt, or maybe tech and finance people
I feel like I don't doubt that. Because the, like, more elite schools would presumably be more, feeders into, like, New York, San Francisco, all of these, like, pretty expensive cities where there are expensive industries with a lot of capital. Makes sense.
Yeah. Breaking news from Mergov. President Trump says he has called off a U.S. military attack on Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow after the leaders of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, the Gulf states, called him and asked him to hold off. But has instructed the U.S. military to be prepared to go forward with a full large-scale assault of Iran in the event that an acceptable deal is not reached. It's so funny that he just capitalizes random nouns.
I know.
this is a thing in German, and it also used to be a thing in English like 300 years ago. Like if you read primary sources from like the 1700s, they capitalized lots of, great leaders and allies, a deal will be made, as well as all countries in the Middle East and beyond.
He's just vibe capitalizing. But to be honest, I have also started to do this in texts because I think it's funny.
That is funny. And now I wonder, why did 1700s written English capitalize random nouns? Which nouns were capitalized? Why did we stop? It's probably going to think this is a big adaptive thinking task.
Yeah.
It's thinking. I'm always kind of flattered that Claude thinks when I query
it wasn't quite as random as it looks to modern eyes.
Yeah, capitalization was visual emphasis.
That
Writers
makes
used it to
sense.
flag what they considered the important or substantive words in a sentence. So this is basically exactly what Trump does. Proper nouns, abstract concepts and ideals, liberty, virtue, reason, nature, honor, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Common nouns referring to significant things, people or institutions, the king, the parliament, the church. Okay, so it was a stylistic choice.
Imagine how much more meaning we could embed into written language if each capitalization of every word, every letter in a word meant something. Like we could have a very higher dimensional language.
Yeah, probably.
But we don't have that yet. Maybe as like language evolves, we'll start to get somewhere like that.
Most likely. So that's our update on the Iran war. This is, I think, my first time even mentioning the Iran war the entire stream.
I think so
on week
too.
4. So that's interesting. I mean, it's just like
the lion does not concern himself.
Yeah, literally.
With what happens in the Middle East.
Like we look at the market, for example, and we see in the last year the Iran war started right here, February 27th, February 28th, right? This was the first day that the market opened after the Iran war. And oh, look at that. We're up 7% since the beginning of the war. Why? Because AI matters more than anything else in the world. That's why we talk about AI.
True. No, I mean, we do have our geopol segment. So it's like, I'll let them take that.
Yeah. Some in the tech industry have started reacting to the verdict. Ross Gerber, who is a major SpaceX investor, said, Musk's attempt to distract and harass Sam Altman was an expensive failure. It was an ego-driven attack. And it did not effectively hurt Altman's reputation or help Musk improve his standing in the public perception. The good news is that people hate both of them, he added. Kind of true. But the thing is, like, the average American hates Elon Musk, and the average American doesn't know who Sam Altman is. And if they did, they would not like him.
Yeah, I think Sam Altman has penetrated, like, normie consciousness, right? But
Sam Altman has penetrated... Yes. I think not yet, but...
I think so. So my personal benchmark is, like, do my grandparents in Colombia know who this person is? I don't think that... I think probably, yeah, they don't know who Sam Altman is.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. They
I
might.
would be surprised. There it is. Musk's lead counsel, Stephen Molo, told the judge that Musk intends to appeal. So we're about to get OpenAI versus Musk part 2. Once they appeal.
Like, I love how Trump, or not, what? Trump? I love how, like, Elon just, like, makes moves, not in silence, quite loudly whenever things like this happen. Like the Anthropic Colossus deal happened during the trial, did it not? He's just being really petty. I think he's going to keep doing things like this.
He still said nothing.
Yeah. I think this is just going to convince him to really lock in and, like, go full force on, you know, Grok, maybe acquire Cursor, you know, go full force on Terafab. Like, this could make him...
This could make him go demon mode.
This is going to make him go demon mode.
Remember Grimes talking about Elon going demon mode?
What?
Remember this?
I don't think so.
Look up... Okay, wait.
My context window is not
Grimes, Elon,
long
demon
enough.
mode. Yeah. The state is characterized by a real lack of empathy and intense focus, but it is ultimately what Grimes credits for allowing Elon to get shit done. Yeah.
Yeah, need to get like this.
Grimes apparently says Elon Musk can enter demon mode. Remember Goblin mode? That was a meme back in the day.
No, I assumed this was.
Is that where the LLMs got it from?
Yeah, certainly.
Probably.
You know that meme that's like, "Where's your anger? Rise."
Yeah, rise. Where's your? Yeah. Oh, good news for you, by the way.
What?
Claude is doubling token limits on Claude Design. Yay.
Let's go.
Let's go. This is amazing news for the MTS team, by the way. Yeah.
Huge.
MTS team, if you're watching this right now, you have double the token limits on Claude Design.
Yeah.
You have some drops to make.
It's time to go Jevons paradox on the drops.
It is. So we were talking about, public figures responding to AI. I think, like, big leaders in tech have been AGI pilled for a while, and now big leaders in finance are getting AGI pilled. So we just showed David Solomon talking about using Suno at the Wharton graduation. We also have Ken Griffin, the CEO of Citadel. He was a prominent AI skeptic, and like all of them, eventually they come around. Okay, I'm not doing all that. I'm just going to find a different source. A big pivot from Ken Griffin on AI. This was a couple days ago. In the last few months, there's been a step change in the productivity of the AI toolkit. It is profoundly more powerful than it was just 9 months ago. I actually don't believe this. Like, people say there's a step change in the productivity of AI. I think AI has been getting better at roughly the same rate, like, for the last 3 years. I don't, like, see any step changes anywhere. Maybe
subjectively, it feels that way.
I think it's more like crossing a threshold and step change.
Yeah.
At Citadel, that has allowed us to unleash a much broader array of use cases for AI. Citadel is a big high-frequency trading and hedge fund and financial services company. It has many billions, tens of billions under management. It's headquartered in Miami now. It used to be Chicago, and then they moved to Miami.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
I really wonder what the future of Miami holds.
I'm bullish.
I'm sort of bullish as well.
If you're a Latin pilled, you should definitely be bullish on Miami.
Latin futurism.
Miami is actually like lusotropical futurism.
Yeah.
You know the whole like lusotropicalism thing?
Yeah. We need. Oh, that goes so hard. All the different competing views of futurism are getting interesting, like the Greco-Roman futurism.
Yeah, and by the 22nd century, the world's two major competing ideological power blocks will be lusotropicalism versus Gattaca-Boasian. The conflict between these two ideologies will form the basis of that century's Cold War. So this is basically Miami versus SF.
Literally.
Yeah. we have El Caudillo Marco Rubio. This is literally Miami.
Yeah.
Half these people are Floridian.
Well, Cat's Eye is actually Cat's Eye solves this for now. Cat's Eye is both of these. Are you familiar with Cat's Eye?
Vaguely.
Yeah. So they are the like cultural medium of both of these beautiful cultures.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the good news is either way, we're gonna get lots of awesome tropical skyscrapers because we have like the Miami skyline, which is like clearly the best in America outside of New York and Chicago.
Yeah, it goes so hard.
It's so hype. Yeah, this is actual lusotropicalism right here.
Yeah, need to make an edit to this. Well, we're gonna need a competing Agarthan music genre for edits of lusotropicalism.
Yeah, everyone is gonna have their own sort of their own version of Agartha. Yeah, there's gonna be Latin American and Agartha.
Oh, but it's gonna be like some sort of Bad Bunny derivation or something.
That's so good. What were we saying about?
Oh my god, it would
Ken
be like
Griffin?
Bad Bunny, like remixed into Oblivion versus K-pop remixed into Oblivion. Anyways.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Ken Griffin is saying these are extraordinarily high-skilled jobs being automated by agentic AI, and I got to tell you, I went home one Friday actually fairly depressed by this because you could just see how this is going to have such a dramatic impact on society. So everybody has their own moment where for the first time they're like, oh, AI is real. And then in the immediate aftermath of that, you have to recalibrate a lot of your beliefs about the world and about the nature of work and about what the future is going to look like and about what your personal future is going to look like. But it doesn't have to all be bad. Like, I think in the long run, you can come out of this phase stronger. Like, I had this phase too in 2022, like end of 2022, early 2023, where I was like, oh, wow, AI is real. And it is going to only get better from here. And what will the future look like when it does get a lot better?
Yeah. Like the most actionable thing you can do is like read what people who are very like have positive visions of the future have to say and have been saying for decades, and then like align yourself with that. Like try to hyperstition it. You know? Jinx.
Banger review time.
Yeah.
We have a banger from Richard Sutton.
That's enough critical thinking.
No, we can do more critical thinking. Richard Sutton tweets, the bitter lesson in 26 words. Don't be distracted by human knowledge, as AI has been historically. Instead, focus on methods for creating knowledge that scale with computation, like search and learning.
Banger.
So AI right now is, I would say, distracted by human knowledge quite a bit. Like, in fact, the entire LLM paradigm works because we have so much accumulated human knowledge. You're just training a really big transformer on the text of the entire internet. This only works if you actually have the text of the entire internet. If you have a giant pile of human-generated data. So how can you create knowledge in a way that scales with computation, like search and learning? You would want to do something more like what the founders of recursive want to do. Recursive intelligence.
With an I or E?
With an E. Probably also with an I. It's all the same stuff.
Oh, look, somebody just tagged us in a shitpost.
Oh, they did? Wait, let me look at it. Okay. Box Long says, at schizophrenia, at Theo Jaffe, it's a sign of high intelligence capitalized.
I love vibe capping
nouns.
So
That's
true. We
that's
need that
so
on a
good.
hat.
That's
You
so
know
true.
what we should do is like we should have like such a loyal and like everlasting love following that people just send us hats
That would be great.
with
Send
like
me an Enron
various
hat.
things that we like say on the stream.
That would be amazing.
This is what we should be building towards. Hat abundance.
Indian Bronson, CC's Rune and Rohan Pandey, who are the two kind of Hindu scholars of artificial intelligence, and cites the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's article on epistemology and classical Indian philosophy, and says, mainstream classical Indian epistemology is dominated by theories about pedigree, i.e. views about knowledge-generating processes called pramana, knowledge sources. So I guess more AI researchers should become Hindu-pilled.
So true.
I think Hindu texts should have a moment in the cultural spotlight. I think there's so much depth in there.
I've been predicting this. I think that I think it'll happen like in a year or two. Like the next, like
after becoming Chinese, people are going to become Indian.
yeah, because becoming Chinese is like a fairly secular thing, but people need to be like obsessed with a religion again. Like there was like the vibe Buddhist movement of like the early 2000s or something, where like Buddhism was being like spammed by Westerners, and then obviously Catholicism, like we all know about that.
Well, there's the whole Hindu thing in like the 60s in like
I guess.
California.
Yeah.
Hinduism and Buddhism, like people LARPing the religions of the Orient. Steve Jobs famously did this.
Yeah, famously.
Very famously. As did the Beatles.
But I don't think
John
Hinduism
Lennon.
ever reached the like cultural consciousness point like Buddhism did.
This is what the Beatles are doing in India.
But there
in
was
the
also
60s.
that point in like early 2000s music where everyone was becoming Indian for some reason. Like there's like Selena
I do kinda
Gomez was like
remember
wearing all these traditional Indian garments. Like why? I don't know.
Because it's tough.
Because it's tough, yeah.
Yeah. Looking for some more bangers. Okay, here's a banger from Russian state media, RT. 39 is officially young in Russia.
Oh, I saw this.
You don't understand. I'm only 39. 39 is young. 39 wasted year.
Yeah.
There's no community note says there's no official policy change. It's from an interview where a ministry geriatrician said 39-year-olds can be considered biologically young. Russia's legal definition of youth remains ages 14 to 35. So that is kind of interesting. 35 is still, not what would be considered young in a lot of other countries.
Yeah.
Probably Russia has a very high median age because they have had low birth rates for a while. Yeah, the median age in Russia is 41 years, whereas the global median age is I think like 27.
Median
31.
age.
Okay, but still, Russia is quite a bit older than the world.
In the U.S.,
writ
it's
large.
39 though.
Yeah. Yeah, all these countries are getting old. Like the birth rates are going down, and people die later, so we have older populations.
Yeah. Age reversal.
Age regression.
Yeah. We need.
We're not doing that.
No, but we do need age reversal.
We do. We'll get there.
And by we, I mean me.
You don't need age reversal yet.
Not yet, but I do want it later.
Later. So Chris Olah of Anthropic responds to the Pope. Remember, Chris Olah will be speaking at the ceremony where Pope Leo XIV will present his encyclical on artificial intelligence. And Chris Olah says, the questions posed by AI are bigger than the AI community. We urgently need the world, religion, civil society, academics, governments to participate in creating a positive outcome. I'm glad the Catholic Church is engaging and honored to speak at the presentation. So Yeah, it's good that Anthropic is engaging with these people. Anthropic actually enlisted a few different religious leaders to work with them on the Claude Constitution.
Who?
Let's check.
Who?
Acknowledgements. That's right. External commenters include, Father Brendan McGuire was one. Yeah, Father Brendan McGuire is a Catholic priest, a former Silicon Valley tech executive. That's interesting. Wow. So this guy, he was an advisor on the Claude Constitution. He went to Trinity College Dublin for microelectronics and software engineering. Then for a few years, I guess he worked in tech, trying to piece together his background from, he was the executive director at PCMCIA, the Personal Computer Memory Card International Association.
Okay.
Wow. So that was pretty unk tech. And then he decided to go into the church more. He got a Master of Divinity at Franciscan School of Theology.
Hell yeah.
And then University of Notre Dame. And then St. Patrick's Seminary.
And he went to the Graduate School of Education?
Yeah, well, that was an executive program.
Oh, sure.
And then he became a pastor at the Holy Spirit Catholic Church in San Jose, and he was a pastor there from 2004 to 2020, so 1200 Redmond Avenue. The Holy Spirit Church in San Jose. It's in like South San Jose. It's near like the Westfield, Oak Ridge Mall, and kind of close to Los Gatos. There are a lot of tech people at Los Gatos. So he's a special advisor to the bishop, helped supervise St. Francis High School, chairperson of the Catholic Cemeteries, Institute of Technology, Ethics, and Culture. Okay. And now he's a pastor in Los Altos.
I love how detailed his description is.
Very, wow. I love
LinkedIn
how
Max.
He has his own custom LinkedIn header.
Wait, that goes so hard.
Does he have Twitter at FR Brendan McGuire? No. He's not on Twitter. Also, Bishop Paul Teague, an Irish Catholic prelate who has served as secretary of the section of culture of the Dicastery for Culture and Education since 2022. So the Catholic Church is, of course, a vast and very old and very complex organization with a very detailed internal structure. And so they have their own bureaucracy. He's also Irish, head of the theology department at an Institute of Education. He did bioethics. He was a chaplain of Okay, so he's been working on tech issues for the church for a while. So Paul Teague and Father Brendan McGuire both helped work on the Claude Constitution. Although I wonder if there are other, as Anthropic would say, non-Western perspectives that they could have consulted. Leaders in Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Judaism, Shintoism, and other world religions. I don't know, I think they would have a lot to say about Claude. And the models themselves are pretty Buddhist-pilled. Remember the spiritual bliss attractor?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, if you put two instances of Claude Opus 4 together and have them talk to each other about anything, and just put them in a loop so they continue talking, eventually they will start talking about Buddhism, and it will get weird. They'll start doing like spiral emojis, they'll start meditating, they'll start talking about spirituality. So the models are pretty pilled on this stuff.
Yeah. I wonder if they could do like maybe an update to the Constitution that has like a robust global perspective later on.
They will.
Possibly.
So another banger. U.S. Latinos by themselves would rank as the 5th largest global economy.
Let's go.
After the U.S., China, Japan, and Germany.
Well, but what about like, U.S. Chinese or like U.S. like insert other demographic group?
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. economy is so big that any demographic group pulled out would have
Exactly.
like an
Feels like
enormous
it
share of the
means
economy.
nothing.
It means more than nothing.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a good sign for the lusotropical future.
Yeah.
It's a good sign for Miami in the future.
Miami futurism.
I actually am unironically a Miami futurist. Miami is in many ways
the
most
I am
futuristic
too.
city in the country. Miami is the only city in the country where you're allowed to build things. Like,
No, that's Austin, Texas also has this property.
wow, you listed one other city. That's amazing.
No, there is only one other city.
I know.
And Houston, except Houston has like a very anti-mimetic property where like people, I don't know, Houston is an interesting place to grow up, but not an interesting place to stay.
Totally. This is the Miami World Center. Look at this. Wow.
Hell
big shiny
yeah.
skyscrapers. This amazing sort of tree-lined, walkable area. This literally didn't exist a year ago. Like if we go back to Google Street View, 2023. Yep. It's just not much. Lots of construction, lots of empty lots. If we go back to when I first moved to Florida in 2007, it looked like this.
Wow.
This is what Soma looks like in San Francisco.
Wow.
There's
but
no
Austin
skyscrapers.
is also like this. You should search up West Campus in
Compare
Austin.
it to, now. Whoa. It's like Shenzhen.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to West Campus, Austin, Texas.
Yeah. This is my hood. This is like the neighborhood right next to UT that has like skyscrapers that are only for students. Okay, you spawned in kind of like a subpar part of it, but if you go back in
Like
time,
here? Is this less subpar?
yeah, there's like, there's tons of stuff being built. Basically, there's all of these skyscrapers. All of them are for students.
2007 West Campus.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like Gainesville, Florida.
Yeah.
It's like where I went to college. Skyscrapers for students. Wait, what about like downtown Austin during that same time?
Downtown
Like,
Austin is probably similar.
If we go on the bridge right here and we look out at Austin, 2016, 10 years ago. Okay, can I go on the bridge? There we go. So this is March 2025. If we
This
look
is sort of how I remember Austin.
at 2014, there's some buildings, but it's way fewer.
Yeah, I remember it just being like a slightly more, futuristic version of San Antonio with a river.
Yeah.
With San Antonio, Texas. I
Is my
wonder if
favorite
anything
building.
can come of it. I'm not sure.
I actually talked to a guy about this for the Theo Jaffe podcast. He ended up not coming on for reasons, but he was going to talk about being more bullish on San Antonio and how to fix San Antonio dynamism.
Yeah, exactly. So American Shenzhen might be split between Miami, I don't know if any other city in Florida, and then Austin.
And kind of Manhattan also, in fairness to them. They have built some new stuff, like Hudson Yards is all new.
Mm-hmm.
The World Trade Center area in FiDi, Financial District, is all new. So, like, New York can build a little bit. San Francisco can't. It's really bad. Introducing Cursor Composer 2.5, our most powerful model yet. It performs the same as Opus 4.7 on Terminal Bench 2.0, and only slightly worse on SweBench, Multilingual, and Cursor Bench. I'm guessing that it's going to be much cheaper, or else they wouldn't have published it with these numbers. Yeah, up to 10 times more efficient than similarly capable models. So the average cost per task of Cursor Composer is like 50 cents about. And the score on Cursor Bench 3.1 is only slightly below Claude Opus 4.7 with max reasoning which costs $11 for the same task, or 20 times as much. So, yeah, it's a lot cheaper. We improve Composer by scaling training, generating more complex RL environments, and introducing new learning methods. So it's mostly post-training improvements, it seems. But it seems like Cursor is increasingly focused on models and not product. Like the Cursor product seems to have been mostly supplanted by Claude Code and Codex.
Yep. I mean, huge news for Cursor users, of which I'm not one. I've never used it before.
I've used Cursor before. I used Cursor way back in the day, but only way back in the day.
Yeah.
Composer 2.5 is built on Kimi K2.5. Except 85% of the compute comes from additional training in RL. So it is interesting that they don't just pre-train a base model. And then here's the big news, is together with SpaceX AI, okay, together with SpaceX AI, we're training a significantly larger model from scratch using 10x more total compute. With Colossus 2's million H100 equivalents and our combined data and training techniques, we expect this to be a major leap in model capability.
Let's see.
Targeted RL with textual feedback inserts targeted hints to learn corrections. I see. So for the model to learn how to do things, you have a teacher model, give it a little bit of a hint on how to do things. Synthetic data is used to create harder tasks to increase model ability, but can lead to reward hacking, which you don't want. So as the model became more adept, Composer 2.5 was able to find increasingly sophisticated workarounds to solve the task at hand. So, in one example, the model found a leftover Python type checking cache and reverse engineered the format to find a deleted function signature. We are able to find and diagnose these problems using agentic monitoring tools, but they demonstrate the increasing care necessary for large-scale RL. That's right. If you do too much RL without making sure the model's not reward hacking, you get models like Claude 3.7 Sonnet, which are very hacky. And you don't want that. You don't want that for sort of existential risk safety reasons. And you also don't want that for more mundane reasons, in that a model that reward hacks is not a good product if it doesn't actually do what you want it to do. Composer 2.5 is 50 cents per million input and $2.50 per million output tokens. So that's pretty cheap. There's a faster variant with the same intelligence at, 6 times the price. Lower cost in the fast tiers of our other frontier model. So I wonder how much faster it is for it to be priced that much higher.
How much does Claude Code cost in comparison?
I think it's more than that.
I mean, certainly, but...
Opus 4.7 is 5 per million input and 25 per million output tokens. So it's 10 times as much.
You know, the future, it's like looking like the glorious 100 subscription future. like we're just going to have, like I can see why this would be used for, like, cheaper tasks or whatever.
Yep.
But increasingly it's like, oh man, we're just gonna keep like subscribing to things for different reasons. Yeah.
So that's Cursor. Here's another cool thing. Prashant Garg tweets, "We know surprisingly little about how automation will unfold outside rich countries, so we built the Global Automation Atlas. 18,000 tasks, 124 countries, and 2.3 million task country comparisons." So, automation exposure rises with income, although notably the country with the most economically exposed tasks is China, which is not a rich country. It's an upper middle country. And the high end, the correlation very much slows down when it comes to high-income countries. 2, when a task is exposed to automation, is technology substituting core worker input or mainly augmenting workers? In most countries, substitution-oriented exposure is larger, especially in lower-income settings. So in poorer countries, automation is more likely to replace workers than to augment them. So let's take a look at the automation atlas. Poorer countries are less likely to be exposed to tasks. So South Sudan, wow, 3% of tasks are exposed to AI. Probably
Singularity
because
proof.
Yeah. Subsistence farming is singularity proof. I mean, like, really though, like, it's South Sudan is among the poorest countries anywhere on earth. Most of the economy is agriculture, and most of the agriculture is like local freeholder subsistence farming.
Yeah.
Somalia is 14%, DRC is 11%, Afghanistan is 14%, Papua New Guinea is 15%. What do all of these countries have in common? They're incredibly poor.
Yeah.
So wealthier countries are much more likely to have more tasks automated or prone to being automated by AI. But it is pretty interesting that the US and China actually have similar percent tasks exposed, and China has slightly more. So what is China?
61%.
They think 26% of tasks can be substituted by AI, meaning replaced, like fully automated.
General and keyboard clerks.
Can we
I mean,
sort?
all of this makes sense. I don't know. I just feel like.
Oh, we can sort by exposure to substitution. Okay, there we go. You feel like what?
I feel like all of this is true, but then just newer, slightly more complex industries will start spawning, kind of like new media. like yes, all of these like knowledge tasks get automated away, but then like a new thing of higher complexity makes it impossible to get automated, and then it goes on forever.
Mm-hmm. So we're taking a look at we have a tree map of occupations and industries by country and which are more likely to be exposed to AI. So wholesale trade, legal and accounting, really exposed. Postal and courier activities, really exposed. Employment activities, really exposed. Ironic. While the sectors that are least exposed include activities of membership organizations. That's weird. I would expect that to be a lot more.
Lobbying. Guys, lobbying isn't ever going away.
Yeah. Repair of computers and personal and household goods, yeah, robots can't do that very well yet. Residential care activities, social work activities, specialized construction in general. Construction actually, as an industry, has resisted automation for a very long time. Like basically every house is made to order, is built by hand, with machines, but ultimately by hand. They're not prefabbed by like a team of people that has to be like individually contracted and brought out and plan everything in advance for like a one-time job. It hasn't really been made much more efficient at all.
Yeah.
Like what we used to have, we used to have the Sears catalog.
Though, right?
You
can 3D print houses.
Yeah, but nobody does this.
I think that it has. I saw one this weekend actually.
In Austin?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
That's
again, it's just because Austin.
And it's ugly as shit.
They are ugly, admittedly.
Oh, wait. Did you see the 3D printed Starbucks in Austin?
No.
Oh, it's not in... I think it's in Brownsville, actually.
I mean, I feel like I've seen Starbuckses that have looked like this.
I don't know if this is actually cheaper than like building a Starbucks normally, or if it's just kind of a proof of concept.
Probably proof of concept. It's certainly, or I would hope, would be faster. If not cheaper.
Do we have any final bangers to take a look at before we have to go?
End with a bang.
End with a bang.
Pun intended.
Oh, this is kind of cool. Some phrases in Solombala English, a 19th century, 1800s, English-Russian trade pidgin written in Cyrillic. So that's funny. It's an English Russian pidgin, sort of mixed language. So instead of saying "what you want, sailor," or the same thing in Russian, you'd say "what you wanted, Asej." Yeah. So buy boots and shoes. Buy him boots, shoes. Asej. Kom shuda. Very good boots, shoes. So, wow. You can hear the English, you can hear the Russian. Maybe in the long arc of history, once we make peace with Russia and it becomes a member of NATO and the EU in 50 years, then we'll all be speaking this language.
Yeah, this is the universal language in 50 years.
The universal language of Europe. It's
Yeah.
it's Asian century, right? Russia is Eurasia.
Yeah, this is true.
Half Europe, half Asia.
Russia was concept for Wasia.
So that's our banger review. We'll be right back in just a moment. All right, we are back. We're live in the Situation Room with Nick at NS123ABC, a very secretive, anonymous account. And we're here to talk about the trial.
The quintessential Anon. Yeah.
Very non-profile picture.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I kept it that way. Might be a time to do a face reveal or something soon. But yeah, thanks for bringing me on, guys.
Absolutely.
Quite a big day today. We got the verdict, and everyone's a bit confused where the case stands, what it means, what they went through. So all that is very emotionally, like a roller coaster, and it's been very interesting.
So I gotta say, we've been live monitoring this trial for the entire time we've been doing MTS, more or less. And I kind of didn't expect this outcome, where the outcome isn't ruling in favor or against Musk, but ruling instead that Musk kind of lacks standing to bring the trial in the first place because his claims are too late under the statute of limitations. So why did it go to trial in the first place?
Well, it's quite simple. If you look at like when the breach actually happened, so the statute of limitations says that Musk should have known, or he already knew, that this was taking place. But if you look at OpenAI's structure that has been changing throughout time, which is, for example, in 2015, it was a pure charity. In 2019, it became a cap profit, 100x cap on returns, and it had like Microsoft's $1 billion investment. So that was like a hybrid structure that they had. Around that time, Elon tweeted saying, a year later that OpenAI is essentially captured by Microsoft and whatnot. But what actually happened was like in 2023, the whole structure changed again. OpenAI became from a capped hybrid profit to a full for profit. The charity itself got a minority sharehold. They became a minority shareholder in the case, whereas Microsoft actually owns more percentage than the charity itself. So it's claimed that Musk should have known before 2024 that this whole restructure would take place. But the way I see it, I mean, I'm curious to know how you guys see it, is how would have he known that this would have happened in 2024 when the actual happening started happening in 2023? When Sam Altman got fired from the board, and then he came back, and what's Microsoft's role in that? All of those questions seem to be unanswered. And that's the whole point of Musk bringing the case in 2024 versus earlier, is because he didn't know that this was going to happen. He was okay with a hybrid structure.
What important questions do you think are still unanswered after the trial is wrapped?
Well, first, I think like the trial is wrapped in some sense, but Musk, holds the right to appeal. So the unanswered questions are basically what the whole case was about. Was there a breach in charitable trust? Was there unjust enrichment that happened? What was Microsoft's role in all of that? All these questions were the actual point of the case, brought by the evidence, but none of that was actually even accounted as merit. The jury was just told to, answer the case if it was, within the statute of limitations, like within the time period, if it happened, and not. That's all they had to answer. So none of the actual questions were actually answered.
Yeah. Had Musk also sued Microsoft separately?
You're muted.
Oh. Oops. Had Musk also sued Microsoft separately? And what do you think this means for the future of Microsoft and OpenAI? Or Microsoft and Elon?
Microsoft and OpenAI have, a partnership where Microsoft owns about 26% of OpenAI for profit. That's going to go, today's ruling basically said that Microsoft is clear. Nothing's going to happen to them on their side. But the way I guess Elon has portrayed the case is that, Microsoft actually did play a big role after the 2023 firing, and what happened after that. So as for now, nothing really. Microsoft's hand is pretty clear. But if Elon does appeal, it will, this will be again back on the menu.
What do you think was the or go for it, continue.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Microsoft's already, I think has a relationship with Elon, through his companies, but it's nothing direct between him and Microsoft. It's just actually just related purely on the case. If Microsoft assisted in, unjust enrichment or, the conversion for OpenAI, I don't think it has to do with anything directly between Musk and Microsoft. It is like through OpenAI.
Got it. What do you think about the judge's decision to prevent people from talking about existential AI risk? Was this the right thing to do?
I think for the case to make it focus on the claims, it does sound okay. But at the same time, I guess, coming from Musk's perspective or other people who've been, involved in AI, they realize the danger of powerful superintelligence being, in the hand of, who's controlling it. Who do you want superintelligence to be controlled by? Who are those people? Who are those companies? What are their values? What are their incentives that's driving them forward? All of those things actually play a big role in the dangers of AI. So I guess a few months ago when Sora was released, on the timeline, you could see a lot of people saying, where's the cancer cure? Why are we focused on this? And I think everything does correlate to the dangers of AI. If you're incentivized by maximizing profit so you can compete, it does hold a question, how far is it okay to compete for the means of profit, and what's the damage to society on that? These are very important questions.
Right.
Because
Do you think
yeah,
ahead.
just to finish, just to because the founding charter for OpenAI specifically is to build safe AI, and to do it for the benefit of humanity. So if anything that's unsafe that counters that, does hold a stand to, for a conversation or an argument.
Right. Musk will certainly appeal this. His lawyer said that he is intending to appeal. So, what do you think about his prospects at appeal? Do you think he has any case, or is it just not worth it?
No, I think I hold no standing in this case, but I think like from Musk's perspective, if I imagine, all the things he did appeal, the evidence, the truth, none of that was heard or, taken to any merit. So I would guess from his point of view, the main claims that he put, against the defendants, they still hold. They're not answered. So if he does appeal, I think it's going to be at the Ninth Court District. If they allow it to happen, those claims then will be heard again without, the statute of limitation that he actually, he could have known. So if he couldn't have known, which is what happened in 2024, the case will go forward. But it's a much longer process, and it may take time, like a year or so, to get heard.
Regardless of sort of how this pans out legally.
You're still muted.
Oh, I need to stop doing that. Regardless of how this case pans out legally, what do you think are Sam and Elon's next moves?
I think Sam is, and OpenAI is focused on the IPO. So they're gonna push hard to make that happen as soon as they can. So because one of the things this case was hanging on was the remedies phase. So if there was going to be any remedies, how will that change OpenAI, especially from the perspective of investors? So none of that is happening. So it's just I guess they're just gonna accelerate forward to make that happen. Whereas on Musk's side, I think like Musk is, he's a truth seeker, and he does fight for justice, and justice equates to truth. I don't think he's gonna just agree that, oh, okay, he was too late to file a lawsuit, so it's all over. I think he's gonna continue, fighting for the truth, and I guess he's gonna do whatever it takes to, put it out there to the public, to the people, to the courts, whatever he can. I think he's gonna, I think he tweeted once, like his philosophies, like he's lost battles, but he's never lost a war. So for him, I believe this is a war. This is war. So he's going to continue, accelerating XAI, accelerating, whatever claims he thinks he has.
Based on the evidence presented in the trial, do you think that the nonprofit board of OpenAI has a meaningful amount of control over the company?
I think like the nonprofit board before 2023 had a more reasonable a team of independent directors. They actually did care more about the mission. But now, this is just my personal opinion, but I feel like the nonprofit board is actually essentially captured by the people running the for-profit. So there's definitely, a conflict of interest over there. And I think the nonprofit board before 2023 actually did stand for, directing the whole company towards the mission. But now I feel they do have control, but the question is like, is that control actually meaningful to the charter or meaningful to the for-profit and their plans further with the IPO and whatever.
Yeah. Did you go into any rabbit holes during this case? And muted once again. Did you go into any rabbit holes during this case and sort of like discover anything interesting?
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole case has been super interesting. Just basically understanding the whole story of how it all happened, all the way from 2015. And I guess like the really interesting thing started happening when I noticed is during the board firing. I think that was like actually what surprised the whole world was, why Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, got fired essentially, and then how did they come back, and why was the board taken away, and what all happened during that period and after that. I think that's where things become really interesting, and also like Musk's case has one of the biggest, evidential proofs that a lot of the unjust enrichment, a lot of the OpenAI nonprofit board structure, all of that started actually going away from the mission around that period. So I feel like those things are, they're out in the public, they're on the record, but they do and would be having an impact on how people deal with OpenAI, I guess. I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like those are the interesting things that should be heard, and my guess is that's what Musk will appeal on, that he couldn't have known. So the question is, what couldn't he have known? And that's the interesting part.
Yeah, well, it's been cool to see the live trial coverage. Nick, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, thanks for the quick segment. You guys I saw your website, it's pretty cool. Got it all together, and yeah, it's pretty cool. You guys are hosting shows, bringing people on, so I look forward, hearing your coverage, and if there's any chance to participate in the future, that would be pretty cool.
Great.
Yep.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Sounds great. We'll be right back with Monetary Matters.
Welcome to another edition of Monetary Matters live on the MTS network. I'm Jack Farley, joined by Max Weethy. Max, so we got in the last hour or so, we had a Trump put out a Truth Social that perhaps we can put on screen in just a moment, basically saying that he was planning on striking Iran, but that he doesn't because he thinks a deal is very likely and that he's gonna make it all good. So the market is rallying, and the stock and bond market is rallying alongside that. As if we can share the screen right now, President Trump says that we are basically our strike against the Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow. In that serious negotiation are taking place. In their opinion, a deal will be made, which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, as well as to the countries in the Middle East and beyond. The deal will include, importantly, all caps, no nuclear weapons for Iran. I've instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth that we will not be doing the scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow. So the market rallied quite strongly off of that. And so, Max, we were preparing right before this to talk about another down day in stocks and bonds. Just what's interesting to me is, hey, hello? Oh, sorry. Okay. It was interesting to me is just how correlated the stocks and bonds are. I mean, Max, I think I shared a screen on an earlier episode of MTS. I shared how the stocks and bonds were the correlation was quite positive, but that's kind of a little slightly mathematical tweet. Like, this is just so obvious. Like, it's just kind of like a baby. You could see it, just like the one day returns of stocks and bonds. So the TLT, the long day. Like, when stocks go up, when bonds go up, stocks go up, and when bonds go down, stocks go down. So like most days, they are quite correlated, which certainly, since the late 1990 framework, bonds have been viewed as a hedge for bonds. We have the 60-40 portfolio, 60% stocks, 40% bonds. So we'll get into it in just a moment, Max. So later on, I just want to talk about the risk that rising yields do talk to stocks. I think I've been a little bit complacent to it on this program, so we're going to give it its due. But first, Max, I guess we'll talk about this 13F that everyone's talking about.
Yeah, it's funny. Everybody was looking out for it on Friday. That was actually the cutoff date for everyone to file their 13Fs. So there are more 13Fs out there than just Leopold, Aschenbrenner, and situational awareness capitals, but that one seemed to be drawing in the most attention. It's funny, in years past, it would have been Warren Buffett's 13F, all of these other different 13Fs, but Leopold is who is drawing everybody in. Lots of commentary about it. I think it's important to talk about what is required to put on a 13F and what is not required. So foreign securities are not required to be put on a 13F. So I'm not saying that Leopold is like balls long SK Hynix or anything like that. But if you had
if he was, we wouldn't know.
We wouldn't know. Yes.
Yeah.
If you had a 50% position in SK Hynix and you own the Korean security, we would never know that.
So Leopold, obviously, of situational awareness, hedge fund that has done really well with investing in AI stocks. And it appears he's moved just beyond the chips into the power names, into the alternative names, most conspicuously like Bloom Energy. And so if we could show online this tweet from MTS, just showing that he added to Bloom Energy, added to SanDisk, added to CoreWeave, added to IREN. Now, SanDisk is a memory name. It's flash storage, so not high bandwidth memory, but related. CoreWeave is a data center play, referred to often as a middleman. Bloom Energy, they have the data fuel centers, and IREN is a Bitcoin miner turned basically data center name and power provider specifically to data centers. And that is crazy, Max. Like, I feel like there's lots of things within crypto, within technology, that sounded so much more reasonable that never actually happened than this. Like this, I think I remember like at professional cocktail parties and dinners and stuff being told like Bitcoin mines are going to be turned into AI, fuel rods for AI data centers. And I remember thinking that this would never happen, but it did. And he doubled down on IREN. He sold a lot of names as well. I guess we can put some of the names that he sold. He fully exited EQT, that's natural gas name, exited Coherent, that exited Hut 8. That is one of the Bitcoin turned data center plays. He exited Kilroy Royalty, which actually is Realty, not royalty, which owns a lot of offices that like AI companies use. So he's like, why not that?
Yeah, Jack, but I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Like, we still haven't fully established what does this show? Because you're saying he added these things. We don't know. This is a picture from 45 days ago. Okay.
We know that he did it as of from December 31st until March 31st. This is what happened. That's what we know.
Yes, exactly. But also March 30th was approximately the bottom. So at the point in time that this was all occurring, there was pretty negative price action in a lot of the semiconductor complex, all of that. So again, I think it's just important to say this is a snapshot of a picture in time, not necessarily what exists today or anything after that. So it's not a perfect picture of what the portfolio looks like today. It's really only a picture of what the portfolio looked like at 4 p.m. on March 31st. That's what it's a picture of. And as well, we talked about foreign securities. There's also swaps. So if anyone remembers Archegos Capital and Bill Hwang, they owned a lot of things on swap with banks. So a lot of hedge funds, especially ones that have activist strategies, will own things on swap where it's technically owned by the bank and it's called a total return swap. They pay some amount of interest for the amount of time that they hold for the amount of time that it's held with them for the bank. It allows them to, one, get leverage. It's a form of leverage for hedge funds, but it also allows them to hold positions secretly. So in theory, Leopold could own a bunch of NVIDIA on swap with Goldman or something like that. So again, we don't really know what this shows. And I want to talk a little bit more also about the notional value, because people have been using this word like, oh, it's notional value. And I think it's easier to just think about it like, what does an options contract
here
represent?
we're specifically talking about the options, not the stocks.
Yes. So what does an options contract represent? Each options contract represents 100 shares, right? So it's depending on whether it's a put or a call, it's the right to buy, or it is the obligation to buy. And when you have a call that has 100 shares in there, if you were to buy, let's just say like a theoretical stock is trading at $100. If you were to buy an option contract that expires in a week and the strike price of the call that you buy is at 1,000, technically your notional exposure is still 100 shares, right? The likelihood of that option being worth anything is very, very low, and the price you pay for it is going to be very, very low. So you could potentially buy exposure to thousands and thousands and thousands of shares if you buy far out of the money call options, and you're putting down a very, very small amount of money to do that. Simultaneously, you could buy a bunch of deep in the money call options and have exposure to the same amount and have tons and tons of money on the line. So if we don't know the strike of the options that are owned. And so when people talk about notional value, it's very, very different than the amount of value at risk from owning the option. And it's really dependent upon what the strike price is.
The strike price and the expiry. So I think the initial reaction from a lot of people on X was that, oh my God, Leopold is bearish on semiconductors. He bought puts on the SMH semi ETF on NVIDIA, Oracle, Broadcom, AMD, Micron, Taiwan Semi. And if you add all these quote unquote notional values together, you get a giant amount, something like $9 or $10 billion, which would be bigger than the actual fund. And that's just not a reality. If they bought at the money puts, they would be a tiny fraction of that. And if they bought out of the money puts, which is what you're saying, they would be even smaller than that. Also, Max, we were saying just before the show got started that it's possible that they own spreads or short spreads. So it's possible that they are long a put spread of VanEck of the SMH. So they own a put spread here and are short a put lower. It's also possible they are short the put spread, so they shorted a higher strike, in which case they actually would be net long this stuff. So yeah, I really wouldn't put too much attention in this. I think that this was first shown in like Michael Burry's 13F back when he still had his hedge fund. And it showed that he owned like $3 billion worth of calls on GameStop, which obviously would be a giant position, which he did not have. So yeah, I'd say I saw Matt Dratch with Theo and the team at MTS earlier. There was a clip posted covering that, so I feel good that not only is MTS, we've monitored the situation, but we've monitored it well and accurately in a way that many people on X are quite missing. And the same is true of the calls. They could be long a call spread. They could theoretically be short these call spreads, and also they own these against other positions as well. So, for example, I mean, even in the stock holdings, it's funny they added like 2.9 thousand shares of Nvidia, which is 1% of the fund, or $498,000. Like, there are probably people watching this. Some people who've got like larger positions in Nvidia than this multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. So we don't really know what's going on. Here's what we do know is that, again, with this time, but yeah, they got out the stocks they got out of. They didn't like them for that quarter. They could have re-entered them the day later on April 1st, but they got it out of them. There's some interesting additions in terms of share in AI holdings. That was new. And then Pump, Project Holdings. I don't know if that was new. So they added to that. And then, got trimmed a little Bloom Energy as well.
Yeah, and also, as we said, like the market, the semiconductor index essentially bottomed on March 30th. So if you had bought puts on SMH like back in late February, sort of at the beginning,
yeah, we could share the screen.
Yeah, just at the beginning of the conflict, like that was the bottom tick on the price, was right before the end of the quarter. So somebody who is saying, hey, things are moving really, really fast. We're getting huge moves. I need to be a little bit more tactical in how I'm trading, especially with the war going on. It's not unreasonable to think that somebody would have a more bearish looking portfolio right around the end. And then
it's also possible that 2 days later they sold the puts because they're like, oh, the hedge worked. Now let me get super long all of these AI names again.
Yeah, exactly. And look, some of this might be a little bit of cope on my end. Certainly still long semiconductors and Nvidia here. That's my house view. So definitely a little bit of cope going on from me, but I'm not reading too much into it. But with that being said, like let's go through some of the other people. So there's a great website, and you could probably use Claude to build like your own version of this at this point, because the 13F data is pretty easy to get from the SEC and from Edgar. But just go to their top searched hedge funds.
Yeah, so we got, well, I'm going to just pull up Gavin Baker, who's also a very accomplished semiconductor investor as well. So he added to Astera Labs, trimmed Ciena Corp, just added a teeny bit to Micron. He did trim Nvidia, added to Amazon. Now, Amazon, they have the TPUs. That's been successful. Took a little away from Lumentum. One thing that stood out to me, Max, is that he added to, let's see if I can find it, new position in Akamai Technologies. It's only a 2% holding, again, as of this April date. Now, okay, one great investor in semis adds one position. Does that mean that much to me? No, not really. Now we have another great investor, Analog Century Capital Management, a leading specialized investor in hard tech and semiconductors, of which most of, but not all of hard tech is semiconductors. They added to Akamai Technologies, a new position in Akamai Technologies, a 5% position. Okay, so now if we see a third strong investor, then they'll pay attention. But I looked into Akamai Technologies, so I hopefully share the screen. And if it's funny, it's one of those names where it was a .com kind of darling. If you bought it after the crash in the dot-com bubble in 2002, you would have made a ton of money as it stopped being priced as a bankruptcy type name, 5,000, 6,000%. But since then, it hasn't really done much. And I know I've honestly remember reading about it just like on an elliptical machine when I was looking into Cloudflare as well, that they're a security name, but they also have cloud as well. And if we could just share the screen again, their quarter, which came out recently, their cloud infrastructure service, which is not a large percentage of their business, but that was up 40% year over year. And a leading US-based frontier model committed $1.8 billion over 7 years for cloud infrastructure services. Now, with a leading base frontier model, that really can be OpenAI or Anthropic or maybe Gemini, but really it can't be too many. So, I mean, this goes to show two great investors getting into something early. Now, the stock has moved a little bit, but maybe it's still got something to go. But that's what I think is sending a message that is a little bit stronger than Leopold buying SMH puts or owning SMH puts or Nvidia puts as of March 30th, the last day in March, which it's definitely not. Yeah, as we covered on MTS, nowhere near as big as as it looks.
Yeah, and I would also say that there are times when the market is moving extremely slowly and there is more signal value in 13Fs. I mean, as we said, we had the bottom 2 days before the end of the quarter, and then we had an absolute face ripper of a rally in a lot of these names that we're talking about here. I mean, even if people got back in, who's to say that they didn't sell them right after anyway? Just because of how fast things were moving in April and now into May.
All right, Max, you said that NVIDIA also has a corporate portfolio. So this is the corporate portfolio of NVIDIA that came up. Intel, they still own a lot of Intel, still own a lot of Synopsys and Nokia, and a teeny little bit of Nebius as well, or as Jensen says it, Nebius, and whatever Jensen's pronunciation is, that's what I'm going to go with, honestly. But they added a little coherent, and then they added to CoreWeave as well. Did they really add? I guess they're saying it's a 94% add, but I don't think it's that big. But so they added to CoreWeave.
Yep, added to CoreWeave, and also it looks like another new name was Generate Biomedicines. So I mean that's a tiny name, but like that's 10 million. Like they're punting on biotech stocks just like the rest.
Probably in a minute, yeah. There could be a little, everyone says, oh, use AI to discover new drugs. Maybe there's a little synergy there. Max, I know we're a little short on time, so maybe we want to turn just to the bond market.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we have to talk about the bond market. Obviously, you talked about the correlation with stocks. It's hugely important. You've got the 30-year over 5% ticking back up. You've got Kevin Warsh coming in. He has said that he wants to run off the balance sheet a little bit, which in theory should be bad for the long end. I was watching Bloomberg News earlier, and we had people talking about bond vigilantes are back. It's a crazy world that we have where we forget about the bond market and just how big it is and how important it is until it starts to move the market. I mean, it is definitely tied to the war, right? Like you saw the reaction of bonds today on the tweet, which is basically also the reaction to oil. So I'm really interested to see what happens to the bond market sort of post-conflict if we do get a deal. Obviously, I think we're going to get a huge rally in the bond market sort of like immediately if we do have a lasting peace. But the question being, how sticky is inflation? Is this purely just conflict driven? How much of it is tariff driven, sort of just flowing through? And then will the bond market react to a Fed chair who wants to basically do QT and simultaneously wants to lower rates?
Yeah, so Max, I perhaps a little rudely, hopefully somewhat politely, I kind of made fun a week or two ago on this program about how the macro people are always saying that the bond market is about to sell off and it's a risk for all assets. Certainly that happened in 2022. If we could just share this chart on screen, the 30-year went from 2% to 4.5%, and that took a lot of the stock market with it, certainly a lot of the speculative stocks with it. I do think, Max, that things need a catalyst. In 2022, it was a huge amount of inflation and the fact that the Fed had owned a ton of treasury bonds and notes and more agency mortgage-backed securities, and they started unwinding that portfolio. But really, it was inflation, and the fact that the market was totally offsides and had been pricing in this huge disinflation that had been happening since after the Great Financial Crisis, and we had a reversal there. Since then, in 2023 to now, it's been basically a nothing burger. Like the macro analysis has continued to talk about this risk, but really nothing has happened. I do think this time could be a little bit different. Inflation is finally roaring its head. Inflation is between 3% and 4%. If you take what the price of oil is going to be, if you say the price of oil is going to be $100 for the rest of the year, which isn't a ridiculous assumption, headline inflation is probably like 4-5%. Inflation hasn't really been beaten, and then you have in all of these rate cuts that had been priced in. Most of they've been fully priced out, turning into rate hikes, and then you have a incoming Fed chair who's spoken very hawkishly about how the Federal Reserve should not be in the business of having a large portfolio of treasury bonds and agency mortgage-backed securities. And in a future where the Fed owns less duration, less interest rate sensitive notes, like 5-year securities, 10-year securities, even 20 or 30-year securities, it just makes sense for the price to be lower, aka the yield to be higher. So I think I'm seeing that the 30-year inch up higher every day, and I'm getting a little bit a little bit nervous. And I think that I really, I think he comes over on Friday. I think that this is similar to like software AI causing a sell-off in software stocks. There's nothing that could happen. Like ServiceNow or Salesforce could never disprove this narrative. The same way, there's nothing that could happen that could prove the bond bulls right, that Kevin Warsh isn't going to sell quite aggressively. Now, I think there are certain actual like in order to they're quite the Federal Reserve's balance sheet is so small right now that it's pretty close to the lower bound, where if they go below that, things start going haywire because banks demand so much reserves, and we'll see a September 2019 scenario. I actually am in touch with a professor who has actually made 4 recommendations about how to control this, and the Federal Reserve might adopt these tools if it wants to actually achieve the role of having a smaller balance sheet. It's Daryl Duffy from Stanford, and he's like the leading expert in the world on this topic. And I presume that the incoming Fed chair and the team will be paying attention to his recommendations.
So I want to ask you, we've had, obviously we saw a rally today, but coming into this, it had been pretty bearish price action for the last week or so. You had seen the exception to that really be software stocks, and software stocks and the sort of AI complex have been moving it inversely correlated. And so my question to you, Jack, was there's a couple of theories as to what was happening, right? That the AI trade has gone too far, that the bottlenecks in the semiconductor supply chain, in memory, and all of that are going to be fixed. And as with all sort of cyclical businesses, they look the cheapest at the top, right? That was one argument. The other argument is just, hey, this is still going, but we just moved so far so fast. It's just a natural sort of positioning shakeout that happens. And the other is that people are concerned about inflation. The bond market has picked up, and that is going to potentially cause a broader sell-off. And oftentimes at the start of these things, the thing that has been doing the worst tends to do better. It's not necessarily that like software is going to make it out of a true bear market unscathed, but sometimes like the thing that everyone is short when there is a big sell-off tends to be green. So my question to you, Jack, is it inflation? Is it the war? Or is it the top?
Oh, it's for the bond market. It's
No,
definitely the war in
for
inflation.
stocks.
For stocks. Oh, I don't think it's the top, but I definitely wouldn't be shocked by a correction. And I think people start to make fun of the phrase healthy correction, but God, if the market pulled back a little 7%, the semis pulled back a little 11%, wouldn't that be just so healthy? And then I could feel good about the semis going up. I feel like if we squeeze higher, then I start to worry that the bubble allegations start to be a little bit validated. And I so actually I think this stock market going down would actually make me feel a little bit better. And I think that the next 2 months, next 2 weeks, like I think don't look great for risk reward. But yeah, longer term, by which I mean longer than two weeks, which is not long at all, I still am bullish on the semis trade. I want to just throw out 2 little names that I'll be honest, I do not own.
Hey,
right?
Jack,
Yeah.
we're at 5 o'clock.
Okay. We'll leave it there. Maybe we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up tomorrow. But back to you guys at MTS. See you tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific.
All right, we're live in the Situation Room with Sarah Chang, the head of DevX at Cerebras, which recently IPO'd to great fanfare everywhere.
Yep.
We covered it on MTS Live at the time, by the way. So, Sarah, welcome to the show.
No, it's amazing to be here. Thank you both, Thea and Sophia.
$ CBRS, right?
Yes, we are.
It must be so fun to choose a ticker symbol.
I don't know how much. Yeah. Yes. I was not a part of it. But there's only so many combinations I feel like you can reasonably come up with. But I think before the IPO, we would make like joke symbol combinations that weren't the ones that actually were the actual CBRS that we would reference as like until the official ticker was announced.
Right. So when did you join Cerebras and what made you interested in the technology?
Yeah, I joined Cerebras almost 2 years ago now, which is crazy because I feel like people don't realize that Cerebras is actually a 10-year-old company. And so we actually hit our 10-year anniversary like a few weeks ago. So it's all timed very nicely. But the company was started in 2016. And so even though I would say it wasn't until the last 1 or 2 years that it felt more conventionally like exciting, there's all these companies that we're working with, we signed with Cognition and OpenAI and Mistral. There was a lot of history and engineering and hardware designs that kind of led up to that moment. And so I joined right when Cerebras had launched Inference as a product. I joined like 2 weeks later. And so historically, Cerebras had always been for training, and it was a training business. It was working with giant labs. You had to have millions in your pocket to be able to access something like Cerebras. And so when I joined, at the time, I was between jobs. I was kind of thinking about different offers. I had several offers, and then I learned about Cerebras. At the time, it really wasn't a household name. People didn't know it nearly like they do now. And I remember the first time I tried Inference. It was like a very old, simple llama model on Cerebras, and I was like, holy shit, this is incredible. It is you blink and the entire output is done. And I was like, this is crazy. Nobody knows about it because it's always been for training. The only people who could access this were billion-dollar companies. And now that we had Inference, suddenly everyday developers and, startups and all these companies that we're seeing in Silicon Valley could actually use Cerebras. And so for me, I think it was really exciting of getting to join, even though it had this amazing foundation, getting the opportunity to kind of start this growth funnel from scratch. So at the time, it's this huge company. It was Series F. It was me and one other person, Daniel Kim, who had joined, and we're doing all this growth, and we could really build it out ourselves, which was amazing.
I wonder, who are some of your favorite DevX people at other companies?
Yeah, I feel like my list for this is going to be very disappointing because I feel like it's probably very similarly the same list as a lot of other people. I think, the classic is always Andre Karpathy, especially for me. When I moved to SF 3 years ago, I really didn't know any AI. In college, I took one class. It was during COVID. It was pass note record. It was a very non-serious thing. And so his content really did help me learn the foundations. I really like Tarek Shihipar at Anthropic. I really like Swix. I would say those are my top two.
Sorry, who at Anthropic?
Tarek.
Tarek.
On their Claude. I think his username's TRQ. He, TRQ212. He creates a lot of content around Claude Code.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a really great. Yeah, go ahead.
He's had some huge articles that really popped off during peak Claude Code era in March, April, May.
Yeah, we so one thing that I do outside of Cerebras is we do this technical write and learn series where we'll do gather a group of 30 people, especially around technical writing. It ends up being a lot of founders, developer experience folks who come and kind of, it's dedicated time to kind of learn how to be a really good technical writer. I think that's, for me, this last 6 months has been the number one skill that I've really focused on that I think has contributed a lot to my job, and I think leveling up in my work. And Tark is a great example of it. He actually, like, we did a workshop together like a month ago about how he just consistently does such a great job of hitting like multi-million views every single time he writes content, which is amazing.
So what do you think the secret is?
I think the secret is that you have to actually put in the work to like find out these insights and then being able to communicate it really well. I wouldn't say there's necessarily one secret. I feel like what I will say is kind of regurgitating bits of pieces that I've learned throughout my process, but it's like, okay, like Swix likes to always say, you know, and like a lot of people will say, we spend all this time writing. Maybe people will spend hours and hours writing, and then at the end, they'll spend 10 minutes writing a title and a background image, when in reality, like, your title and your background image is going to be whether or not someone clicks on it. And so you should really be spending like 50% of your time on your title and your background image, for example.
So from working at a hardware company, how do you feel like that are the misconceptions around working in hardware? Like, I feel like hardware is becoming even more important now. What made you want to join? Did you sort of have a sense that this was going to happen?
I would say it's been a very unexpected ride. And I think if you ask anyone at Cerebras, they will tell you the same thing, even if you ask the founders. I mean, nothing like this has ever happened before. Like, for a newer, like AI company to IPO has not been done. And especially, hardware, like, you have your incumbent, of course, you have NVIDIA, but no one has really disrupted them until now. And I think one thing about hardware that is very different and almost like inspirational is that your iteration cycles are much longer than in software. Like, it takes multiple years to design each piece of hardware and to actually see like how the market is going to react to it, or if you're building for the right thing. Like, you see all these different hardware companies coming up, like there's Etched and there's Groq and there's SambaNova. And to some extent, everyone's taking a bet on what they think the future of AI will look like and what the workload will require. And so I think, even NVIDIA has honestly done a great job of this, of like, these founders and the people who work at these companies need to actually have to have some sort of long-term vision and prediction of what they think the future it looks like. Because unlike software, they're not building for like developers now. They're building for developers or companies in 2 years. I think one thing I always like to say is our job is to make hardware sexy. Like, no one until maybe very recently, when everyone, Dylan Patel at SemiAnalysis is making a big deal about like compute, and everyone's being like, oh my God, we're so compute constrained now. But I feel like that's kind of the extent that people think about it. It's just a pure like quantity, like how much compute do we have? How do I get compute? Versus understanding like the intricacies of it, and like, how can we not only can we care and understand hardware and the different types of hardware and like what the limitations of hardware are. Like, there's so many ways that we have, that we've had to like worsen our models and our architecture and our inference and everything because of limitations of like, NVIDIA GPUs that we never think about. And so I think bringing awareness and having people actually think about hardware has just been a really fun thing to do.
What do you think about the problem of like attracting talent in that direction? I think this is even a problem for like other industries, maybe in like defense or manufacturing.
What would you say is the main reason people would not want to join a hardware company?
In my opinion?
Well, I guess when you ask that question, what are you hearing that is motivating this question?
I think that it's
status.
Yeah, sort of. So like, I feel like Anthropic or OpenAI, or just purely working on the AI like software part of things, seems to be what people try to go for, or it seems to be the highest like status thing, most glamorous thing to do.
I mean, yes. I guess like Cerebras, if you think about what we're made up of, like, yes, we have like an ML and research team that like looks at, different architectures and training models and putting models on our hardware. But then it's a lot of, there's a whole big hardware team. There's a lot of kernel engineers, hardware manufacturing operations, and then you have like the more product, cloud side. So I think in the same way that there's all these different teams at OpenAI, like that are, there's people who are designing chips at OpenAI, et cetera. I mean, so far, honestly, I feel like hiring has not been an issue at Cerebras. We have grown quite a bit. I think people are very excited by it. And I mean, at least for me personally, joining a company like Cerebras over a big lab, it's kind of fun to be the underdog and still know that but know that you have a really freaking good product. And so I think when it comes to hiring, it's more so like maybe someone would join NVIDIA, but it's less, it's like NVIDIA or Cerebras versus like Cerebras versus OpenAI.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. How is seeing sort of the inference boom? Because you kind of joined around that time, right?
Yeah. I would say that obviously, in switching in the direction of inference was a very good decision by Cerebras. We are constantly having to scale up production. We do, unlike NVIDIA, we do a lot of it in-house. We still use TSMC, but if you go to our office, our headquarters in Sunnyvale, you can see the labs, you can see people in the bunny suits. And that has been a process and building more data centers that has just been the teams on those side have been so relentless at scaling up. I think the main thing about inference is probably that we're focused on, obviously, is, and then in the future, there's going to be no market for slow inference. But fast inference also means that, as our models get bigger, as context windows get longer and people are using bigger context windows, even for one prompt, you're going to have this many more input output tokens. When speed is faster and you can do more in a minute, you're going to have more inference. And so even very naturally, as all of these things scale up, the amount of inference that developers or the companies and people need is just scaling so remarkably. I think one thing that's been cool to see is, when you have fast inference, you can do reasoning models and you can have 5 different reasoning steps and all condensed within a few seconds, whereas usually it would take minutes. I think, you guys at A16Z and OpenRouter actually did a really cool study towards the end of last year, beginning of this year, that I thought was really interesting, where they sampled over 100 trillion tokens of real world usage data across OpenRouter, and they saw, every single dimension, input tokens, output tokens, context windows, everything is just 3-4xing in the last year. And we've definitely seen that at Cerebras as well.
So what does DevX actually look like at Cerebras? What is your job day to day?
Yeah.
And what is the broad DevX program at the company like?
Yes, and I laugh because I get asked this question all the time, and even though it's my full-time job, I have such a bad answer for it, / I don't really have a good answer. So when I joined Cerebras, I was a growth engineer, and we didn't have really a DevX team or anything. And, at the time I was kind of working on all these different things. I think a growth engineer is really they always say it's someone who's good at product and growth and engineering. And then you wear all these hats. And so when I started our DevX team 1 year into Cerebras, it was basically, I was asked to just scale up all of the programs I'd started in my first year. What that ended up looking like, and this is what I say, is that we do all engineering, growth, content, community, anything that contributes to top of funnel growth, which ultimately I think sounds and is very vague. But I think this really is the team. There's kind of different ways of thinking about it. I think on one hand, it's a team that is almost like a special agents team. They're technical, but they're also really they're non-technical. And, whatever key projects the company needs that is the most critical, we will tackle it. And I think DevX as a whole, I will also say, is such a new field across the board. I think historically there's always been DevRel, but DevRel I think is always much more limited. It feels much more around content and education versus this newer team or structure called DevX. But you're seeing it pop up at all these companies like OpenAI and Anthropic and Google and everywhere. But I guess on a day-to-day basis, we're supporting all the model launches, we're creating content. Our goal really is thinking about what, fast inference is a very new industry. The use cases, the what is the capabilities that are unlocked are all very new. And so I think it's really working with the community to understand and create this new field altogether. Feel free to ask more specific questions.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really heard of DevOps as a role before. I love that new role names are constantly being created.
DevX is developer experience.
Okay. So can you explain, I guess, for the audience a bit, the large, wafer scale chip, what does it solve? Like, what are the differences between the traditional GPU?
So the GPU the graphics processing unit is really good at highly parallel operations. Like in the past, it was used for like machine learning and graphics processing. And so it's really good at doing things in parallel. Inference and training and everything with AI needs to be done sequentially, right? Like you have to generate one token at a time. So that's like a high level, like one discrepancy. But basically what's actually happening is that on your GPU, you have a bunch of cores. And the cores are the actual unit that's doing all the mathematical computations. So when you have a model, each core is responsible for some subset of those computations. Each of these cores, it needs the model weights, it needs your KV cache values, your activations, et cetera, to actually do the computation. On the GPU, all of these values, like the weights, activations, et cetera, are stored off chip in off chip memory called HBM. And so what's happening during inference, and this is called the memory wall, is that each core is constantly loading and offloading the values that it needs from an off-chip memory, and you have this memory bandwidth bottleneck. And this memory wall is why, the hardware accounts for like 70% of the total latency for inference. What Cerebras has done is not only has it built a much larger chip that has significantly more memory than a small GPU. The chip is around this big, whereas like your GPU is like that big. It has 44,000 of those cores that I was mentioning before. And instead of off-chip memory, it has a distributed like SRAM layer on top of the chip. So you have your chip like this. There's a layer of cores, and on top is a layer of memory. And so this is a distributed SRAM, and all of the weights, KV cache values, et cetera, the core needs is sitting right on top of it in direct access memory. And so that's like one way, an approach to our hardware that we've been able to, have much faster latency when it comes to things like inference.
Why do you think that was like, that hadn't been done before, or hadn't been done before? I'm not familiar.
It has not been done before. I think there's a lot of technical challenges that come with something like this. For example, even when you scale a chip to this size, like you have to think about cooling. Cerebras was one of the first to do water cooling. I mean, chips are like really generate a ton of heat. And so we had to create new technologies for cooling. One of the biggest things when you scale a chip up is defects. Like, how do you think about like what you're going to do with defects? Usually when there's something that's defective, you have to throw it away. When your chip is so big, you now have the opportunity to introduce significantly more defects. How do you think about that? And of course, it's something that we're constantly iterating on with future generations of hardware. So the current one that you see that is in production is called the WSE3. It's our third generation.
Cool. So last question before we wrap. What is something you would shout out about the culture at Cerebras?
Oh my gosh. I would say that leading up to the IPO, we have so many big launches coming up that are in progress, so many new capabilities. And so nothing at the company had changed. But then you added this layer of the IPO, and there's so much stuff that goes on because of it. And the IPO is kind of tricky because you don't actually know the date of the IPO until very close to the IPO. And so for the past few weeks, everyone's just been scrambling, working so hard. But I think the thing that I really loved was that, even people who were like VPs, people who are new to the company, everyone was just filling in, like even roles that were completely different from their usual role. Like everyone was filling in everywhere to make sure that everything got done. And there was no like ego. There was no, this is not my job. Like it was very beautiful and everything got done.
Great.
That's
Love
awesome.
to hear
So,
Great. Well,
yeah,
thanks so much
and then
for
we-
joining, Sarah.
Cool. Thank you both. It was great talking to you.
Great chatting with you. Good luck in the coming weeks. It's going to be an
Thanks.
exciting
we
time.
love Cerebrus.
No, I love that. Great.
Yep. All right, we are live from the Situation Room with Brexton Pham. We're live from the Situation Room with Brexton Pham. Brexton, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the audience, what's your backstory? What do you do?
So I work at a place called the Cantor Group. The Cantor Group is essentially 3 companies under one umbrella. It's Cantor Fitzgerald, the investment bank, and then 2 public companies, BGC and Newmark. BGC, as of last year, is the world's largest energy broker, and Newmark is a top 3 commercial real estate firm. And I lead their kind of cross-group compute infrastructure efforts.
That's pretty cool. And your Twitter account is Utah Teapot?
Sorry?
What's your Twitter?
Oh, at Brexton.
At Brexton.
Yeah, it is. I actually mostly repost my wife. She's she's a lot more popular than me on Twitter, and she posts enough bangers to actually feed us with like 2 nice dinners a month, which is really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what's going on with the backlash against data centers right now? Where do you think it's coming from? How do you think we can fight against it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things here. I think when people talk about kind of like all of the large compute infrastructure build outs, like everyone is really obsessed with kind of the supply chain. I think that's kind of like why Leopold's hedge fund kind of blew up. And I think you see a bunch of Twitter takes around, oh, we don't have enough power, we don't have enough interconnect or memory or storage. I think most people actually severely underestimate the anxiety people have, like the average person outside of SF has around AI. And I mean, you're saying you saw this manifest with all of the commencement speeches with all the boos, right? And so, I mean, we're saying, so when we talk about like kind of the data center delays, I mean, again, like the very obvious first order blockers, like grid interconnect times, which everyone understands. And then, of course, like we don't have enough steel, we don't have enough copper. But the actual local community pushback when it comes to like, oh, um, the local town when they see data centers kind of buy up a bunch of land, you're seeing this manifest in Georgia right now. They'll basically stop permitting construction immediately, right? And then I think like a larger fight that is kind of like this tension that a lot of people don't understand is like, um, and I think it's really, really prevalent with Eric Schmidt's commencement speech is it's people don't take it kindly when you talk about AI as an inevitability, right? Like I consider myself an optimist. Like I think AI is awesome and it's going to be hyper transformative, and I think it's going to enable all of these new jobs. But also, I think we're operating in a world where, again, like it's one of the worst new grad entry role employment. I was going to say scenes that we've seen in a long time. A bunch of these new grads are being told that their white collar jobs are getting obliterated. Inflation is really high, and then suddenly you have all of these data centers coming knocking on everyone's doors with actually really awful marketing behind it. Even one of the things that I like don't really know how we reconcile because it's a bit too late is there's this book that came out a while back. I think it was called like the Empire of AI, and it was a
Right.
whole
Karen Howe.
kind of like right, yeah, exactly. It was a whole book on OpenAI, and she like misquoted kind of the data center water consumption by like an order of magnitude by like 1,000x. And of course, she apologized for it, and she like posted a after edited note. But like by that point, it like the narrative around kind of data center water consumption has completely spiraled, right? And it is like a non-trivial factor that most people, like a lot of people attribute to in the US when it comes to like being against AI from like environmental concerns. And so anyways, I think one thing that's kind of going through my mind is like how like how do we kind of change, I guess, like both the marketing and the education on both like the tech Silicon Valley SF side, and then also like what are things that we can do on kind of the policy side to actually kind of ease people's fears. Because again, I think like the sentiment in China among most people is actually a lot more excited around AI, right? I mean, of course, like there's a confluence of different reasons there. Yeah,
Well, what
and
is
also
that?
I think like
Right, like young people in China face the same sort of white collar labor pressures, if not even worse than we do in the U.S.
they do. So there's a book that was written like 2018 or 2017 called AI Superpowers by Kai Fu Lee. He like led, I'm gonna misquote it. It was like either a Baidu or Alibaba's we were say AI lab. And it talked about the differences even back in 2017, 2018 between the US and China and how we viewed AI, right? And of course, kind of both countries sent their best and brightest to NeurIPS. And this was before kind of the hyper commercialization of AI. But like a really notable thing, and again, like we can attribute this to the government, we can attribute to all of these different things, but AI is viewed much more like a utility in China, right? Like it's kind of a baked in assumption around how everybody lives their lives. And like even down to the CCP's kind of always watching everybody with their cameras. And you already had facial recognition back in the mid 2000s in China, right? And so, and I think this really manifests itself too in kind of the open source battles between the US and China, which is China never viewed value accrual to happen at the model layer, right? Like that, I think that is like one thing a lot of people kind of misunderstand. Like they never, like they always believed in in capturing value once they had the distribution. And China beats the US in all things consumer. We and it again, it like comes down to the kind of like structural makeup of China, right? The majority of China is rural, and so they kind of leapfrogged over the PC and went straight to mobile, right? So the majority of China doesn't have actual desktops. And so then when it comes to everything from consumer algorithms, mobile gaming, entertainment, and like more specifically kind of like AI catered to the consumer, China started really evolving much faster than the US. Comparably, like in the US, we view our Netflix and our YouTube primarily on desktop and TV, right? And so we don't have that kind of same rate of iteration when it comes to consumer.
I mean, like, yes, I understand that in China, technology is more sort of baked in to how they live. But it still doesn't explain to me why they are so much less afraid, so much less apprehensive, so much less like reflexively anti-AI. I mean, the best explanation I can think of is that Chinese people have seen for themselves how technology has tangibly improved the physical world around them and their daily lives in a way that Americans haven't. Because in America, we haven't had much physical world progress in decades, especially if you live in California.
Very true. Yes.
Like, is it just that? Is there anything more to it?
What do you say? I 1,000,000% agree on kind of both their kind of like robotics and manufacturing efforts. Like they've and like even like if you compare BYD cars and Huawei machine devices compared to US electric cars or even like Apple phone, like it literally is night and day. It feels
way
very
better.
future. Way, right? Like way more. Now, like there is this like interesting thing that I wonder, but this is where we get into like don't take anything I say seriously at all, which is so there's this like obvious rise in populism that's happening in the West, right? Like a lot of people I've been reading like kind of like economists take on like right now this era of time right now kind of mimics the Gilded Age in the US, right? Like way back when you're seeing this kind of like really populist uprising. And again, like populism doesn't happen because of poverty. Populism happens because of the feeling of poverty, right? And so right now, a lot of folks feel like they're very out of control. So there's an argument to be said around like maybe populism is like by de facto squished in China, right? Just like solely because of kind of like how their government and politics work, right? And so I think that's like one thing that's kind of been going through my head. There's another thing that's been going through my head too around like the kind of interim socioeconomic capture of the haves and the have-nots in the US versus China. And what I mean by that is, let's say you and I were in college today, right? Could we convince our parents to pay for a $20 subscription to Perplexity or and Cursor and Factory and Devin and Claude and ChatGPT? I come from a low income household. There's no way in hell I'd be able to convince my mom of that, right?
It took me a
whereas,
while to convince my very, very wealthy uncle to do it for $20 a month.
Exactly. And I think like for those of us that live on Twitter or in SF, we understand that like token maxing does, as silly as that meme is, it actually does provide like clear material gains in productivity. And so it is much more expensive in the US to actually get ahead, whether you're utilizing tokens via API or all these subscriptions. Whereas in China, because all of them actually operate off of open source and heavily subsidized, extremely subsidized tokens, right? Maybe like also the average person over there doesn't feel kind of that like large socioeconomic gap that is slowly starting to form between the people who have the ability to pay, but not only the ability to pay, but have like the time to kind of study all of these new products, which is a privilege, and also like the time to kind of unlearn their like learned behaviors, if that makes sense, right? Like even the ask, like I genuinely think the ask to tell your average person to set up OpenClaw is insane. Like that's an insane ask, right? But anyways,
well, I don't know. I think it's very simple. Like you don't need to do OpenClaw. You don't need to use Codex or anything. I actually don't think Codex would be that helpful to most people. I think Codex is incredibly helpful for software engineers and for people who have lots of automatable tasks in their daily life. But like the average person doesn't need an agent harness. Like to them, all they need to do to use AI is just Control-T, Google Chrome, ChatGPT.com, enter, and then you can ask it questions even without signing in now. Like the barrier to adoption is like nothing.
We're gonna say not wrong. We're gonna say, how do I put this? The I think the barrier to adoption to use like Gemini or ChatGPT and Claude is extremely low, which is a good thing, right? But I think like one initial thing that happens is like, okay, the usage limits is actually like a financial burden. Like again, like if I were to think about like the actual core customer, like who is the like one demographic that would probably be power users of AI, that would abuse token limits?
It's SF people.
College and high school kids.
Or that, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I said it's SF people, but
True, right? So
even more
outside
so
of the
because college and
obvious
high school
outlier-
kids can't afford to spend 10,000 a month on tokens.
but they would if it didn't cost $10,000, right? Like,
I don't think so.
like
I think only like a sort of the upper slice of college and high school students would actually be doing
really,
that. Yeah.
really. Oh, okay. Well, so how much time did you spend in college going on Chegg or Quizlet or like trying to do research for all of these different things or try to kind of copy and paste all of your like P sets into Google?
Well, when I was in
right?
college, we already had ChatGPT.
Oh my God, I'm dating myself. Okay, I'm 30. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
I'm 21.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair. That's insane.
When I was in high
feel
school, I
old.
spent a lot of time doing that kind of thing.
Yes. Okay. So I think like there's a broader point around like college and high school kids have a ton of time on their hands, right, to use AI, and so it like make like a lot more time than I would say employed folks do, right? Unless you work like a very specific type of like white collar knowledge worker job that like is very conducive to it, which is software engineering, for example, right? But like, for example, like highly regulated finance folks, like they're not really using AI that often, solely because of like enterprise procurement and compliance, right? Like, and so like a lot of banks don't even have access to ChatGPT or Claude yet, right? And then we're gonna say there's an element around like how convinced I am around a lot of doctors using like AI products in their day to day. Like they're already highly leveraged individuals, right? And then of course, like most blue collar workers don't actually use AI day to day, right? And so then we come down to like a very specific subset of like white collar workers who actually like their like business actually allows it. It's compliant, what have you, and they give them whatever amount of like token usage budget, which is very rare. Like I think like it's very easy for us to like look on Twitter and be like, wow, Ramp is cracked and they give all of their employees unlimited token usage. But I actually don't think like that's the case outside of SF, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is a very small slice of people.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyways.
They don't
Yeah.
give them unlimited DoorDash either. It's an SF thing.
Yeah.
But going back to the original topic, like if you were Eric Schmidt or one of these other commencement speakers, the goal of your speech is like, yes, AI is a big deal. It's going to be the future. You need to take advantage of it. And it will change the world in a lot of ways, good and bad, mostly good. All of this stuff is true. And yet, like, how would you deliver that message without coming off as condescending or scary?
Dude, I like watched it just before hopping on here. I think its biggest problem is like the speech removed all agency from the students, right? The speech was something along the lines of like AI is going to happen whether or not you like it, and you either jump on board or you get obliterated, something along those lines, right? And or like more specifically, he said something to the tune of AI is going to be wildly transformative. And it's up to you whether or not you have a hand in it, right? Which is like, we're gonna say there's this element around inevitability that scares a lot of people when it comes with a ton of change, right? And so I don't know, because again, I think it's like a very heavy topic for the average person in America when like most folks are actually struggling right? Like just like straight up, I think it's easy to forget most people are struggling and their anxiety severely outweighs any excitement around AI. But like the thing that would get me amped as a college kid is like, hey, look, like I'm gonna say there's gonna be entirely new markets that are being created during this time. And like the only people who actually are going to create these new markets are people who are willing to take risks, and most likely it's gonna be the young ones, right? Whatever. I sound old, but like the college kids, right? And like put like make them. I mean, I mean, and even like there's like a side of me where it's like it's motivational speaking 101, even taking all of the AI stuff around. Like in no way did he make the students feel like they were the main character, right? Like it made it seem like AI was the main character, and like the students get to decide whether or not they get steamrolled by AI, which I think is the wrong way to do this. And I think a lot of like labs market it this way too, right? Or like actually more specifically, it's not even the labs. I think it's like the Fortune 100 CEOs that make it feel this way a lot of the times where, you know, I think like they're in a tough spot. Wall Street wants to see growth. Uh and the CEOs need to decide whether or not to kind of create some sort of impending layoff narrative just to prep the street and make it somewhere, you know, make some story around AI growth, and that might entail cost cutting and laying off their workforce. And so I think a lot of that is also like in the students' brains right now, if that makes sense.
That does.
Yeah.
Well, it would be good to figure out what the ultimate messaging strategy of AI is, but unfortunately, we only had 15 minutes today.
Yeah.
So, Brexton, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Of course. Thanks for having me, dude.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back with Akash Nigam and Anne Bordetsky.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to MTS Live. You are live with me, Gabriel. Real pleasure to be here. You can hear from my voice, I don't know, I feel like such a drama queen. I have had a cold for a week. No one has suffered like I have suffered. I'm literally up on the cross here for you, our viewers on MTS, and whatever. It's going to be fine. I sound a little croaky. My brain is working at like 80%. So I'm sitting at a solid 80 IQ right now. That's fine. It's good enough. I'm a podcaster. What do I need a brain for? So welcome to MTS today. We've got a great day. We're going to start by, there's a great story breaking, very interesting story that I want to spend some time on. That is this Ebola outbreak, which is happening in I think Uganda. I think it's focused around Uganda, but it's and the DRC. So we're going to start by talking about that. That's a very interesting situation. And then we are going to roll into our repeat guest, Daniel Saidi, our Iran, our MTS's Iran expert, our Persian king. We're going to get Daniel Saidi back on the show, and we're going to talk a little bit about some of the announcements, some of the news overnight. Donald Trump announcing that he made the decision at the request of several regional leaders not to go full steam ahead on a military attack on Iran. Strikes me a little bit as like me saying I have made the decision on the advice of my wife and many close friends not to sleep with Sydney Sweeney. But look, all I can say is we're going to have a chat to Daniel Saidi about that. He's going to have the analysis for us, and we are going to see what happens there. So look, we're going to have a chat. It's going to be a great show as always. And thanks for joining us here on MTS. It's very good to have you. I want to start talking a little bit about this Ebola outbreak. Here I'm going to pull up on the screen a tweet from Tedros Ghebreyesus. This is the Director General of the World Health Organization. Tedros, if you're listening to this right now, what do I do about my cough? I shouldn't joke about my cough in the context of a global Ebola outbreak, but I need your help, Tedros. I'm in dire straits here. So, announcement from the WHO after having consulted the DRC and Uganda, where the Ebola disease caused by Bundibugyo virus is known to be currently occurring, I determined that the epidemic constitutes a public health emergency of international concern, PHEIC, as defined in the provisions of the IHR. So, I think worth just taking a step back here for a second. The IHR is the international health regulations. This is about a kind of global agreement about how to address health issues of global concern through the WHO. And I think what this means is this is a big step down from a kind of global pandemic. So it's not the same as the announcement was made during COVID or about the COVID outbreak, which was a kind of global pandemic of international concern. This is basically about trying to channel international resources into addressing this outbreak before it gets much worse. I think for me and anyone else who read, I think is it Richard Preston's 1997 book, Hot Zones? Any mention of Ebola in the international news is like head-turning, whiplash-inducing. Because for those of you who haven't read Hot Zones, which is, I think it's kind of like it is a slightly dramatized book about several of the early Ebola outbreaks through the 80s and 90s. And it's written I think it's described as a non-fiction thriller. So it's written kind of like a Dan Brown book or something, like this breathless pace to it. And it does not spare any details. If anything, I think it's known to have slightly exaggerated what an Ebola case looks like. But for those of you who haven't read Hot Zones, the speculation in that book is, look, if Ebola ever gets airborne, we're all going to die. It's a horrible disease. It's a hemorrhagic fever, which means that the kind of progress of the disease is it starts like a kind of what you might consider like a regular viral infection. It starts like a flu or like like COVID for that matter. You get a fever, you get a headache, you feel a bit achy, like me on Sunday this week, and then it really kind of rapidly escalates into the hemorrhagic stage of the disease, which is again, like I think this has been overemphasized in some of the depictions of the disease, but it involves kind of internal bleeding, organ damage, and then that seems to quickly spiral if it's untreated, and the disease is very fatal as a consequence. I think like the Zaire variety of Ebola has like a 70% mortality rate, which is not good, folks. That is a high number. And I think like one of the reflections in the book is like, and of course of more studious and careful coverage of the Ebola virus generally, is that the very high mortality rate of the various Ebola viruses is somewhat protective at like a kind of civilizational level, because when you have a virus which is so deadly, it's actually quite hard for it to reach kind of critical mass and spread very quickly, because first of all, people are too busy dying to transmit it. And second of all, when you hear about, you can't go into Chinatown today because there is a mild cold from China sweeping the world right now, which is how the initial COVID outbreak was reporting. A lot of people kind of have in mind, they're like, I'll risk it. I'll risk a mild cold for some Xiaolongbao right now. And that's the kind of calculation I would make myself. When you start having an extremely dramatic and high mortality virus like Ebola, I think in much of the world, the response to an Ebola outbreak would be like, shut everything down. No one is leaving the house. I'm taping up my windows with saran wrap from the cupboard, and I'm wearing a plastic bag over my head if I go outside. So there is a kind of self-protective element of having an extremely dramatic and deadly virus like Ebola. That said, what seems to be, and I'm well outside my area of expertise, this is a bit of speculation combined with some things that I have read online about this particular virus, but about this particular outbreak. One of the problems seems to be that the Ebola virus and the various varieties of Ebola virus, there's Marburg, there is Ebola Zaire, and there is also the Bundibugyo variant, which is causing this outbreak, which is slightly less fatal than Zaire. It's like not quite as severe, but still very bad. Obviously, these viruses seem to be endemic to the DRC and Sudan and Uganda, and these are areas which have both like very low medical infrastructure. They have a great deal of civil conflict and strife. There are a mix of other endemic viruses, including malaria and a bunch of nasty flus and febrile viruses in the region that mean it is potentially, the way it seems to break out there is quite hard to detect. It's unusually difficult to treat, and it tends to get a bit of momentum behind it before health authorities, international health authorities, of course, because the domestic health authorities are relatively low capacity and stretched thin already, before international health authorities are able to really respond. So it is, I think that's one of the things that is maybe like kind of left implicit in a lot of discussion of these big Ebola outbreaks. It's like, okay, it is a terrible disease. It's highly infectious for those who are exposed to the bodily fluids of someone who is currently infected with one of the Ebola viruses. But it is also magnified by the very specific public health and public safety challenges that are faced in this part of the world. So this is the announcement from Tedros. What I'm going to next is I'm going to pull up, of all things, the Sky News tweet here I thought was quite good, because what they've got, first of all, they have a quite dramatic image of, I don't know if it is the strain of Ebola which is currently kind of driving this outbreak, but it's definitely a filovirus. It's definitely a filovirus, a string virus. This is the shape of Ebola and its cousins, and it's a great like dye image of one of the kind of viral particles, which I think is kind of cool. And they also have here some more details in the tweet. So they've got a new strain of Ebola virus has been declared an international public health emergency by the WHO. More than 300 suspected cases have been identified, with at least 80 deaths reported. The outbreak is mostly confirmed to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and there are 2 reported cases in Uganda. I think actually since this tweet, which was quite recent, it was 5 a.m. today, so it was quite recently. I think since this tweet, or on top of this tweet, there's been some announcements that suggest there are maybe a few extra potential cases to keep an eye on. But nonetheless, that number, 300 suspected cases with at least 80 deaths, I think is it kind of gives you a good sense of the scale of this outbreak. I thought we'd pull up, we've got this really interesting web app someone has put together, the Ebola virus map, and you can sign up. They have like a Pulse Pro, they have like a pro membership. The software really is eating the world, folks. There is a Ebola map with a pro subscription, €8, €8 a month, and you'll get a newsletter that tells you the moment it happens when an Ebola case is reported. So if you're traveling through Central Africa and you are concerned about Ebola, sign up, ebolavirusmap.com. Sign up for their Pulse Pro membership. I hope they've listened to Patio 11 in how they've managed their pro signups here. So what we can see here, this is not the pins do not represent infection reports. They represent media reports that have been geolocated. So it's not a perfect, it doesn't give you what I'd love is to be able to see the actual reported cases geolocated onto a map, so you can kind of see where the cases are and see how densely they're clustered. But they are geolocated to the province or the area within the country where the outbreak has been reported. These ones over here in Tanzania, which look concerning, are actually from a year ago. So that was some Marburg that was reported in Tanzania a year ago. I think these are live right now. So we have the outbreak currently going on right now in the DRC. That is, I think, over here. And then it's also been reported. Now, it's been reported in Bunia here. This is a border region of the DRC, right next to Uganda, which I think is also a gold mining, like a kind of pirate gold mining area. So again, like you're talking about parts of the world with extremely low state capacity, a lot of fairly porous borders between countries where a bunch of illegal economic activity takes place. And I don't just mean like illegal as in like, oh, it's not like monitored or whatever. It's like there's these small scale artisan illegal gold mines where sometimes forced labor is used. It's kind of connected to some civil strife in the region where local militia groups use the gold mining using forced labor. They mine gold and they sell that gold to fund their kind of terrorist operations or their militia operations. So it's like, there's a lot of bad things happening in this part of the world. And those bad things altogether, I think, make it easier for viruses like Ebola to kind of get a real foothold and spread very quickly, where it would be much easier to address them in the rest of the world, or in other parts of the world, maybe not every part of the world. What I've done here is I've gotten rid of, so you can select whether you want emerging signals and chatter as well, and you can remove those signals. I'm now spruiking for ebolavirusmap.com. Okay, there's a local case reported down here in Goma 3 hours ago. So as you can see, there's like a lot of cases that are now being reported away from the initial center of the outbreak. And I think this is what is driving the decision to term it a health emergency of international concern. Hopefully there is surely there is a strong on-the-ground response going on right now. Kenya intensifies Ebola vigilance amid regional outbreaks. So we've not got a reported case there. It's just some reporting saying that they're increasing their vigilance. Always good. Maybe a quick word about, like, I've just been trying to do some reading to try and understand what is different about this. Let me just double check the name here, because they've got the Director General of the WHO, the Bundibugyo. I looked up the pronunciation before. Bundibugyo virus. So I think basically the way it works is with viruses, there is no like objective speciation. I mean, it's not like speciation, I think, is cut and dry with the rest of the animal and plant and fungi kingdoms. But with viruses, it's particularly unclear because they're just like weird little creatures, weird little semi-life forms. And I think the Bundibugyo virus, it has only had 2 previous outbreaks in the kind of pre-2010, both of them in Uganda. And it is, because it's has been less common than the Zaire form of Ebola, which is the more deadly form of Ebola. It's the form that drove the 2014-2015 Ebola outbreak that killed thousands of people. The Bundibugyo Ebola has a lower mortality. They think around the kind of like 30 to 40% range mortality compared to about 70% plus for Zaire. And it hasn't really, it's quite unusual. It hasn't been seen since the noughties, since the 2000s. And so a bunch of public health kind of response has been brought to bear. There is a vaccine for Ebola Zaire, which has been kind of spread quite widely in the areas of Central Africa that suffer most from Ebola. And there's a monoclonal antibody treatment for Ebola Zaire. None of those things are effective with Bundibugyo virus. So it's different enough from Ebola Zaire that the treatments that we have for Ebola Zaire don't work, which is bad news, I think. But at the same time, it's a less transmissible form. It's same transmissibility as far as I understand, but less, quite a lot lower in mortality, 30% versus 70%. And if we jump forward here to the Bremer tweet, Ian Bremer, the founder of Eurasia Group, interesting. I haven't kind of thought about Ian Bremer for a long time. Bremer heads, if you're watching this, send me a message. What has Bremer been up to? Ian Bremer here. Worth remembering the 2014-15 Ebola outbreak in West Africa, where the United States was fully engaged, deploying nearly 3,000 service members to help with logistics and healthcare. So, and they had the intelligence community studying and mapping out road, air, and water transport routes to limit the potential spread. Important example of effective US leadership in international engagement. I suppose the contrast that's being drawn here is like Trump administration, not famous for its international mindset, for its engagement with international cooperation. The Trump administration famously withdrew the US from the WHO. I think that decision to withdraw the US from the WHO is unrelated to responses to things like a kind of a serious outbreak of Ebola. I think it was kind of driven by other concerns, but nonetheless, you have to imagine it has not improved the US's ability to kind of coordinate with these global health outbreaks. I think should on one level, the question for me is, should the US really be considered entirely responsible or majorly responsible for responding to an Ebola outbreak in Central Africa? I think obviously there is a good case that it's in the US's interest in a very narrowly defined way, which is if we get a major outbreak of Ebola, that's not good for anyone. It's not good for the US. It's not good for US interests in the rest of the world. I think it purely from a kind of, so that's purely from a pragmatic perspective, but also from a less pragmatic perspective, I think, the US has the capacity and the technology to help countries in Central Africa respond to really serious outbreaks, really serious threats like a major outbreak of Ebola. So I kind of think the case is quite strong in my mind. The US probably should be involved. I think probably other developed countries should probably be involved. It's just, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think the case is quite strong that if they can help, if this becomes a really serious, if it's not already, and it becomes a really serious public health issue, it seems clear to me that, the developed world should do their best to try and prevent this from being worse than it's already going to be. And I think the implication from Ian Bremer here is that they are probably not going to, given current inclination. So I think that's one to watch. Now, if you're just joining us, we're going to have our friend of the show, Daniel Saidi, on to talk Iran. I'm extremely excited. I'm keeping him in the waiting room for 2 more minutes because I just want to finish this thought on this Ebola outbreak, Bunjo outbreak in Central Africa. We've got a tweet from, I wonder if I play this, can we get the sound going to our listeners' production team? I know this is a bit of a sticky one. We're going to try it. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this video of Trump answering questions on the Ebola outbreak. Excuse me. I do not have Ebola. I do not have hantavirus. It's just a cold, but it is absolutely leveling me, folks. Okay, we're going to have a go. We're going to see if we can hear President Trump here talking about... I'm going to turn the volume right up. Are you ready? Let's go. Should Americans be concerned about Ebola in Central Africa? I'm concerned about everything, says President Donald Trump. Relatable, very relatable, very relatable. I'm not taking any strength from that. I think this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, we'll see how this goes. All right, and the last thing I wanted to compare. So this is the WHO fact page on the Ebola outbreak 2014 to 2016, 2-year-long Ebola outbreak in West Africa. It was uncontrolled for 2 years. It was the largest Ebola outbreak since the virus has been discovered. In other words, it's the largest Ebola outbreak we've had. And it was enormous. So it started in Guinea. And I think in total, does it have here the total? Yeah. By the time the outbreak was controlled in June of 2016, 28,000 people had been infected and 11,000 people had died. Now, this was Ebola Zaire. So it was the more lethal variant, or a more lethal variant of the Ebola virus. Nonetheless, that is pretty astounding. 28,000 people have been infected, 11,000 died. So it's really quite a serious disease, and it can get, even though it is quite fatal, it really can get sustained. I think the factors there are like, you would think such a lethal virus, which is not super infectious, or rather, it's only infectious if you come in contact with the fluids of someone who has the disease. I think partly that is, I think there are some burial practices in Central Africa that involve being present at the funeral, having an open, kind of open burial, and even kind of kissing or holding the body of the deceased. And I think that seems to like really turbocharge the spread of Ebola in Central Africa. So anyway, that's the situation on Ebola. If you're just tuning in, I think the WHO has declared this a health emergency of international concern. You've got an initial outbreak which seems kind of uncontrolled in the DRC. It's spread to Uganda. It's quite geographically dispersed now. The WHO thinks that it had been several weeks since the outbreak started before they were able to identify that it was going on. And partly this was because civil strife in the region was preventing WHO monitors from being in the region to observe what was happening and test people. So, and that combined with the fact that there's several other viruses that look a little bit like Ebola, the early stages of Ebola, some kind of febrile viruses that are spreading at the same time. And that makes it kind of hard. If a bunch of people have got fevers, you go, oh yeah, it's probably just this other much less lethal kind of viral fever that's going around. And then it turns out that no, it was an unusual strain of Ebola that hasn't been seen for more than a decade, and now there are several hundred cases. So one to watch, one to keep an eye on. We'll be keeping an eye on here at MTS. If you're a virologist, if you wrote the classic book Hot Zones, please send me a DM on Twitter. Come on the show, let's talk about it. And now I'm very, very excited to re-welcome one of our favorite guests on the show, Daniel Saidi, one of my favorite guests, personal favorite, Daniel Saidi. He has a job. I say this every time. You actually have a regular job leading a fintech company, Applied AI company. That's what I'd be saying too. That's what I'd be saying too. Absolutely, Duolingo is an applied AI company, but Daniel has an applied AI company, and he nonetheless
applied AI company.
I believe you. No, I believe you. I 100% believe you. We should get you one day to talk about what you do there, just so I'm not like taking advantage of the fact that you speak Farsi and monitor the situation in Iran all the time. But we should give you some free press 100% because it's not really fair. We're taking advantage of you right now, Daniel. But I'm very pleased to take advantage of you. We've got Daniel Saidi. Tell us, Daniel, what has happened? What is going on? What is Trump doing here?
Well, it's great to be back on the show. I think, where I would start from is kind of where we left off our last conversation. And for viewers who don't remember, it was about 2 weeks ago, came on the show to basically talk about how there's, just a few paths that are left here to reach a deal. And as long as the United States insists that nuclear and the nuclear question has to be part of the deal, that they're going to have to recognize Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz as part of that deal. And that's what was causing the impasse. A lot of, rumblings, both via, insider Barack Ravid and everyone else has basically confirmed that the, proposals are insufficient. And as such, we said that if they were going to hit an impasse, there was really only three moves. Somebody has to concede, whether that's Iranians or the US, or there was going to be an escalation. And today, when I read this and kind of look at where are we in terms of deadlock between what's being said between both sides and a huge buildup of US military assets in the region, this looks like a very classic case of Trump diplomacy, art of the deal of, hey, we were going to attack you, but we're not going to attack you anymore. But by the way, we're still probably going to attack you unless you come forward with a better deal. And I think there's probably some credence to the fact that Qatar, who has historically been friendlier to Iran, of recent weeks has been friendlier to Iran, has gotten some of their LNG ships through the Strait of Hormuz. There's probably some validity to the Al-Thani family asking for more time for any back channels that they're having. However, this really just smells like a Trump negotiation tactic of, let me put some more pressure on here. We are going to just do a full-scale assault, but here's another 48 hours to give me the best deal.
Yeah, for sure. So, maybe even if you could kind of take us back to the last kind of 7 days of this, Daniel, because it seems to me the ceasefire, people have been calling it a shaky ceasefire now for like 2 weeks. So, give us a little context here. What is the world that has led us up to the point of this announced from President Trump, and how should we think about that?
Yeah, I think the real way to look at it is, last time I was on here, we were talking about a skirmish or a couple of love taps that emerged within the actual Strait of Hormuz itself, and since then you've actually had quite a bit of traffic that made it through the strait, particularly around the Trump Xi summit. And I remember one thing that we had discussed going into that was that Trump really preferred to get a deal done before he actually went over there. From rumblings of how those state meetings went, Iran was probably a topic of conversation more than either side wanted, and there was supposed to allegedly be a big announcement on cooperation, and nothing got done there. And that was kind of what we had discussed, was like, you want to get something done before this big summit, this historic summit, because it highly increases the odds that some working group, maybe some tariff relief or something substantive would come out of that meeting. And instead, it's kind of a whole lot of nothing on that side. So that's kind of the real shadow over what's happened over the last week. Is they went over there and, Trump gave one readout, which was China said that Iran has to end the war as quickly as possible. And then you read the Chinese readout and it makes no mention of Iran other than the fact that we want to see both sides come to an agreeable solution. And by the way, everyone should recognize Iran's sovereign rights, which there's really only one way to read that statement by the Chinese foreign ministry, which is, hey, we don't really care if Iran, claims sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, because if you put on your geopolitical hat, makes it a lot easier to claim you have sovereignty over the area between you and Taiwan and over Taiwan as well. So, like, it just really never made any sense that they would say, "Hey, ally, like, you guys are screwed. Go fuck yourself." Like, no, that was never going to happen. And the competing readouts were really what gave it to me, was of Trump tried to use that meeting to get even more leverage on Iran. And it doesn't seem like he got any of that. So where are we today? We're still where we were 5 weeks ago, which is we know how far apart either side is, because either side thinks that they're winning the conflict, that they're like, okay, we want to impose maximalist demands. And you have this idea that, we've hashed out on numerous other times that I've been on the show, of like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have a
yeah.
group in Iran that wants to get a deal done because they ultimately serve the people, and it's getting bleak out there. And if you remember, what I told you was probably by end of May is when you'd really see the economic signs and the economic crumbling in Iran. And there were
Yeah.
some very interesting unreported or underreported quotes from the president of Iran, Mahmoud Pezeshkian, where he's talking about how they're starting to feel the effects of the lack of production of refined fuels, that they're really going deep in their reserves for gasoline. And I think that's his way of through the press, because he's playing his own press games domestically with the IRGC to let them know, like, hey, if you think you're going to get this is probably the best deal that we're going to get right now. So let's try to at least go down this path that we think is.
Let's do it before the costs start to hit, right?
Yeah.
I'm very briefly gonna stop my own video because I'm just a little sniffly. I got the sniffles. Enduring theme of this show for the last week has been my mild cold. All right, I'm so back. Okay, my video is so back. So I wanted to. That makes perfect sense, and I think that's like such good context. If you're just kind of tuning in, if you're just thinking about what has happened in Iran over the last, I think even we can extend it back and say the last 5 weeks, like you just did there, Daniel. It's like there's a bit of a Mexican standoff going on, a few guns pointed in a few different directions.
Yep.
There was a sense of urgency in the weeks ahead of the historic Trump visit to China, because there was a sense that if they could get a resolution on Iran, that would free up a bunch of negotiating space, in China to talk about other issues and to get something that might look like a win on another subject, whether that's AI or Taiwan or trade or whatever it was. And I think the conclusion that you've just highlighted there, Daniel, is like, that didn't work. There was no resolution in the conflict. There was no re-escalation of hostilities in the lead up to the summit, but there was no resolution ahead of the summit. And as a consequence, or at least you could say, maybe as you would expect, that because there was no resolution on Iran, that was a feature of the conversations in China. There was no major announceable coming out of the Trump-Xi summit. There was maybe a limited ability to kind of come to an agreement on something else, because some of the time was taken up by talking about Iran, and there was a sense of that was looming over the whole conversation. So now that initial pressure around the Trump-China summit has eased a little bit, or disappeared because the summit has actually happened now, there is a question of what are the forces driving these two parties to resolve the conflict in one way or another, either by restarting it or by signing a peace deal. And the point you've made there is the domestic pressure within Iran hasn't gone away, and it's only getting stronger so we have to remember, of course, the US has blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, but it's also blockading Iranian ports around the world and ships heading to Iranian ports around the world. So Iran is more, even than they usually are, cut off from the international flow of commerce. And that's starting, your kind of prediction earlier on in the conflict was that might take until the end of May to really start hitting. And you're saying we're seeing some signals domestically in Iran that there is an awareness that things are economically not going to get better.
Yep, I totally agree with that. I think that's the main pressure point that you'll see on Iran. And simultaneously, obviously, the main pressure point in the United States is the same thing, which is the price of oil, which, Trump and Scott Bessent have done a fantastic job of keeping a lid on it. Like, to be honest,
Mm.
you told me the Strait of Hormuz would be closed for 2.5 months and oil would be sitting at $100. Like, I think everyone writing at the time said that if the Strait was closed for 10 weeks, like we would see $200 Brent. And I think when you look at the crude stocks data, which going back to my, like I got a lot of range. I was a hedge fund guy for 6 years. So
We won't hold that against you.
yep. So I've got some old contacts in the oil and gas space that I talk to frequently about this, and also just know myself. It's like the U.S. is depleting the strategic petroleum reserve by about 11 million barrels a day. And honestly, it couldn't be going any faster. It's the fastest drawdown, way faster than what happened in 2022.
Mm.
Chinese stocks are coming down, and U.S. commercial inventory is starting to come down again after getting loaded up initially because of the excess of U.S. production. And
Mm.
all of that's going to eventually click and force a rapid repricing of oil futures to look like what oil spot prices were looking like about a month ago. All of this demand can't stay suppressed forever. There has to be another wave of demand destruction if the strait stays closed for another, 3 to 4 weeks. And I don't think it's really in Iran's best interest to cause a global recession, because it seems like from the war of public opinion outside of the United States, like they managed to somehow, get the Europeans kind of, at least from a domestic perspective, on sides with them. A lot of Asia kind of sympathizes with them. The easiest way to lose global support is to like cause an actual depression. That would not be great for them. So there's, a little bit of management going on their side. Well, you'll have a day
Yeah.
like last week where you let
Yeah.
30 tankers through, but that's the real sticking point. When is oil going to make it very difficult for Trump to continue to do what he's doing? And that's the game of chicken we're in. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. But the framing of the standoff has been exactly the same for the last 5 weeks. That hasn't changed at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it's an interesting point you raised there. Like, I think the question of how Iran is perceived in the rest of the world, I mean, you are right that the narrative outside of the US really is the US has closed the Strait of Hormuz by starting a war with Iran that they couldn't finish. There's obviously an element of truth there, but I don't think it's also true that Iran is like holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage very clearly, and the reason they're doing that, by the way, is because they want to make nuclear weapons. So, like, you can kind of be sympathetic. Right? Like, you can be sympathetic to them from a strategic perspective. Yeah, they're doing the strategically sensible thing for their set of goals. But if you're a bleeding heart European lib, you do not want a nuclear Iran.
No.
And you shouldn't be feeling positive about a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz crashing or spiking global oil prices, crashing the global economy in pursuit of a domestic nuclear deterrent in Iran. Like, it's just not, that's not, the fact that Iran has managed to work this into a state where there is broad public sympathy for them outside of Iran is, like, you're right, an absolute comms coup for the IRGC.
Absolutely. And it's a huge part of this, too.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, as you say, like, does that opinion start to shift? I mean, I think it's really a question of, like, can Trump shut up as oil prices spike? Because the global sympathy may well weaken as the oil price spikes, and suffering extends outside of the lower income countries where it's currently constrained to the developed world, to Europe, to Asia. But I think that will be quickly offset if Trump starts making bellicose statements and those hit the media, because Europe just has continent-wide Trump derangement syndrome, and I think they will be willing to link arms and sing Kumbaya with the Ayatollah of Iran if Trump says enough bad stuff.
Totally. I mean, I think that's a huge part of it right now is that, the folks that are left in the IRGC are younger, they're intelligent, they're mainly, as we've seen from the folks that are killed, they're extremely university educated, and they realize that this is a multi-front war, and that the number one prerogative for them, as you can see from explosive media, the Lego guys, is can we win the global conversation? And I think it's undoubtedly yes, that even within the United States, you have the bleeding libs who are now the same folks that were, waving Palestinian flags are waving IRGC and Iranian regime flags. And that's another big part of it is capturing the hearts and minds of America's youth is something that the IRGC has done. And that's like, it's crazy to me because it's like, as an actual Iranian who was watching what happened in January, it's like these guys literally slaughtered. Who knows what the real number is, but I know it's more than the 2,000 civilians that have been killed in the conflict thus far. I know it's higher than that. They're gunning down unarmed protesters on the street, and it's like, nope, don't care about that. Like, you're fighting Trump, and that's why I want to link arms with you. So I think you really want to watch, like, the public sentiment is kind of a new public sentiment outside of the United States, kind of a new signal to add to this, along with
A
oil
barometer.
prices.
A barometer to track. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's important. Yeah, if you're just joining us now, important to emphasize, like, that to think that in a global comms war, including for the hearts and mind of progressive Americans, the IRGC, who not 5 months ago were machine gunning civilian protesters in order to continue to enforce their extremely strict interpretation of Sharia law and avoid discontent about a bunch of domestic economic issues. Those people, the IGC, those people who did that 5 months ago, are in some senses winning a war for the hearts and minds of global progressives, because the other side of this conflict is Donald Trump.
Yep.
That's crazy to me. And I understand, like, I do understand that there's, like, some more complexity to it. There are, I think, some good reasons to be critical of the way that the Trump administration fought this war. I think that, the handling of the conflict clearly has huge downstream costs for the rest of the world that the Trump administration has not been quick to assist with. And yet, you have to acknowledge that is a crazy situation for us to arrive at.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Trump does himself no favors when he's like, oh, you know what? Well, America's open. You guys can fill up here, and why aren't you sending more ships to fill up here? And it's all of the worst characters of Dick Cheney that people used to make, but he would never come out here and openly say, hey, we're going to take over Iran and take all their oil and sell it back to the rest of the world at a profit. It's like, that was always very implied with all of the Halliburton contracts in Iraq. And it was never so brazen. And the fact that it's brazen, it's, you got to appreciate the guy for just being direct, because, that is what the neocons wanted to do before. At least he's saying it. But that rubs people the wrong way, especially you have a Europe that is just fresh from, like, legitimately thinking that we would invade Greenland, to now it's like, oh, you've distracted us with this to then attack Iran and not give us any heads up. It's difficult, but then again, it's like, does the European mind actually matter to Trump's decision making? Probably not, right? Like, probably not. So it really comes down to what is the price of gasoline in Georgia, in Alabama, and Mississippi, all the things that we talked about before. I think the other interesting thread that we haven't spent as much time on is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has been very quiet publicly, has publicly been supporting what's going on in the UAE from they got attacked, we need to support our brothers, but notably never called the Arab Defense League when the UAE was attacked, has behind the scenes not been cooperating with the UAE, is extremely upset at this secret visit that Netanyahu made to the UAE, is basically confirmed they're never going to sign the Abraham Accords. And if I believe some of my sources that I've been talking to, both in the kingdom and on the ground in Iran, has opened up a pretty reasonable and real back channel to Aragachi and is playing a role via Pakistan in actually ending this conflict. And that, to me, would be something that one is a lever that could end this conflict if they're able to make some sort of security guarantees to Iran, if they're able to at least have a non-aggression pact in the region that would certainly quell a lot of
Mm.
Iran's fears and answer their questions, which are, hey, we're attacking all of you Gulf countries because like the planes that are hitting us are flying out of your countries, whether or not they're your planes or not, we hold you responsible. That would be a huge movement that could potentially cause an unlock. So I'm watching that pretty intently because they've really, really changed their motion in the last 3 months with compared with how they were acting in the year before. And it goes to show you kind of this, we in the United States have this image of MBS that's been clouded by, some of his early choices that he made when he first became leader. But in the last 5 years, he's been an extreme pragmatist. He's kind of taken up this role of balancing the East and the West with all the Chinese deals that Saudi Arabia has done, and also with all of the U.S. deals. And ultimately, he's shown he's not really going to give in the same way that his predecessors had in terms of doing whatever the U.S. wants to do, and he's going to do
So,
whatever
so
is
give me
best.
that. Give me that pretend I'm an idiot for a second. Imagine. Give me that in the kind of simplest form possible. What does this reporting? What do your sources suggest about the changing behavior of Saudi Arabia and the changing relationship between Saudi Arabia and the other countries in the Gulf region?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the easiest way to spell it out is that Saudi Arabia and both Qatar and the UAE, they had friendly spats, they had a little bit of a rivalry, but always kind of presented a united front, which they still do, to be clear, in official communications, but almost certainly would never go against kind of the well wishes of another if a sufficient case was raised. Sometimes you get over the last 50 years, stark differences between what Oman and the Omani Sultanate wanted and then Saudi Arabia. But Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, very rarely are they going to be too out of sync. And ever since the UAE went ahead and ratified the Abraham Accords ahead of Saudi Arabia, there's been a growing kind of rift between the two countries that's gone from a friendly rivalry between MBS and MBC and friendly rivalry between, the investment arms of the two countries into there's major strategic differences in the way that they see the evolution of the Middle East, particularly from a security perspective, in that the UAE seems very comfortable signing some sort of secret military agreement with Israel, which to a country like Saudi Arabia, which is more progressive than it was 10 years ago, but still has it is the home of Islam, and has a significant religious conservative population compared to the UAE, which people like Mario Nafal live in the UAE. They do not live in Riyadh. There's expats that dominate kind of the actual economy and the makeup of the population in the UAE, and it's not like that in Saudi Arabia. Signing a military agreement, which is what is rumored to have happened between the UAE and Israel, is unthinkable for many of the religious elites who do exist because Mecca is literally in the country. And that is kind of what you're seeing right now, is that not only is there this rift between Israel, there's also a big rift in how the two want to deal with Iran. And that Saudis, the folks that I talk to who are close to folks in Saudi Arabia, it's like, look, we've always had our differences with Iran, but at the same time, like, we need to maintain and maximize the security of the region. And there's a chance to do that through partnership, through non-aggression. Basically, they tried to normalize relations brokered by China, I think it was about 2 years
Yeah.
ago. And that was kind of
Yeah,
always
yeah,
their
yeah.
way of doing it versus UAE way is, we'll take your capital, IRGC. You can watch it over here, but publicly we want nothing to do with you. And those two different ways of dealing with it, one through appeasement, the other one through outright diplomacy, are really butting heads right now. So what I would be looking out for is more kind of leaks that the Saudi foreign ministry is having direct communication with Iran, if any of that leaks, as really showing that Pakistan's not in the driver's seat. It's really Pakistan via Saudi, and whatever deal comes out of this, there's a high probability that it's primarily been both back channeled and mediated by the Saudi Arabians, which would be a huge win from them from a strategic power and a regional security perspective.
That's really interesting. So you've got a situation where the UAE and Saudi, they were aligned. Their interests were aligned. It wasn't just that they were doing that out of a sense of brotherhood, right? They had the same interests, and they pursued those interests together. And what this conflict has perhaps highlighted for those two nations is that their interests are not as aligned as maybe they previously were. And so you've seen the UAE leave OPEC. You've seen the UAE kind of draw closer to Israel. There was some reporting that Israel provided some defense technology to Saudi Arabia early on in the conflict to defend against Iranian missiles, but that seems to be quite different from hosting Netanyahu at the moment. So there's this split going on. Your take here, MBS and Saudi Arabia being much more pragmatic, maybe working with the Pakistanis behind the scenes to coordinate the peace deal. The UAE making much clearer signals that it's moving away from Iran towards the West, towards Israel. Very interesting. And one to watch, and I think that's a good point to make, right? Which is like, it seems to me so far that Iran, despite using its best officers to coordinate the peace negotiations, is maybe not driving, has not had a huge amount of success in coordinating and driving those negotiations. It might be good to have MBS behind the scenes pulling some strings.
Yeah, I think that's almost certainly what is going on. And if there is a breakthrough that's non-military, I would probably end up betting that at some point in the weeks after that breakthrough, we'll get a pretty big sign from Mr. Ravid, who you have on the screen right now.
If it's not pulled up, we should pull up Barack Ravid. Horrible rumors spreading that Barack Ravid is really a mouthpiece for the administration, but he's a storied reporter at Axios, and he said here, this is kind of commentary on this latest story that dropped, driven by this Trump post on Truth Social, saying, look, everyone has asked me not to go ahead with the major military attack I was planning. Daniel, you and others have been skeptical that there was such a plan. I kind of compared it earlier. I was like, my wife and others have urged me not to sleep with Sydney Sweeney. Perhaps that was never a possibility in the first place.
Well, actually, if you look at the tweet that I sent to you, either in DM or in the chat, it's not that I don't think there's an attack planned. I actually think all signs point to some amount of military escalation being on the table soon. And if we know Trump, no better time than a long weekend, right? It gives you 3 days before the market can decide what to do. So I actually think, given the amount of assets that have been airlifted, it really feels like February when people like me were like, I've never seen this many planes flying into the Middle East in my entire life, not even in 2003. And again, on today, it's like, look at that.
Yeah.
That is an air bridge, if I've seen one. It's been like this for the last 2 weeks. So do I think there was an attack planned on Tuesday? No, because the market is open on Tuesday. And like generally, like, and actually though, like that's true. Everything, 12-day war, everything, maybe it hasn't been at night. Like, this one opened up in the morning hours of Iran time on Saturday, but I highly doubtful that there's any plan on a Tuesday. However, so that gives you the negotiating kind of leverage, maybe to get one last push through, whether that's coming in from the Qataris or the Saudis, we don't know. But that's probably one of those two channels if there's any chance of a breakthrough, like we said. But so like, if there's nothing by Friday, like my base case is still we see a renewal of activity on the U.S. side. Maybe it's targeted. Maybe it's. Hey, we want to, knock out 12 assets. Just to remind you that we could do this. The ceasefire is technically over, right? Even though it's holding. So we'll see. But my thinking is there's not a lot either side can do at this point other than to wait for their game of attrition to play out. So it's just that one side has, 3,000 fighter jets and the other one doesn't. So.
Well, you always want to be the side in a conflict that has 3,000 fighter jets and not the one that doesn't have 3,000 fighter jets. So final summary here, Daniel. If you're trying to make sense of this, if someone's watching this, they're trying to make sense, not just of this latest Trump tweet, but they're trying to situate it in the context, right? We always talk about, like, we've got these different options for escalation. I think everyone's familiar with that right now, right? We can either the US can blink, Iran can blink on the nuclear question, or hostilities can resume. We're looking at a situation here where it looks like there is a build-up towards a renewed US aggression. What should people be watching over the course of the next week to see where this is going?
Yeah, I think there's kind of three things to look at. The first one is from is somebody going to chicken perspective. The only thing that you can get good, clear intelligence on as a Westerner monitoring the situation is both the price of oil, and now it seems like the 10-year bond yield as well, which is reacting both to inflationary pressures and the vigilante CMAL, and obviously there's other stuff going on with AI, but 10-year yield sitting at 5% is a great. I mean, it's not Trump who will say no, but it's Scott who will tell Trump, like, you got to chill out for a little. We need to put some relief in the bond market. So that's signal one. Signal two is you should be watching these open source intelligence accounts, or just go on Flight Radar yourself and just see, is there a continued buildup of U.S. assets? Do you see any weird evacuations of delegate planes out of the UAE, out of Saudi Arabia? There's something that was circulating on Saturday about some weird Russian evacuation flight that looked like their evac flight on February 28th. So Flight Radar is probably the second thing that I would watch. And then I would just, keep your eyes peeled for any maritime updates from the UK Maritime Organization, just on, threats and attacks to any vessels that are in the Strait of Hormuz currently. If anyone's trying to run it and the IRGC intervenes, it's obvious kind of intel that they still want to regain leverage in the situation in terms of their control over the Strait of Hormuz. So those are the three things I would look at. My base case is there's no breakthrough on Friday. Trump, after market close, will do not a full escalation with 1,200 strikes in 24 hours like we saw on day one of the conflict, but a reminder that the United States has a superior military advantage. And primarily, I expect those strikes to concentrate around the Strait of Hormuz area, where a lot of those mobile missile launcher sites are. That would be my bet. That's not financial advice, but I would encourage it. But
none of this is financial advice, but what is advice is you should follow Daniel Sadie on Twitter. Thank you. That's a perfect summary, Daniel. It's always such a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, my man. I felt like I was cheating on you last week when I went on with Theo, but
yeah, you spoke to Theo. They're not allowed to. I imagine it was purely a schedule issue, right? Tell me it was purely a schedule issue.
No, it was because we were talking about my day job. We're talking about AI stuff. So,
all right, I'll take it. Whatever. It's fine. Like, I can't talk about it. Anyway, it's fine. I'm not going to be personal about it. Look, so good to have you on, Daniel. Remind everyone, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at @TheRealDanSadie, and I'm the founder of Minerva. If you are operating a consumer-facing brand and feel overwhelmed with your marketing budget and what to do, reach out to me on Twitter. I'll get you set up on our platform. We'll take whatever work you were doing and do it automatically with our agent. So
talk to Daniel. Get into Daniel's DMs, because not only will he help you kind of with your problems using AI agents, he will also send you great Iran gossip in the DMs as well. There is really no better. There's really no better follow. Absolute dual threat. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Dan.
Thank you, Gabriel. Great to be here.
A real pleasure. We'll have you again, of course, to keep monitoring the situation. Old school. We've got the flight monitor up. This is old school. This is
old school, man.
This is true situation monitoring. It's really good to see. I'm going to say goodbye to Daniel for now. Thank you so much, Daniel. I'm going to take a brief pause to drink some water, and I think if you saw in the middle of that piece, you were like, did Gabe swallow something strange and then try and spit it out of his mouth? The answer is yes. It looks like my son has put a small ribbon into my water bottle, which is he was in here this morning with me, helping me prep my 3-year-old son, and he likes to hang out with me in the morning. He sits in here while I kind of prepare for the show, and it looks like what's happened is I've left for a moment, and he's just put things in my water bottle, and he also left me with this little Miffy doll on the desk. He just sat it up like it was like facing me, and I saw it as soon as I sat down to go live, and I didn't have time to move it. So look, an absolute he helps me prepare, but there are pros and cons of having a 3-year-old help you do anything, as any parent can tell you. One of them is you get little ribbons hidden in your water bottle, and you take a drink, and you're like, oh, what the hell's going on? So apologies for that. What must have appeared to be very strange, me drinking water and then spitting out a tapeworm. Anyway, we've made it, folks. Huge shout out to Daniel Saidi. If you're just joining us now, we just had a great segment talking about Iran. We'll share some clips with that hopefully pretty soon because it's very timely, very topical. But it's also worth watching the whole show if you're interested in hearing his thoughts on what's going on in Iran and what this latest report from, or what this latest messaging from Trump might mean, how to interpret it, and where this is going to go over the next couple of weeks. Because I think it's still very up in the air. It's still a very interesting situation. Over the last 5 weeks, we've had constant uncertainty and very little movement, which is kind of classic situation monitoring territory. I am going to go camera off for 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to come back. I'm going to give a kind of a final overview of our show today. I'm going to say thank you to our sponsors, and I'm going to say goodbye. So I'll be right back, folks. All right, welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that brief break there. Fighting for my life here. I've got my own little outbreak here in Melbourne, Australia. It's probably RSV, might be a cold. Very quickly, huge thanks to Daniel Saidi for coming on. We talked about the situation in Iran. We talked about how to interpret Trump's latest post in which he threatened, he said that due to the requests from allies in the region, he will not be going ahead with his major military operation, but we will still hold it in reserve in case Iran doesn't buckle under and reach a deal very soon. So we're kind of ratcheting up of tensions, a ratcheting up of the stakes, leading into what appears to be a push at the negotiating table to resolve this war, which has now been going on for several months. And I think the takeaway from that conversation with Daniel, if I can editorialize, is the thing to watch here, really, the implication is that the US side sees an opportunity to resolve this conflict in the next couple of weeks before oil prices, which have been very sanguine over this conflict, and particularly now, are below $100 a barrel, despite this war now having been going on since March. The US sees an opportunity here to close out the conflict while Iran is perhaps feeling some of the early pressure of the US blockade, the economic consequences of that, and the isolation of the Iranian economy perhaps starting to bite now, and we are still maybe a couple of weeks off the oil market really starting to tighten and demand destruction being required in order to keep kind of supply and demand balance there. So a sense that we may see some, certainly the US side is pushing for some progress at the negotiating table over the next few weeks. we'll see what happens there. On the from a regional perspective, also some very interesting insight there from Daniel. A sense that the Saudi Arabians and the UAE are starting to diverge a little in interests and approach. Some senses from people and some kind of reporting, unconfirmed, kind of rumors really on the ground that Saudi Arabia is maybe playing a part in the negotiations behind the scenes, trying to facilitate a ceasefire and a peace deal between the US and Iran. So very interesting, great conversation with Dan as always. Check it out if you didn't make it for the live broadcast. Very interesting there. And then earlier, of course, we talked about the Ebola outbreak that is happening right now in the DRC and in Uganda in Africa. A new strain, or a relatively new strain, a relatively unusual strain of Ebola, against which the various treatments designed to immunize against and treat Ebola Zaire, which is the more common and also more deadly variant, are completely ineffective. So, in the early stages of an outbreak, the WHO has called a public health emergency of international significance, one to watch as that evolves. Hopefully, that doesn't go any further because it's pretty scary virus. But it's we are now marshalling kind of global resources to address it. So that's the early view on that situation there. I'd love to have someone with real expertise on to talk about it. So if that's you, send me a message. I'm at GBRL_Dick on X.com. You can also reach us at MTS Live on Twitter. So great day for global situation monitoring today at MTS. I'd like to finish by thanking our sponsors because we had a great day today. All thanks to them. You know, if you are trying to monitor the situation on X, you've probably got a group chat with like 30 unread messages. You've probably got a quote tweet you need to screenshot before it gets deleted. There are probably people in your replies bothering you, criticizing you, telling you you've got details of basic factual matters wrong. Can't let them do that. Then your calendar pings. You've got a meeting in 2 minutes. Well, toss on Granola. Granola is the AI notepad for people who are absolutely not going to give this meeting their full attention. You jot down a few rough notes, and in the background, Granola transcribes the whole thing and turns it into clean, useful notes the second the meeting ends. No bots joining your calls, no distractions. Just a clean notepad that helps you focus. During or after your call, you can chat with your notes, ask Granola to pull out action items, help you negotiate, write a follow-up email, or even coach you. It's the same technology that we here at MTS use for our podcast notes. Once you try it in your first meeting, it's hard to go without. So head to granola.ai/MTS and get 3 months free. That's granola.ai/MTS. Now, if you're paying any attention at all and you're watching what's going on the timeline, you're listening to what founders, potential founders, engineers are talking about on X, you'll know that everyone is talking about models and data, but nobody is talking about the real bottleneck to AI adoption. That is the connective tissue, the layer between your models, agents, APIs, and context. Kong gives you the platform to power and govern that connectivity. It's the control tower that governs your traffic, cuts your costs, and sets guardrails for agent-to-agent interactions. Without it, you're not monitoring the situation. The situation is monitoring you. The info decisions that you make in the next 12 months decide whether you are shipping in the agentic era or posting through it from the sidelines. Because when AI traffic scales 100x, the companies without proper connectivity and governance don't just slow down, they break. Kong manages all your AI traffic in motion. It gives you the full picture, regardless of traffic type, and adds a governance layer, regardless of model, agent, or architecture. Fortune 500s run on Kong, and AI-native startups ship on Kong. If you're serious about AI, visit konghq.com. Shout out to our sponsors. I mean, so very interesting. There's one more thing that I thought I should mention before I sign off for the day and finish a few ad reads. I think we've got the situation with the Ebola virus. We talked about that at the start of the show, emerging in DRC and Uganda. We have the ongoing conflict in Iran. There are just a few there are a few big sources of global economic instability. I'm not putting Ebola on the same tier. I think it's very bad for people in the DRC. It's probably not bad for the global economy yet. Iran, on the other hand, is. There's an interesting story there that I'd like to get a little bit deeper in. We might talk about it later on in the week. There's the question is, where are the impacts? We've got the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. We've got the global US blockade of Iranian ports. The damage from the war, from the early stages of the US-Iran conflict, included a bunch of petrochemical production facilities in the region, including in the UAE, including in Qatar. So we've had significant kind of real destruction of energy capacity, global energy capacity, global natural gas capacity. And one thing that surprised me is how slowly that has been, how slow it has been for those real impacts on production to start hitting in kind of economic figures, in direct consequences around the world. At the beginning of the conflict, there was this kind of analysis like, look, we just blew up 30% of global natural gas capacity. Natural gas is obviously a key feedstock into the production of fertilizers. This is going to have massive impacts for global agricultural output. And as far as I can tell, we are still quite early in seeing those consequences. It turns out, as always is the case when you have situations like this, when you have global conflict, markets are extremely flexible. People are all independently kind of running around finding solutions to these problems as they occur. And that seems to have offset some of the big scary impacts that people talked about early on in the Iran war. Nonetheless, there are clearly big impacts. And those impacts seem to be being felt mostly in developing economies where people are already a little closer to, there's a little bit less capacity to absorb cost increases of critical goods, including fuels like diesel, and of course the impact of a fertilizer shortage might be felt more keenly. I'd like to kind of dig in there a little bit. We talked earlier on, a few weeks ago now, about what was happening in Vietnam and Thailand. I think it's probably due for a revisit. So I think probably later in this week, especially if there's some stories that break around this in the rest of the world, the impact of the closure of the Strait, the impact of the war more generally on other economies around the world, developing economies particularly, I'm going to try and dig into that a little bit more, because I think there's a story there, there's something to understand there that is not front of mind maybe in some of the coverage of the day-to-day changes in the negotiations and in the conflict. So that's something I'm hoping to cover later in the week. Again, as always, an open invitation. If this is something that you're an expert in, come and talk to me. But of course, otherwise, we will have a slate of excellent guests. There's no doubt. We'll find someone very interesting to talk about it, or we'll find a bunch of sources and pull it all together, and I'll hopefully have something interesting to say myself. So that's something I'm looking forward to later on in the week. Now, another word from our sponsors. We're always monitoring the situation in enterprise software. And right now, the situation is this. With the emergence of AI code generation in 2022, NVIDIA master inventor and Harvard engineer Sid Pardeshi took a contrarian stance. Inference time compute and agent orchestration, not pre-training, would be the key to unlocking high-quality AI-driven software development in the enterprise. He believed that the real breakthrough wasn't in how fast AI could generate code, but in how deeply it could reason to build enterprise-grade applications. While the rest of the world focused on copilots, he architected something fundamentally different. Blitzy, the first autonomous software development platform leveraging thousands of agents that is purpose-built for enterprise-scale code bases. Fortune 500 leaders are unlocking 5x engineering velocity and delivering months of engineering work in a matter of days with Blitzy. Transform the way you develop software. Discover how at blitzy.com. That's BLITZY.com. And a quick one from our sponsor, AdQuick. From Melbourne to San Francisco, marketers agree out of home is one of the best ways to build brand awareness. Reach new customers and reinforce your brand message. It's just been difficult to scale up to this point because AdQuick unlocks the benefits of out-of-home advertising in a way no one else has. It's built for marketers with the engineering excellence that you have come to expect from the internet. With AdQuick, you can plan, deploy, and measure campaigns as easily as digital ads. Buy from 1,700 plus media owners in one place and make your brand stand out in a way like nowhere else. Modernize your marketing at adquick.com. That's adquick.com. All right. Big shout out to our sponsors as always. Big shout out to you for joining us on MTS. Really appreciate it. Follow us on x.com, MTS Live. Join our Discord. We're posting some of our longer interviews to YouTube. You should check that out as well, especially if you want to catch up on something, a conversation we had earlier in the week. There's a lot of great content there. So if that's something you're interested in, if you're trying to understand the world, check us out on Spotify, check us out on YouTube. See some of those longer form conversations, great interviews. And thanks again for joining us. I will leave you all there. We'll see you again tomorrow. Great start to the week. Fantastic start to the week. And we'll have plenty more for you over the rest of the week. So thanks again. Thanks for joining us. And we'll talk to you very soon.